Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you are tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
So we start with the second place in the first heat with the rain condition. The second one we make first, also the third one. And the last heats we did fourth with dry condition. It wasn't easy for me because we had some problems with the materials, but it's good for us because we are first at the moment. And yeah, I'm happy about this result. It's complicated, you know, it's a World Cup and all the drivers are competitive, are strong from the first one to the last. And for me it's an honor to be in first position at the moment. We think we have to work a little bit, not too much, for search the best setup for the final.
I feel quite confident, try to make my best. First heat was quite good start, still lost a lot of places, quite a lot of places in the start, but tried to manage well, and in the end was keeping completely the same speed with the Konrad Ilic, which was first. So we just drive same all the race, and nothing interesting happened. We did a good start with Wurs, and we get in the front the start, so I was P2 after the start, and in the end I managed to overtake him and drive all the race alone away. Was quite lucky that they started to fight a lot in the back.
The first one was really important for me to win, just to get my mind right, I think, especially on the wet. I haven't been the quickest. I was quick in quali, but I was drying track this morning in the heat. It was still quite wet, so it's important for me to get off to a good start. Didn't get the best of starts, but then got around the outside in turn 4, got them both actually. I got back from P3 to P1, and from then on I just tried to focus on my own race, tried to get away, and that's what I did. And then the second race was in the dry. I knew I was going to be quick in the dry. Got off to a really good start, and opening laps I got away quite well. Had quite a nice gap, but then I had a small brake issue, so they caught up to me, and then I was defending for the last 2 laps, which was tough, hard racing, but fair, and we kept it all clean. Well, it depends on the weather. If it's going to be wet, I think we've got the pace now. We seem to be quite quick. As long as we can get off to a good start and get out in front, we'll be fine. And I think the same goes for the dry. We had a small brake issue, like I said. We fixed that already this evening, and we should be fine for tomorrow. We seem to have quite good pace in both in the wet and the dry. And in driving conditions, I seem to be quite fast as well. So yeah, I think we can be very confident going into tomorrow. As long as nothing strange happens, we should be right up there.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for the biggest event in gearbox karting in the world. The FIA Karting World Championship at the Temple of the Sport, South Garda Karting. There are 6 heats to go, 3 for KZ2, 2 for the Academy, and 1 for KZ. And we're going straight in with the first race for KZ2 this morning, E versus F. Alessio Piccini in pole position from Lorenzo Giannoni, Simone Cunati and Matteo Zanchi from Joey Van Spunteren and Sam Luyet, Yannick Immels and Filippo Calegaris from Francesco Comenducci and Daniel Stell, Kasper Nadolski and Marco Valenti from Davide De Marco and Massimo Dante, Thomas Imborg and Natalia Balbo from Alessio Baldi and Christian Habulin, Jan Pocos and Luigi De Lorenzo, Andrea Dale and Rasmus Janssen, Marcus Funda and Tommaso Benni from Manuel Casalio and Fabrizio Rosati, Lucas Johnson and Francesco Costa, Lucas Vladic, Yanis Dornbas, Gaetan Revol and Adrian Janicki. I'm Jake Stanson. Welcome back to Lenato. Yesterday had everything. Changeable weather conditions, torrential rain, bone dry, the difference in excitement between different tyre compounds, the changing excitement over the races. It had drama, it had battles, it had crashes, it had intrigue, and it even had a photo finish. Today is going to be a hard day for us to live up to. We're going to have a really exciting run here in the KZ2 run to the International KZ2 Super Cup. This is the biggest race in the world if you're a KZ2 racer. And this is the one everybody wants to win. Former winners of the International KZ2 Super Cup include Joey Hansen, Jordan Lennox-Lamb, Dorian Boccalacci, Ryan Vanderberg, Thomas Laurent, Pedro Hiltbrand, Alessandro Irlando, Matteo Vigano, and last year's winner, Emilion Denner, who is now a KZ driver, as are the previous 3 winners. So all comes down to these 3 races to set the grid for the International KZ2 Super Cup. There are 99 drivers in the field and only 36 places available on that final grid. It is going to be very much a tough test for all of these competitors as they run for victory. In the intermediate standings at the moment, it is Lorenzo Giannoni that leads the way after a very solid effort in yesterday's heats, including a win and 3 top 10 finishes. Now it's time for race action, and it's the last chance for every driver this morning to get into the final. It's bone dry, although it is a little greasy after the morning dew, so it's time to see how our drivers will play out in today's races. It's going to be a fabulous start. Let's see how it goes. Piccini, Giannoni, Cunati, Zanchi, Van Spunteren and Luyet. Who's going to get the best start? Let's find out. Cracking start from Piccini and a great launch too from Cunati. He jumps into second place. Not the best of starts from Giannoni, who drops into 3rd position. And there's been an incident up to the first corner. Couple of drivers gone off there. Looks like a CRG is involved. In fact, 2 drivers involved in that one, and it's a non-start for the 169 of Manuel Casalio. So Casalio has had to push start his kart off the circuit, but there are 2 drivers involved. One of them is a CRG. It's Jan Pocos, and it looks as though the Croatian Christian Habulin has gone with him. There's Casalio. So Casalio's walked his kart away, but out in front it is still Piccini going full guns blazing ahead of Cunati. There are Christian Habulin and Jan Pocos, who have come off the circuit on the run to the first corner. Looks like too many karts into too small a space. A racing incident there. But Piccini leads into the second lap from Cunati, Giannoni, Zanchi, Van Spunteren, Luyet, Calegaris. And then in 8th place it is Marco Valenti ahead of Himmels, DeMarco, Stell, Baldi, Dante, Imborg and Natalia Balbo. So a cracking start. A really exciting commencement of this battle. Up the inside, that's a lovely move from the 131 to move up into another position. That is a good overtake from Sam Luyet, the Swiss driver, new recruit at Tony Kart for this weekend. They usually run in their own family team, but for the World Championship weekend in the International KZ2 Super Cup, both Jean and Sam Luyet, the 2 brothers, have switched to Tony Kart. That's for the lead. Simone Cunati gets into the lead of the race there, past Piccini. Lovely bit of racecraft there as he dives in for the first right-hand hairpin at the end of the lap. And Simone Cunati gets the lead. Now Zanchi right in behind Giannoni, trying to make his own bid to get into 3rd position. They come through turn 2, up towards 3. And now into the tight four. That's a lovely lunge from Zanchi, but he's just run wide on the exit. Giannoni's going to stay committed to the inside line, but Zanchi chops across. He maintains that third place. And now Sam Luyet, the Swiss, is going to make his own bid on the inside of Giannoni. The floodgates have opened, but on the exit, Giannoni keeps his foot in and gets the place, and it's actually cost Sam Luyet another position, as through comes the 144 of Joey van Spunteren, the Dutchman. So Van Spunteren gets through into the position, and it's very nicely handled all in all. Some brilliant racecraft from the drivers as they continue on their way through. Fascinating conflagration in the first corner that took out two drivers, Pocos and Habulin. Manuel Casalio failing to get off the grid and his race over, and I'm fairly sure that's Casalio's weekend over as well, I'm afraid. So the battle continues on its way. This is Van Spunteren trying to make his bid on Lorenzo Giannoni. But it will be quite a tough battle as the competitors continue on their way through. Rosati getting the fastest lap of the race. That'll be a bitter that'll be a little bit of a consolation prize for him after the day he had yesterday. Van Spunteren launches on the inside of Giannoni and gets through. Nice overtake from the Dutchman. So that puts him into P4. Giannoni, who is currently leading the aggregate standings, is down in 5th position now, really struggling for pace, and up the inside, trying to get the lunges, Sam Luyet. This is a problem for Giannoni. A 5th place finish could cost him the lead of the standings. It was looking very rosy indeed for most of yesterday for the European champion, Victor Gustafsson, until he had a disqualification from one of the heats yesterday for being underweight. That really has hampered his chances. So Giannoni is looking, well, was looking the favourite for the pole position for the final, but now it's looking really quite close indeed. So a tough battle continuing on its way. But this is going to be a fascinating duel as the competitors continue on their charge around the course. So Simone Cunati out in front, looking to try and grab pole position for the biggest race of his life. He's worked so hard, Simone Cunati. He almost won the European Championship this year, the vice champion. But now he wants to win the KZ2 Super Cup. So often, it is the key to the gates of Valhalla for the next KZ driver. Certainly over the last 4 seasons, the last 4 winners have gone to KZ. Nice move there from Zanchi. Zanchi gets up the inside and into 2nd place on Alessio Pacini. So Alessio Pacini now down to 3rd position, the Tony Kart factory driver, trying his best to keep himself up at the front end of the field. But it's not easy. So a really good battle. So let's see how the competitors are going to continue through these first few laps of the race. Lap 6 is about to be completed, 7 to go. We're about half distance in this opening heat. Cunati in front of Zanchi. Zanchi sets the new fastest lap. It's a 46.3. And he's trying to charge after his compatriots. Now Giannoni in big trouble here from Sam Luyet. Sam Luyet trying to get through into position. The Swiss ace is going to make his lunge on the inside line. Giannoni effectively leaves the door wide open for him. And Sam Luyet makes the move. This time he's not going to back down. Look at the sun's glare bouncing off the karts and off the top surface of the tarmac. Still a little bit greasy after the dew left from last night. No rain overnight though, so that's definitely a much better prospect than we had yesterday morning. It was absolutely torrential same time yesterday. But at least now it's a dry circuit for these final few heats of the KZ2. Up the inside. Oh, no, that's all gone wrong. Giannoni spat out there by, that was Valenti. So both Giannoni and Valenti, the Italian down to 8th and his colleague down to 10th. But I think it's caused more problems for Giannoni. That's a disaster for Giannoni. He's coming into the pits now. Or is that Valenti, actually? I think, actually, that might be Marco Valenti. He's picked up damage. Couldn't quite make out who it was. No, it is Giannoni. That is the leader in the intermediate rankings. Unbelievable. Giannoni is out. And that has destroyed his chances of starting from pole position. It's ruined his weekend. Such a disaster for Lorenzo Giannoni. So that is all gone wrong. Oh no, my apologies, it was Valenti. So difficult to read the numbers in the haze. But it is a very tough situation for Giannoni. He's down to 9th place, and that still will hamper his chances of getting pole position for the final. Great little duels there as drivers gunning for the move on the inside of the hairpin. How did they all get through that without massive contact? That was Daniel Stell in the middle of all that, battling away with the likes of Rosati and Nadolski. But up at the front, Cunati versus Zanchi continues. They're trading fastest lap times at the moment, with Zanchi currently the fastest on a 46.330, still trying to gain ground on Simone Cunati. And Zanchi is just gaining a little bit each lap. This is Van Spunteren versus Luyet. This is 4th and 5th. Joey Van Spunteren could have a really good starting position for the International KZ2 Super Cup. He's been a great national racer and a great regional racer in the past, but this is his first major step up to KZ2 for a while. And the 2020 campaign was a let's see what happens sort of season. But here at Lonato, he really has untapped the potential of this energy course machine. And Joey Van Spunteren really going beautifully at this moment in time. He's had a sensational weekend. So let's see how Simone Cunati can fend off from Matteo Zanchi. Up at the front end of the field, it's still Cunati from Zanchi. Pacini's still running a comfortable third. 3 laps to go in this final heat for the drivers in groups E versus F. Van Spunteren 4th from Luyet. Then it is Davide De Marco who's climbed himself up into 6th place. Great comeback from him from 13th on the grid. Caligaris, and then Alessio Baldi, who's come up from 17th to go into P8. You do tend to see this kind of performance in the last heat when drivers bang on a fresh set of slicks in the hope that they can charge their way forward and get themselves a place in the final. So you do see a few giant killing efforts. Speaking of which, Fabrizio Rosati has come from 26th on the grid to 13th. Great fight back there. And Natalia Balbo has yet again put herself in the top 10. So a great drive from her. We're actually going to hear from her after this race. We caught up with her in the pouring rain on Friday. 2 laps to go. Simone Cunati out in front of Matteo Zanchi. Alessio Pacini in 3rd. Joey Van Spunteren still 4th from Sam Luyet and Davide De Marco. Filippo Caligaris and Alessio Baldi. Lorenzo Giannoni is 9th place, but not looking particularly sweet for the pole position on the grid at the moment. I think that might go to the man who currently leads the race, Simone Cunati. But we will have to figure things out on the aggregate. That's going to be quite important. We need to actually keep an eye on who the aggregate leader is this morning. In KZ2, it is very close indeed, so we'll have to try and keep an eye on that through the timings and through the aggregate points. So let's have a look and see how this last lap is going to occur. Here we go, final tour, and this is a great battle still between Van Spunteren and Sam Luyet as they duel on the final lap. Luyet's going to go for it. Van Spunteren shuts the door. Nicely defended from the Dutchman. It's not going to be an easy overtake, that's for sure. But out in front, Simone Cunati is matching Zanchi for pace where he needs to. And the Italian should have this one in the bag. So Simone Cunati in the Modena Birolart up front in the 1:02 is going to get the victory in a crucial time of the weekend. And this is a big lunge up the inside from De Marco trying to get through in the position. It's not going to happen. But out of the final turn, Simone Cunati is going to take the checkered flag. He does so. And Simone Cunati banks a very crucial victory in front of Matteo Zanchi and Alessio Pacini. It's unchanged in the fight for the top 6 as Van Spunteren holds off Sam Luyet and Davide De Marco. Absolutely fantastic and a great result thus far. So a really impressive performance as the competitors continue on their way. It's been a truly exceptional start to things. So the racing will continue in a fantastic run. So Simone Cunati taking the victory. And that is a crucial one in terms of the starting grid for the final. Matteo Zanchi 2nd from Alessio Pacini. Joey Van Spunteren and Sam Luyet from Davide De Marco, Filippo Caligaris and Alessio Baldi. Natalia Balbo makes it to 9th in the end ahead of Lorenzo Giannoni from Fabrizio Rosati and Massimo Dante. Then in 13th position it is Yannick Himmels from Marcus Funder and Kasper Nadolski. Thomas Imborg and Andrea Dale from Daniel Stell and Francesco Comanducci. Adrian Janicki and Rasmus Janssen from Luigi De Lorenzo and Gaetan Revol. Lucas Vladic in 24th ahead of Tommaso Benni, Francesco Costa, Lucas Johnson and Yanis Dorbas. And then the 4 retirements are Marco Valenti, Christian Habulin, Jan Pokos and Manuel Casalio, who did not start the race. Very dramatic stuff and a very close encounter with the drivers up at the front end of the field. So a tricky day at the office, that is for sure. And that's quite a crucial one in terms of what it means for the finals grid. Let's have a look back at the highlights from a crucial race. So obviously it was a very tricky start off the grid, and Giannone right out of the blocks, not quite as comfortable as he would like to be. Pacini getting the good launch. Now let's see if we can make out in the middle of the pack what happened between Pocos and Habulin. It looked as though they just got too squeezed as they came through, and obviously at that point you're going pretty quickly. Both drivers hitting the barriers there. Pocos and Habulin, I think they banged wheels before that point of proceedings. So it's just sent them into a one-way collision course with the barriers. Nothing either of them did wrong. It's just so many drivers getting into the first corner at the same time. So this is a very exciting battle ahead of us. As obviously this first few laps is the important part of the race for KZ2 drivers, where you really need to sort yourself out and essentially get themselves into a decent position. Poor Manuel Casalio, he's had absolutely no luck at all this weekend. He really has had the worst of it as far as he's concerned. But the challenges that the drivers are going to face are really quite tough at this stage. Poor Christian Habulin as well. It's been an amazing season for him, but it doesn't end well here at Lonato, and that DNF is almost certainly going to cost him a chance of getting through to the final. You can't afford to have a DNF. This is the problem at this level, because there are 99 drivers bidding for 36 places on the finals grid. So any DNF you take over the course of a weekend, any non-finish, is going to play absolute havoc with your points tally. Joey Van Spunteren and Alessio Pacini having a great battle earlier on, and Joey Van Spunteren clearly deciding he's not going to wait around. Simone Cunati there getting the crucial move on Pacini in the opening few laps, and that's what's put him into the lead, and I think, for my money, that's put him into pole position for the final provisionally. But we need to double check and have a look at the aggregate points across the KZ2 rankings, because that's going to be, obviously these three heats are the crucial ones to determine who is going to start the final from pole position. In the Academy Trophy, currently it is Alexander Gubenko, and in the KZs it is currently Marin Kramers. But in KZ2 in particular, it's going to be quite tough to tell through the course of the day, because these three heats, it's so close in terms of the leading rankings for aggregate points, so we'll need to keep an eye on it. Fortunately, I have access to that on my live timing screen, so we should be able to have a look at the rankings of KZ2 drivers as we go in these final two races for the Gearbox competitors. But certainly that result for Lorenzo Giannone means he will probably and most likely now not be at the head of those intermediate rankings, and that's a big problem for him, because he was looking very strong up until that phase. Not likely to be the case anymore. So the battles are going to be very strong indeed between these two coming into the final. They both look like they'll have bagged themselves a decent grid position. Sam Luyet and Joey Van Spunteren right to the death as well. And a good performance too from Davide De Marco this weekend. Good to see him back in action and doing a very good job indeed in this kart. So it's been a fantastic heat for Simone Cunati and Matteo Zanchi. Both drivers seem to have bagged themselves a good place for the final later on. So as we get ourselves ready for the next KZ2 heat, it's obviously going to be a fascinating situation for the drivers. We've just heard, of course, we've just seen, sorry, from Natalia Balbo. She booked herself a place in the top 10 in that previous heat. We caught up with her on Friday, and considering how well she has performed this weekend, she could be one of the stars of the show in the final. So let's catch up with Natalia Balbo and her preparation for this most incredible weekend.
I try to training a lot during these past weeks. I do a lot of cycle training in the gym and have a little bit rest after the Adria European Championship. We're not able to do a lot of tests, unfortunately, but we are here and we were really fast yesterday. And today we hope to find the speed also with the rain. It's completely different because all the chassis is different, the setup is different, and it's all, you are like in the ice sometimes, so you have to be more sensible with your drive, and it's more difficult, of course. And sometimes you have to be a lot of luck. If you don't have it, maybe you can stay home. So I think it's something that you achieve every day, every week when you're training, and to say, okay, I don't have a lot of time. I did a really low number of tests, so you have to be concentrated and training with one goal. And that's what I did before Adria, and it works, so I hope that works also for this race. Every time we come here in the last part of the year, something that you not know how can be. So I think the weather is one of that can make some exceptional this race. And of course it's like a home race for all of us, so it's nice to be here and to have sometimes our friends, but not in this race because we are closed door. But I think that it's something special because Leonardo had a history, a really long history, so it's special for that.
Well, Natalia Balbo has had a fairly consistent weekend here at Lonato, so should have a decent grid position for the final later. So we'll catch up with her in the International KZ2 Super Cup final race later. These drivers are trying to book themselves a decent place on the grid too. Artur Carbonell on pole position from Matti Kukowski. Harry Thompson in third position and Giuseppe Palomba on fourth from Danilo Albanese and Alexander Schmitz. And then Slavik Putyatin and Andreas Falk from Jacob Tallas and Sebastian Bellucin. Alexander Dahlberg and Giuseppe Fusco from Kasper Kalasma and Jesper Sjoberg. Then Giacomo Polini and Robin Glerum, Paavo Tonteri and Gilles Stadsbader from David Levinsky and Andrea Ceresoli, David Trevelov and Brandon Nilsson, Thomas Mischik and Roberto Cesari from Christopher Zani and Nicola Rossini, Lawrence Van Hoopen and Filippo Berto, Karl Lukashevsky and Yannick Gillis-Bernhardt, Craig Tanich, Antonio Garay and Noam Abramczyk. So the 33 drivers in each grid, of course, trying to get themselves an interesting battle. There are 32 drivers in this in the previous heat, you'll have noticed, and there are 34 drivers in qualifying heat A versus B. So that's going to be the most populous heat grid of the entire weekend. But then, of course, the final will have 36 competitors in it, and with 99 drivers bidding for those 36 positions, and only one race left for each driver to do so, it's now or never for each of the competitors to book themselves a place on that grid. And they will never have worked harder than this to try and get them into that position. So it's going to be a fascinating battle. So let's see how it goes. Carbonell, Kukowski, Thompson, Palomba, Albanese, Schmitz, Putyatin, Falk, Tallas, Bellucin, Dahlberg, Fusco and Kalasma. The grid is about to get underway. Let's see who gets the best start. It's an absolute cracker from the 201 of Albanese, but was it a jump start? Because he launched away quicker than most. Either he timed it absolutely to perfection or it might have been a jump start. We'll have to double check later, but certainly, oh, two cuts off on the way to turn 4. Somehow keeping it out of the wall. That's one of the SRPs down at the back of the field. Please don't tell me it's David Trevelov. He's already had his fair share of bad luck this weekend with 2 DNFs over the course of yesterday. So this is going to be an absolutely heroic drive through from the front of the field as they coax their way through. And it is the CPB Sport of Artur Carbonell who leads the way at the moment. Matti Kukowski once again trying to keep himself in as high a position as possible. He was not expected to run as high in the races as he has been, but his performance in the wet qualifying session really has helped him out. Artur Carbonell in front of Giuseppe Palomba and Danilo Albanese from Putyatin, Kukowski, Schmitz, Thompson, Tallas, Dahlberg, Bellucin, Kalasma and Tonteri. Here's Kukowski trying to keep back. Alexander Schmitz is going to try and go right round the outside. What a move from Schmitz. Kukowski's held up and Thompson gets through as well. But that was incredible from Alexander Schmitz. An amazing overtake. Absolutely storms his way through around the outside of Matti Kukowski. Not going to wait around for him to block. He just storms across. Amazing from Alexander Schmitz. That is an incredible move on the second lap of a race with so much at stake. Absolutely formidable from the German. So now we've got the battle for Danilo Albanese trying to push his way forward as they come through on the far side. In through to the third corner. Is Albanese going to make his bid? Now look at that! Under investigation, Danilo Albanese. I did wonder if they would investigate it. That doesn't mean, of course, that he's going to get a penalty, but they're definitely looking into it. It's going to be tough to know. The trouble is, I couldn't see when the lights went out. They're behind me in that position, so I can only go over what's up the inside. What a launch from Palomba! And Palomba takes the lead from Carbonell. So Giuseppe Palomba trying to book himself a place on the front of the grid for the final itself. Giuseppe Palomba going full guns blazing. And Danilo Albanese is next. Now, we don't know if he's going to get a penalty. All we know at the moment is Danilo Albanese is under investigation for that launch off the line. If he does get a penalty, it's going to completely destroy his chances of a decent grid position for the final. But he can't think about that. He's got a launch on the inside of Carbonell, which he does, and goes into second place. Good move from Albanese. This is the problem. You can't afford to let these things get you down. You've just got to focus on your job in hand. So that's exactly what he's up to. Meanwhile, further back, we've got a nice duel developing for fifth place. Alexander Schmitz is being caught now by Harry Thompson in the Forza Racing Machine. And Harry Thompson in his first ever FIA Karting weekend as a gearbox driver. He's only been direct drive before this weekend. So this is a fascinating turn of events for Harry Thompson, and hopefully it's the start of something pretty special. It's been a long time since we've had a leading British driver in gearbox. He could well be the man to take that mantle. So out in front it's Palomba, second is Albanese, third is Carbonell, in front of his teammate Slavik Putyatin. And to be fair, Slavik Putyatin has done an amazing job this weekend as well. He's been one of the underdogs of the CPB Sports Squad. He hasn't even been able to complete a full season thanks to the way that the travel restrictions have impeded some of his weekend. He's going to dive on the inside of Carbonell. Superb from Putyatin. The Ukrainian has been absolutely amazing. And so the Ukrainian gets through into third position. That will help his chances of a decent grid slot. And of course, you're trying to get as much out of each heat as you possibly can. You accrue points based on where you finish in each of the heats. If you win the race, you have 0 points added to your tally. If you come second, you have 2. Third, you get 3. 4, you get 4th, and so on and so on. And then it's essentially a golf scorecard. Whoever has the fewest points are the ones that go through. And the 36 drivers with the least points accrued over the 5 heats that they do in the weekend, they are the ones that will get into the final grid. So you want as high a finishing position as possible, obviously, but that's in order to score as few points as possible. So Alexander Schmitz in 5th place is looking at 5 points added to his tally. Harry Thompson in 6th place is looking at having 6 points added to his tally. So it is a reverse point system. The drivers battle away. Palomba in front of Albanese, Putyatin, Carbonell. This is the battle further back. This is Jacob Talas about to get taken by Kakowski. Kakowski trying to hold his own. A great performance there from the young Praga driver. Oh, and there's a contact further back. We've got a kart spun in the hairpin up at turn 5. Driver tried to make the move on the inside line and it didn't work out, and he has spun the kart around, I'm afraid. Some great battles all the way through this field. It's hard to keep up with all of them, but we've got a kart on the hairpin at turn 5. They're trying to move it away, and that is the 171, I'm afraid. That is Christopher Zani. So a real shame for Chris Zani. He's out of the race for the BRM team. But Palomba is out in front. Albanese in 2nd place. 3rd is Putyatin. In 4th, it is Carbonell. And in 5th place, Schmitz ahead of Harry Thompson in P6. Oh, there's a driver on the straight with a problem. That's David Lewinsky. The Polish driver's got a problem. So David Lewinsky is going to have to pull the kart into the pits. And who's that? Who else is coming in? That's Jacob Talas. That is Jacob Talas out of the race. What a shame. And I think Talas, well, that's definitely mechanical related. So Jacob Talas out of the race, and I think David Lewinsky is going to join him. There he is. What a shame for Talas and Lewinsky. Mechanical problems letting them down in the final race of the weekend for them. And that means that neither driver is going to have a decent grid position for the final now. They might still make it in based on their performance earlier in the weekend, but that's really hampered their chances. So Palomba, Albanese, Putyatin, Carbonell, Schmitz, Dahlberg, Thompson, Polini, Kukowski and Tonteri is your top 10 at the moment. 5 laps to go, including this one, which is almost over, in fact. Palomba in front of Albanese. Albanese still trying to get through on Giuseppe Palomba. No word yet of whether there is going to be some kind of penalty handed to Albanese. We won't find out until after the race. So you'll know pretty much the same time I do. As the drivers continue on their battle. Palomba, Albanese, Puciatin. That's the top 3 at the moment. These last heats are always very exciting indeed because you've got this handful of drivers. And this is going to be an absolutely exceptional run. But the competitors are running well. So what are we going to see from these guys as the battle continues in the final 4 laps? Palomba, Albanese, Puciatin, Carbonell, Schmitz and Dahlberg, who has now made the move on Harry Thompson. So Dahlberg's been chipping away at things very neatly here in the last few laps to close up on Thompson. Well, we are going to have an absolutely exceptional run. So Palomba in front of Albanese and Puciatin. Carbonell in 4th and Schmitz in 5th ahead of Dahlberg, Thompson and Polini. Well, this is not going to be an easy race for Palomba to hang on to, the way that Albanese is still giving him plenty of attack. And with 2.5 laps left, Albanese can easily slice up the inside of Palomba when he gets close enough. But he'll want to time it right, because if he times it wrong, then both of them are going to end up being spat out to the scenery, and it's going to ruin any chance they will have of a decent grid slot for the final. And now that Albanese is under investigation as well, that's got to be in the back of his mind a little bit as to whether he goes for the big move on Palomba. I guess he's got to. He's got to try and make the move past, because he's got to try and exacerbate any penalty he might get. Here he goes on the inside. Oh, so close. Albanese backs out of it at the last possible second. Dear, oh dear. That was a heart-stopping moment for Dino Chiesa and the Car Republic Motorsport team. That was a brave effort from Danilo Albanese, but it was not going to happen, and he realized it at the final possible moment. Looks like we got problems on the main straight as well for Antonio Garay. The Spanish driver has got some problems now, so he's going to come into the pits to retire as we go into the final lap. And I think that defensive move from Palomba, oh, goodness me, looks like there's a kart that's come off on this main straight, and the marshal able to get across in just the nick of time, really. But I think Palomba, with that defensive move, has held Danilo Albanese at bay. So a very interesting moment then, of course, for the competitors as they run together in close proximity. But the racing is going to be close in the final with the way that Palomba is pushing. He may be able to get a pole position out of this race. So let's see how Palomba's tally will accrue after all of the races are completed. But it's a great run for Giuseppe Palomba. He comes out of the final turn and he hangs on for the win. And it's a very important one with only one KZ2 race to run. A brilliant job from Palomba. Albanese in 2nd and Puciatin in 3rd. From Carbonell, Schmitz, Dahlberg, Thompson and Polini. But Simone Cunati is now going to have a real challenge for that front of the grid from Giuseppe Palomba. Both with the same equipment in 2 different squads, of course. The Birolart factory team for Giuseppe Palomba and the Modena ASD satellite squad for Cunati. But a thrilling battle and an incredible tussle is on the way in the International KZ2 Super Cup final later. Giuseppe Palomba wins his final heat from Danilo Albanese and Slavik Puciatin. Artur Carbonell and Alexander Schmitz. From Alex Dahlberg and Harry Thompson, Giacomo Polini and Matti Kukowski. Paolo Tonteri completes the top 10 ahead of Sebastian Bellucin and Brandon Nielsen. Then in 13th is Kasper Kalasma from Filippo Berto and Giuseppe Fusco. Gilles Stadsparder and Craig Tanich from Roberto Cesari and Lawrence Van Hoopen. Robin Glerum and Andreas Falk, Andrea Ceresoli and Jesper Sjoberg. Then Yannick Julius Bernhardt, the German for SRP Racing. 25th is Nicola Rossini from Noam Abramczyk, Thomas Mischik and Karl Lugashevsky. Then Antonio Garay is the first of the retirements from Jacob Talas, David Levinsky, Chris Zani and David Trevelov, who retired on the opening tour. And it's been a bitter weekend for the man who was third in the European Championship. He will now not make the final, rather sadly. Let's go back over some of the highlights from that heat. So this is going to be an exceptionally close battle up at the front end of the field in the International KZ2 Super Cup, as the drivers will run together. And a good start initially from Arthur Carbonell. He really does seem to have nailed these starts, but I couldn't tell from that if Danilo Albanese did jump the start. The problem is we couldn't see the lights go out. So he's either done a Valtteri Bottas and timed it absolutely to perfection. We see the spin in the middle of the field, and the two drivers going off on the grass were essentially avoiding that conflagration. And I wonder if that, who was it that ran wide? It was the 204. That's Yannick Julius Bernhardt in the SLP that went off there on the first lap, but he has managed to keep going again, and of course brought the kart home in the end in 24th. So a good comeback despite all of that. At this first lap, you can see so many battles and drivers trying to get themselves into a decent position. And then take into account, of course, that these guys are not only racing wheel to wheel for position, a couple of millimeters off the ground trying to bed in reasonably warm tyres, but they're also changing gear through all of this. It's an absolute nightmare scenario for the drivers because you've got so much going on in one fell swoop, and it doesn't always become second nature, so these drivers have to push very hard in the opening tours. Now this is the move from Palomba. This is the one that changes the face of the race. Carbonell loses out to Palomba, and he manages to control this lead very quickly on, and then Danilo Albanese getting the move done on the Frenchman as well. And the only other man really to make the move on him was his own teammate, and this was nicely done from Slavik Putyati. This is as late as you can leave it for the overtaking move. Look, he just launches to the inside line. I think by that point Carbonell might have thought, well, you're not going to make the move, are you? And then he caught him by surprise. Kakowski still battling well with Talas. I wonder if there was some kind of contact with Jacob Talas that caused his mechanical problems, but he was out of the race later. Chris Zani, there's Jacob Talas. And then, of course, we also had the problem for David Lewinsky, who pulled off the circuit as well. David Trevelov was already long gone by this point. This was the last chance for Danilo Albanese. He had one crack at it, but Palomba's not going to let him go by. So nicely handled. And it means that Giuseppe Palomba now has a really solid run for the final. And it looks like he could have a really good chance of a decent grid position for the final. So we'll have to see how it all plays out, but it's going to be very close indeed. And with the third and final heat of the morning coming up very shortly, we will see some absolutely sensational runs. So for my money, it's going to be a battle between Cunati and Palomba as to who's going to be in pole position. We'll have a look at the end of the race or during the third race, but it's definitely close at the front. A brilliant job from Palomba. Well, obviously being here for the FIA Karting World Championship, the biggest event in gearbox racing, it wouldn't be right if we didn't have the FIA Karting president to explain how things are going and how things are looking here this weekend. So yesterday we caught up with our FIA Karting president and our esteemed honoured guest, Felipe Massa.
Well, first of all, I'm happy to be here in Lonato for the World Championship of KZ, but also for this important race for KZ2 and the last race of the Academy as well. So I'm really happy that a part of all of the problems that we are facing, you know, through the COVID situation, for the sport, but also for our life, you know. So it's definitely nice to see the number of drivers that is participating. It's true that many drivers couldn't even travel, you know, to participate of the races. And when you see that, I mean, by the events, you know, the numbers is increasing, and a part of all of the situation that we need to follow for the COVID, they are here, they are racing, and then the numbers is definitely increasing, and we have a good number for this event, for this World Championship as well. And today we had a very nice battle, you know, in the track, on the wet, on the even drier track, more at the end of the day. And I'm sure tomorrow will be a really amazing day for all of the fans and for all of the drivers that is here to race, to participating of these events. So I'm sure it will be a big battle tomorrow. I'm looking forward. And also I'm looking forward that the COVID is really leave us in the good way for nice events, sport, and everything around our life. You know, we had a lot of really hot races, and that it was really difficult for the drivers. And we have also here this race that is raining. Today was quite difficult for most of the drivers. Tomorrow will be maybe even more, I would say. We still have possibilities of showers for tomorrow. And I would say, I mean, it was amazing to see that, I mean, all of the drivers, they were really working and showing what they can do in the complete different way of weathers, you know, and learning also about how to drive in the right way in the complete different weathers. And tomorrow is another one. This difficult situation that we all passing, you know, for the COVID. We are learning so many different levels. I mean, we're learning about respecting more the people. We're learning about working even harder to make things cheaper, to make things better for the event, for the karting, for the drivers, for the teams. And I think that's really a big learning and a big school what we are passing this year. So definitely we are trying to change things, we are trying to improve things by what we are learning also in this difficult situation. And I'm sure we have a lot of new ideas, a lot of new things that it will make even the events better in so many different levels.
So now time for the final heat in KZ2 that will decide the grid for the final. And it's the Leclerc by Lennox Racing teammates from Sweden, Victor Gustafsson and Ben Tornqvist, that will share the front row of the grid. Alessandro Boran and Valentino Fritsch are on the second row, Gerard Cebrian and Jean Luyet on the third, Hubert Petit and Nikita Artemonov from Leonardo Marsiglia, and Alessio Lorandi, back in the world of karting this weekend, from the fifth row. Daniel Vazil and Rodrigo Ferreira, then Marco Torman and Tom Lulet, Michele Fontana and Leonardo Bizotto, Jean Nomblo and Jenny Savico, Senna van Welstein and Artur Ojaranta, Moritz Ebner and Federico Mascherlino, Kasper Cichurek and Alexandra Aru, Enrico Bernardotto and Christian Gaffuri, Lev Lomko and Gabriel Bizzazero, Damian Valar and Hannah Lang from Alessio Lamartina, Belen Garcia, Mihai Munchean and Luca Bosco. 34 drivers, and there are only 34 left who will bid for the chance to get into the final of the KZ2 International Super Cup. It is the biggest race of the year if you are a gearbox racer at KZ2 level. And this is not their World Championship. Of course, it is tied in the same weekend. The KZ2 drivers all affectionately refer to it as their World Championship. But it is a fabulous race nonetheless. And with 99 competitors trying to get into those 36 grid slots, no second chances, no opportunity for mistakes from here on in. Every decent lap counts. And obviously for Victor Gustafsson in particular, this is a really important race to win. He had a disqualification yesterday for being underweight and had a very decent result otherwise. So this is such an important race for him to get right. His teammate Ben Tornqvist has been very solid and consistent. He could even end up as pole position for this one. We'll have to double check as the race plays out. But this is going to be so difficult to predict. Gustafsson, Tornqvist, Boran, Fritsch, Cebrian, Luyet, Petit, Artemonov, Marsiglia and Lorandi from the top 10 of the grid. Who's going to get the final heat win of the weekend? They're going to have a false start by the look of it. Yep, that's a false start. Now, I'm not entirely sure what the reason for that was. Oh, that's the reason. It's Hannah Lang. Hannah Lang's in trouble. That's a disaster for the MK Racing driver on the Formula K chassis. And it's so hard to get these karts restarted if you are not able to, because you need to push start them. And Hannah Lang has had a terrible 2020 season for Fortune. It's just not gone her way. Don't forget that she was the top 3 in Britain last year. 4 years ago. And she's realised no matter how hard she tries, she's not going to be able to get the kart started again. That's devastating for Hannah Lang. She's had absolutely no luck at all this year. She walks away absolutely inconsolable. She had a great chance to get this race underway, and it's just not going to happen for her. What a disaster. And you really do feel for her, because she's been very hard done by in terms of luck in 2020, and it has ended in heartbreak. For the other drivers, they will go round again and form up on the grid as they did before. But an absolutely devastating end for Hannah Lang. So the race continues on without her. as Victor Gustafsson and Ben Tornqvist line up on the front row of the grid from Alessandro Buran and Valentino Fritsch. And then Gerard Sabrian and Jean Luyet from Hubert Petit and Nikita Artemanov, Leonardo Marsiglia and Alessio Larandi, and then Vasil, Ferreira, Tormen, Luyet, Fontana, Bisotto, Nomblo and Savico from Van Waalstein and Ojadanta. 33 drivers remaining for the start of the race then. Let's see how it all gets underway. The two Leclerc by Lennox chassis on the front row of the grid. How's it going to go for them? Let's find out. Cracking start from Gustafsson. Nearly no start at all from Tornqvist as they charge through to the first corner. And it's a beautiful start from Gustafsson, who holds the early advantage. And as they go through the first few corners of the lap, it looks as though we're A-OK. Nobody's come off the road. So Gustafsson in front of Buran as they charge up the hill towards turn 6. And it looks as though everybody's got through without too many dramas. Looks like somebody just took to the grass on the exit of turn 5. But they're all okay otherwise. So let's see them as they come through on the back straight. Oh, a spin in the middle of the pack. And it's caused a couple of drivers in trouble. It's the 163 that's gone around. It's Gabriel Bizzozero. And there's damage to another of the carts there. That is one of the Leclerc by Lennox machines, I believe. And that is Luca Bosco. So Bosco's out of the race now as well. And I'm afraid to say, out of the weekend. And it looks like one of the SRPs is cruising. That is Alessio Lamartina. So he's in trouble and out of the race, I think, as well. But the race continues on regardless. Lamartina's going to complete the lap and pull in, but that's Bosco and Bizzozero out of the race now, joining Hannah Lang on the sidelines. So 3 drivers out of this one, and they're out of the weekend. Oh, there's another one off in the middle of the circuit. That's the 203. That's Mayhem München. The remaining... Oh, they're dropping out all over the place. That's the 185. That's Kasper Cichurek. So Kasper Cichurek, the Cosmic driver, he's out of the race now as well. This is what we keep talking about. Drivers are battling tooth and nail, and they can't afford a single mistake because that really will end the weekend for them. So now, as it stands, it looks as though it's going to be Simone Cunati who gets pole position for the final. The way things are currently going to play out, Gustafsson's doing his best to get a decent grid slot. But around the outside, Alessandro Buran snatches it. What a move from Alessandro Buran. That is absolutely heart-stopping. One of the best overtakes I've ever seen at Lonato. He came from the outside of turn 6, kept his foot on the power. Gustafsson's defending, and Buran just holds his nerve. Sensational. So Buran takes the lead. He actually waves to Gustafsson as he comes across the line. Thanks, mate. That was a lovely move. And now Victor Gustafsson wants vengeance. He wants to get him back again. Artemanov has climbed to 3rd out of all of this. And then in 3rd, well, behind him in 4th place, is Jean Luyet. Alessio Lalandi's come up the order. He's moved up into 7th place. Getting past Marsiglia. Fritsch is down to 9th. So the way this currently looks, it's going to be Cunati on pole from Zanchi, Giannoni and Luyet. And there goes Gustafsson back on the inside of Buran, who gets him on the switch. Buran's trying to squeeze him around the outside, and Gustafsson retakes the lead. And now we've got another driver in trouble. That is the 181 out of the race. That's Alexandre Auru. So the Frenchman is out. They are absolutely falling by the wayside. We've lost Bosco, Bizzozero, Lang, Lamartina, Munchean, Cichurek, and now we have lost Alexandre Auru. And this is the battle for 4th place as Tornqvist gets up the inside of Jean Luyet, and now Gerard Sabrian is trying to have a crack at it. The Spaniard trying to keep it round the outside now. He tucks back for the switch. Lovely from Sabrian, and it's held up Luyet. So now here comes Marsiglia, and back on the inside. Marsiglia gets the move on Sabrian. Absolutely terrific. Great racecraft, and they're all bunching up into the hairpin. Careful, guys. Not everybody's going to make it through the way they're currently pushing. This is very tight stuff indeed. And they are absolutely squabbling. We're on lap 6 of 13. Senna Van Waalstein's pushing through the field, trying to get himself into the final grid. And a big lunge on the inside line there from Alessio Narandi. He gets through past Luyet, who's storming around. Jean Luyet trying to get past us round the outside. That is Marco Torment trying to make up places. He can't get the move done. Fritsch now goes side by side with Louet. He gets squeezed, and up the inside comes Hubert Petit. Petit comes through past Marco Torment. Amazing. Great bit of racecraft in the midfield, and it's now or never for these drivers. They know it. Still pushing hard, trying to make their impression as they continue on through the charge. Marcellia could really have done with a race victory here to get himself a place on the front row of the grid, because he's got 4 points more than he needs at the moment. He's got 5 points coming his way. If he can win this race, Marcellia, he can join Simone Cunati on the front row of the grid, as Tom Louet is going to get a warning flag there. Not sure what he's meant to have done, but Tom Louet is down in 16th, and Senna van Waalstein in 17th is likely to get one now as well. In fact, he is going to get one. So the battle is absolutely raging in the midfield. This is their last chance to make it happen. 3 into 1's a bit brave, isn't it, chaps? Just watching the midfield as Jean Louet is desperately trying to hold his position. And there's some very brave manoeuvres in this field. They know they've only got 1 shot at it, so they cannot afford to get it wrong. 7 laps completed, 6 laps to go, and it will decide the final grid for the KZ2 International Super Cup. Gustafsson leads the way. He's not going to book himself a place in the top 10, but he might still get himself a chance to get into the final. And that's all that the European champion wants, a chance to redeem himself. A big lunge up the inside from Louet on the inside of Savico. So Genis Savico, who is another of the drivers to have come from direct drive to switch to gearbox for this weekend, clearly hoping that he can salvage the CRG team's fortunes as he heads their charge in this heat. Only 27 of the 34 original entrants for this race still going, as 7 of them are out. Aru, Cichurek, Mochayan, Lamartina, Buzzero, Bosco and Lang. But 5th position is Marcellia, who could still get himself on the front row of this starting grid if he can find his way past Tornfist. Further back, we've got a great battle. That's Fritsch and Petit getting past Jean Louet. And Louet's got some big problems here. Lots of drivers trying to come through. That's Marco Torment making his bid up the inside line. And Daniel Vasil is going to get there through on the inside as well. Is there enough space for Bizzero? Yes, there is. But he closes the door. So this is not going well at all for Jean Louet. He's going backwards down the field, trying to keep himself in contention. But what an absolute squabble. So the battle continues on its way. 4 laps to go. Still an amazing and monumental squabble in the midfield of KZ2. But Simone Cunati can rest easy knowing that his win in the earlier heat has booked him a place in pole position for the KZ2 International Super Cup. And that is exactly what he wanted. The vice champion of Europe has a chance to win the biggest prize of them all. But is it going to be Matteo Zanchi that joins him on the front row, or is it going to be Marcellia? With 4 laps to go, Leonardo Marcellia needs to climb from 5th position to 1st, and that's looking very unlikely at the moment. Gustafsson leads the way. This is Sebrian and Lorandi. Alessio Lorandi, the former FIA Formula 2 driver, battling his way in position. Great to see him returning to karting. He was always one of the stars of the sport back in his day, and he has lost nothing now that he's come back into FIA karting as a gearbox racer, and there's the proof. Welcome back, Alessio Lorandi. We've missed you. His skill is absolutely unquestionable around Lonato, and it's great to see him back in his element. And it's like riding a bike. You never forget it. You jump into cars, you come back into karting, and you can be just as quick as you always were. Wonderful to see. Gustafsson still riding the crest of the wave up front, trying to keep himself in a good position, because a win is the only thing that will do for him now after his exclusion in the weekend for being underweight. That's absolutely decimated his chances of getting pole position or even a top 10 start. But he might still be able to book himself a place in the upper half of the field if he gets the win. He needs all the chips to land in the right place, but there is a good chance of it, so he just needs to keep the faith. So Gustafsson on the penultimate lap in front of Buran. But for me, Alessandro Buran has still pulled off the overtaking move of the race. A shame he couldn't hold it in front of Gustafsson, but he's certainly proved his point. And the Italian has been absolutely supreme in this one. 2nd place is going to be a good reward. He won't be satisfied with it because he's a racing driver. He knew he could have won, but at least he's pulled out the stops to try and make it happen. But coming in second place to the 2020 European champion is no lean achievement, especially considering that he beat everybody else. Last lap, and Gustafsson is doing the best he can. He had to win to have any chance of qualifying for the final. His back was to the wall a little bit, the pressure was on him, but he's had to make the best of it, and make the best of it he has. With Buran in second and Artemanov in third, they should make the final themselves as well. But it is a brilliant drive from Victor Gustafsson when he needed to pull it out the bag as well. His teammate Tornqvist is going to be sixth on the grid by finishing fourth place. So it's not a bad day at the office at all for the team. But Victor Gustafsson shows his quality and his credence with the victory in the final heat of the weekend for KZ2, ahead of Alessandro Buran and Nikita Artemanov. Excellent racecraft from both Gustafsson and Buran. I can't wait to look back over it all because it really was exceptional. But an absolutely sensational drive from the man up front, the European champion, Victor Gustafsson. He's not going to be in the top 10 of the grid for the final, unfortunately, due to his underweight exclusion yesterday. But he certainly put himself back in contention for a mighty drive through the field. What can he do in the later final? So Victor Gustafsson is victorious. Alessandro Buran second from Nikita Artemanov and Benjamin Tornqvist. Then Leonardo Marsiglia and Alessio Larandi from Hubert Petit and Valentino Fritsch. Daniel Vasile and Marco Tormen. Leonardo Bisotto and Jean Luyet from Tom Lulet and Senna van Waalstein. Then Michele Fontana and Christian Gaffuri from Genis Civico and Jean Nomblo. Rodrigo Ferreira and Enrico Bernardotto. Federico Mascherlino and Lev Lomko from Alto Oggeranta and Moritz Ebner. 25th is Damian Valar, 26th is Belen Garcia, and there were no other finishers. Jared Sebrian sadly out of the race on the last lap, and before then, Alexandra Aru, Kasper Cichurek, Mihai Munchien, Alessio Lamartina, and then all out on the first lap, Gabriel Bizzazero and Luca Bosco, along with Hannah Lang, who rather sadly failed to start through mechanical problems. So let's go through the highlights from an incredible final heat that books Simone Cunati into pole position for the Super Cup. Hannah Lang, rather unfortunate there to not be able to make the start. And you can see how devastated she is. She's had such an annoying season in terms of no luck at all. Her speed has not really matched her ability this year. So off the start, a terrible getaway from Tornqvist. Fortunate for all the drivers to be able to avoid the conflagration. There was a couple of drivers banging wheels, but nothing that really resulted in a race ending. You can see the chain reaction all the way through the field, because once the first driver has a hiccup, it ripples all the way through the field, and it's fascinating to watch how it unfolds. But the drivers have ended up having a pretty hectic first lap. But Gustafsson is in the lead at this point. Tornqvist is desperately trying to make up the ground he's lost off the start. But so much of these races are won and lost on that start line. That's the big problem. So a very difficult problem for the competitors as they continue on their way. And a great battle it has been in KZ2. So the drivers obviously trying to filter their way through on the first lap. We didn't quite get to see what it was that put these two drivers out of the race, Bizzozero and Bosco. But essentially, it was a spin from Bizzozero that started a chain reaction. Two drivers ended up hitting him, Bosco and Lamartina. And that was their races over and done with. Poor Gabriel Bizzozero. It's not been his weekend. And then in a separate incident, we lost Mihai Munchean. And in the background, you can see there two karts spinning off. One of them is the rather unfortunate Kasper Cichurek. But it looked to me as though Moritz Ebner went there as well. And I have a feeling that Moritz Ebner is going to have a front fairing penalty at the end of that, because the front fairing was very badly loose. Now watch Buran. This is the replay of what he did around the outside. He squeezes Gustafsson and just drives around the outside of the Swede. It's an amazing overtake, considering that how much pressure Gustafsson is under. He has to concede it and let it go, and he nearly spins off the road. So the first opportunity Gustafsson gets, he comes straight back on the warpath of Alessandro Buran, who again tries the same move on the hairpin, but there just isn't enough room. So unfortunate that he couldn't return the favour. Alexandra Aru retiring from the race a little later on as well. And this bold lunge on the inside from Ben Tornfist to get himself back into contention was a very brave one. The squabbling in the mid-pack, you see there's so many drivers trying to get a result out of the bag. They will just make any move that they possibly can. But that's an important one from Leonardo Marsiglia to get the move there, because that puts him on the second row of the grid alongside Lorenzo Giannoni for the final. So an important move there from Marsiglia to be top 5. Lorandi going well as well. And this is the last chance gasp really from Valentino Fritsch to get his move done on Petit. And also in the mix there, the likes of Bisotto and Torment. Some great racing all the way through. It really was sensational. But the competition has been very close indeed through KZ2, and we've had some great battles. This is the last big moment on from Lorandi to get past, I think, Gerard Sabrian actually. But he would end up out of the race in a separate incident. But Victor Gustafsson winning when he needed to. It was a fabulous race, and it puts him hopefully into the final. But it is going to be a tough one. But for Simone Cunati, it's pole position for the biggest race of his life. On we go to the Karting Academy Trophy. It's Oscar Wirtz and Matteo Capieto on the front row of the grid from Alex Kubenko and Theo Makouris. Darius Babiawana and Maxime Ferron-Castellin from Jonathan Waywat and Alex Powell. Ariel Elkin and Alexei Yaleva. Donovan Bonilla and Albin Stadesen. Freya Norman, Emil Gudrum and Georgios Kafantaris. Now, for those who have not seen the FIA Karting Academy Trophy before, this is the annual competition where every driver is given the same piece of equipment, the Exprit chassis, with the Vortex engine, Vega tyres, and they are given exactly the same piece of equipment for each driver. They represent their country. They are selected by their national motorsport governing body to represent their country in an international competition. So far this season, we have been to Adria in Italy and Genk in Belgium before coming here to Lonato, the temple of karting. And for a few of these drivers, this is their very first competition where they have come out of their national motorsport stage to race on the world's most pinnacle sport and discipline of karting. So the drivers on the grid. For Austria, it's Oscar Wirtz on pole. For France, it's Matteo Capieto. Alex Kubenko, the Russian, who leads the intermediate standings at this point. From Britain's Theo Makouris. Darius Babiawana of Romania and Luxembourg's Maxime Ferron-Castellin. From John Waywat of Denmark and Alex Powell of Jamaica. Are we going to go racing straight away? Looks as though it's a false start on this occasion. So a false start. The drivers will go around again for another attempt at it. We saw some cracking racing yesterday. In fact, over the 4 heats that we saw 4 different race winners. Matteo Capieto of France, Conor Zilic of the United States, who has effectively sealed the title already up to this point. Theo Makouris of Great Britain by 0.013 of a second to take the victory. And Alexander Gubenko got a heat win and a second yesterday, which is why he leads the intermediate standings at this point. But we've got Oscar Wirtz of Austria on pole position, plucked from the same incredible family that has already spurned Alex and Charlie Wirtz. So Oscar Wirtz is now doing himself proud as he represents Austria on the front row of the grid alongside Matteo Capieto of France. And then Alex Gubenko and Theo Makouris from Babiawana, Ferron-Castellin, Waywat, Powell, Elkin, Yaleva, Bonilla and Stadesen. Is it going to be a clean start? This time it is, and we're away racing. Great start from the front for Wirtz and Gubenko. They've charged forward, no problem, just as they did in the heat yesterday. Capieto trying to keep himself in a decent position as they lock up, and that's a spin on the way to turn 4. And into the barriers. That is a disaster for the 528 of Georgios Kafantaris, the Greek. So Kafantaris is out of the race. He'll still make the final, but that's a very annoying way for his weekend to be compromised. And Gubenko's got past Wirtz. So Gubenko has got into the lead. Oscar Wirtz in second place. And in third position, that looks to me like Matteo Capieto still in position. So as they come through, in fact, I think it might not be Matteo Capieto who's there in third place. Is that John Waywat? It is indeed. So John Waywat has come through, the Danish driver up to third place. Cracking start. So Gubenko, Wirtz and Waywat. Then it is Capieto, Babiawana, Elkin, Makouris, Powell and Ferron-Castellin from Freya Norman. And up the inside, that's Waywat getting the move on Wirtz. So Jonathan Waywat gets up into second position past Oscar Wirtz. Wirtz is trying to come back at him. They run side by side. Little bit of banging wheels, and Capieto's got the move on Wirtz now as a result. So Capieto gets through into third place, and Alex Gubenko has just been allowed to disappear out in front. That's a nice move in the middle of the pack there, as we've got a good charge forward from Ariel Elkin. The Israeli has got past the Romanian Darius Babiawana. And then we've got Theo Makuris and Alex Powell, the Brit and the Jamaican, battling away together, with Furon Castellan of Luxembourg down in 9th position ahead of Freya Norman. So Gubenko doing a good job here in front of John Waywat, has pulled out the gap thanks to their little squabble with Capieto and Wirtz. And Wirtz is now desperately trying to hang on in front of Elkin, who dives through on the inside. Good move from Ariel Elkin. And the Israeli is now in 4th place. Round the outside, that's a big challenge from Darius Babiawana. And I think Theo Makuris tried to get through on the inside line there. Couldn't quite find the space on the Romanian. So the battle and the challenge continues. Still a lot of great racing to come from these academy drivers as they continue their charge forward. So up to the hairpin. Gubenko leads the way, and it looks almost certain that if he wins this one, he's going to book pole position for the final round of the season. So this is going to be a great opportunity for Alex Gubenko of Russia to stamp his authority in this final weekend of the season. Waywat and Capieto are going to work together to try and catch him. They've got 6 laps to do something about the race leader Gubenko. And from Capieto's point of view, there's no point getting into a silly battle with Waywat. He just wants a clean move. There he goes on the inside. Now he's going to hope that the Danish driver works with him to close up on Gubenko, but he feels he's the faster driver, so he wants to charge after the race leader, Alex Gubenko. Now, it's also worth pointing out that Capieto in the wet was a second faster than anybody in the practice sessions on Friday, but in the dry, he hasn't got that kind of advantage on the rest of the field. So he's got to try and get the deadlock down between himself and Gubenko, which is already just over a second. And with 5 laps to go, that's looking pretty tough. Gubenko leads. Capieto second, 1.2 seconds back from Waywat and Elkin. Then it's Babiawana, Wirtz, Powell, Furon Castellan, Makuris and Stodesen from Norman, Yaleva, Benila and Gjerdrum. Now here is that midfield battle. This is Powell in front of Wirtz now. So Alex Powell has got through into P6 past Oscar Wirtz. Good bit of racecraft there as he continues his journey forward up the rankings. Alex Powell had a frustrating day at the office yesterday. He really wants a good one today. Fortunately, all the drivers are going to make the final. So now they've just got to book themselves a decent place on the starting grid for it. So this battle for second, still raging. Capieto, Waywat, and Elkin. Elkin gets the dive on the inside line. A great run from the Israeli star as he gets himself now into 3rd position. So that's P3 for Ariel Elkin. 4 laps to go. These young competitors, very feisty and very much pushing for the opportune moment when they can. Waywat's not going to make the move yet on Elkin. He wants to get a little bit closer to Capieto. He would really like Elkin to try and get the move on Capieto, force the issue, both of them to have a bit of a moment, and then Waywat to jump them both. That would suit him down to the ground. But it looks as though Alex Gubenko is going to book his place on pole position for the final here at Lonato. With 2 wins and a second, that would more than do to get him to the front end of the grid. And here's Elkin on Capieto. What a drive from Ariel Elkin. He really has proven himself to be the find of the season as far as Israeli motorsport is concerned. He has put on a terrific show here in the Academy Trophy, and he has been the equal of everybody. So this is a young man you need to keep an eye on for the future. He's definitely got a big career ahead of him the way he's currently pushing it. 6 laps done, 3 to go. Here comes Capieto, though. He wants a little bit more from Elkin. Elkin's going to get him back on the switch. Lovely return from the Israeli. So Elkin comes through into 2nd place again from Capieto and Waywat. Alex Powell sets the fastest lap, trying to catch up to Darius Babiawana. And still we got Furon Castellan in 7th ahead of Wirtz, Makuris and Stodesen. So some tough racing to come in these last 2 laps as this 2nd place battle needs to sort itself out. For the moment, it's Elkin ahead of Capieto and Waywat, with Gubenko already disappearing up front. 2 laps to go for the Russian. He called it lucky yesterday. I don't believe it. I think there's a lot more talent in that right foot than he's willing to believe. He's managed to get a decent gap again in the early stages. And so Gubenko putting on a good show here at Lonato. Into the hairpin, Elkin, Capieto and Waywat. Maxime Castellin now gets the fastest lap as he tries to chase after Darius Babiawana. Alex Powell's already got through into P5. So a good battle as the competitors continue through the S's. Now this is going to be an opportunity for Waywat to try and get back on terms with Capieto. And the Danish driver knows it. He's really starting to size up the move on Capieto. He's only got a lap to do it though, because they're going to come into the final turn now. And Gubenko will go into the final lap. 8 laps completed. Here we go. And Gubenko's got this one on a plate as long as he doesn't push too hard. But he's lost a bit of ground to Elkin. Elkin's pushing. Capieto in 3rd, Waywat in 4th, Powell in 5th. But Alex Gubenko just trying to keep it together at the moment. He has a 7/10 of a second advantage, but he lost 3/10 in that last lap. So Elkin, Capieto and Waywat are working together to try and get that gap down, and they are absolutely eating away at the gap. But I think it's going to be too big for Gubenko to lose it. Elkin's not given up on it, just in case Gubenko makes a mistake. Into the final hairpin. Alex Gubenko, though, is not going to lose this one. He's far too talented to get that kind of gap away from him as he comes into the final hairpin. He knows he's got the job done. Alex Gubenko takes the flag and beats Ariel Elkin to the line. Capieto 3rd from Waywat in 4th. Good job from Gubenko. Thumbs up to the Israeli. But Alex Gubenko has just booked himself a place on pole position for the final. A great job from Alex Gubenko. 2 wins and a second this weekend. And the Russian will line up in pole for the final Academy Trophy final of the year. So a great job from Alex Gubenko. Unfortunate for Georgios Kafantaris, who was unable to complete the first lap. But for Alex Gubenko, it is a great day at the office that has begun. So he takes the victory for Russia. Second place for Israel is Ariel Elkin. The Frenchman Massimo Capieto is 3rd. From Denmark's Jonathan Waywat. Alex Powell and Maxime Castellin from Darius Babiawana and Oscar Wirtz. Theo Makuris and Albin Stodesen. Alexei Yeleva and the Mexican Donovan Bonilla in front of Freya Norman and Emil Christian Gödrum. They won retirement from the race, Georgios Kafantaris. So a fabulous battle in the Academy Trophy and a great win for Gubenko. Let's have a look back over some of the highlights from that race that puts the Russian in pole for the final. So this was an important one to get right immediately off the line, and Wirtz and Gubenko have decided, right, they're going to bolt away nice and quickly. They've already got a couple of kart lengths on the man in behind them, Darius Babiawana, who's had an incredible counts in the Academy Trophy. You drop your worst score over the qualifying heats and your worst score in a final. But he had scored 69 points out of a potential 70. And the only way to score 70 was to have won the qualifying heats. But he would still like to win all 3 finals this year if he can. Connor Zilic over the United States. We'll have to pick up on that when he comes out very shortly. This battle for second place, very exciting indeed between Kipieto, Waywat and Elkin, but it was the Israeli who really put on the show. Ariel Elkin picking off Waywat in fine style, and then managing to size up the maneuver from Matteo Kipieto. Again, this is all about strategy, and obviously Elkin thinking, well, in this final heat, I might be able to get myself a decent position for the grid in the final, so he doesn't wait around. He picks off first Waywat and then Kipieto in the hairpin. So nicely handled from the young man. And Ariel Elkin doing a fine job over the course of this season. He's been one of the stars of the show for me, along with the likes of Alex Powell and Theo Makouris, along with Maxime Florent-Castellan as well. Darius Babiuana, though, is one that's hard to ignore this weekend. The Romanian really has stood up and paid attention over the course of these first two weekends and done his homework in terms of his mental preparation and getting things together for this one. And Alex Gubenko, well, it's hard to look away from him, isn't it? He's been absolutely astonishing all weekend. He's had this reputation of being fast in qualifying, and then the luck deserts him in the races. But this weekend, he has made his own luck. He has pushed right away from the start. Second in the opening heat, a win in yesterday's, and a win again today. And he will be the man who beats up on himself and said, yeah, but it was lucky. I nearly got caught at the end of the race here, but you have to do the hard work first, and Gubenko certainly did that for my money. He is a worthy pole position sitter for the Academy Trophy final, which is coming up a little later this afternoon. A great job from him. Who will line up on the front row of the grid alongside him? Well, that won't be found out over the course of this second and final Academy Trophy heat of the morning. But for the Russian, he's on pole. So as we prepare for that second and final FIA Karting Academy Trophy heat ahead of the final later, let's have a word from the man who has all but clinched the title, the 11th running of the event, the young man from the United States of America, who explains to us why he attended despite having already sealed the title, Conor Zilic.
Yeah, it's a wet start to the weekend, as you can probably see. The championship is already locked, so I'm basically just coming into the weekend and hoping to have fun. I got chosen from America to race for my country, so I'm going to continue to race for my country. This track's a lot different in the wet, as sometimes you hit the curb, sometimes you go around the outside. It's a pretty fun track in the wet, and I'm hoping to see what the rest of the weekend has for us. I'm hoping to go 3 for 3 and win all the races, but there's no rush, no need to.
So having taken 69 of the 70 possible points, the only way he could have got the maximum score, Conor Zilic, was to start bang on pole position for the final to get that final 10 points done. But he will still not be catchable, provided that he stays out of trouble for this heat and the final. Many a driver might have decided to stay home in those situations and think, well, I'll just take the title by staying away, thanks very much. But that's not Conor Zilic's way. The American was chosen to represent the United States of America, and he will wave his nation's flag with pride, and he will do so on the world stage. A very decisive and very character-building decision for Conor Zilic. All he has to do, as we said, is stay out of trouble and enjoy the racing. That's what he's here for. He wants to have fun. And, of course, in the back of his head, he'd quite like to win the third and final race of the season, the final. And that's obviously what his objective is. And for this race, he will line up on the front row of the grid alongside the man who was pole position in time qualifying, the very talented Belgian Tom Breiken, who has been the most successful qualifier this season. 2 pole positions from 3 weekends. So a fabulous result from him. Third on the grid will be the highly rated German Gianni Andrezzani, who's been getting better all through the season. So Gianni Andrezzani will be there in 3rd place. And 4th position will be the Emirati Keanu Alajari. So they'll be together on the 2nd row. And then Ivan Dominguez and Matteo De Palo will be together on the 3rd row of the starting grid. So they will be there together. And on the 4th row of the grid, it will be Rafael Modenese of Peru, alongside the Japanese driver Shu Dozono. On the 5th row, it will be Frederick Lund of Costa Rica and Bart Piekatowski of Poland. And then on the 6th row, we will see Kaloyan Varbatsaliev, the Bulgarian, beside the Czech Republic's Adam Kowalski. Thomas Valentas of Lithuania on the 7th row beside Slovakia's Mati Koenig. And then Majsadar of Slovenia will line up alongside the young man from the Philippines. That is Zachary David, who had a rather unfortunate time in the qualifying sessions, but he has fought his way back brilliantly over the course of the heats. It will be a fascinating challenge for those drivers as they come out onto the beautiful sun-kissed circuit here at Lonato. It's been great to have these drivers return to the circuit in such fascinating battles. I've had messages from a few people who are watching along at home. It's been great to hear from them. Robin Davies has messaged me this morning saying, "What a difference 24 hours makes." You're not wrong, brother. Yesterday at about the same time, we needed oars, never mind tyres, because it was more like boating than it was karting at the one point yesterday. But now it is absolutely gorgeous, the weather. The Italian sunshine has returned here to South Garda Karting. They call this place the Temple, and it is not hard to see why. This really is karting Mecca. All the gods and the legends of the sport have raced here and conquered all. Now they go to battle one more time in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. This is their last heat of the 2020 season. And I have to say, having been there now through the 2018 and 2019 runnings of the Karting Academy Trophy, this is my third year with them. And the class of 2020, they really are a wonderful bunch. They are a great collection of racers from all over the world. And they've earned their right to carry their nation's flag here. Tom Breiken and Conor Zilic, from Gianni Andrezzani and Chiano Alajari, Ivan Dominguez and Matteo De Palo, Rafael Modanese and Shuda Zono from Frederick Lund and Bart Piekatowski, Kalian Vabatsaliev and Adam Kowalski from Thomas Velentas and Mate Koenig from Mai Sedar and Zachary David. So the drivers are there together, lined up, ready for the races. And it will be a truly exceptional squabble from them as they battle together. But we will see how the competitors run in this most exciting of disciplines and most exciting of competitions. Conor Zilic will line up in second on the grid alongside Tom Breiken. That's obviously the tougher side of the grid to get right. So we'll have to see how the drivers fare. And of course, this is the race that will determine who will line up on that front row of the starting grid alongside the pole sitter, Alex Gubenko. The provisional pole sitter, of course. We have to make sure everything is fine and dandy technically, and then it all should be fine. But who will line up on the front row of the grid alongside? It certainly looks as though it could be Conor Zilic, but he will need to get a victory in order to do so. Tom Breiken is going to make sure that doesn't happen. So out of the final turn, Breiken, Zilic, Andrezzani, Alajari, Dominguez, De Palo, Modanese, De Zono, Lund and Piekatowski. Is it a good start? Yes, it is! We're racing! Charging into the first corner. Great start from Andrezzani. He's slotted into second place as Zilic holds on to third on the inside of turn 2. But it's a great start from Breiken. Andrezzani into P2 and third is Zilic. The field holds its way down to the hairpin, and this is the move from Andrezzani to hold the inside line. And Zilic is going to get him on the switchback. Lovely move from the American. Zilic comes up into second place behind Tom Breiken, and now it's as they started. So it's time for the challenge to begin from Conor Zilic. How long is he going to wait to make his move on Breiken? Will it be instantaneous? He comes down to the hairpin. Here he goes. Doesn't wait around. Job done. Gets through. Andrezzani trying to defend as well. From the very fast starting 537, Ivan Dominguez, the Portuguese. In there as well is the 533. That's Modanese trying to come through into the top 5. He's got through to 5th for the moment. But he's got a lot of battling to come, and Modanese doing well in the early stages to shoot forward. So it's Zilic and Breiken up front. Then it is Dominguez from Andrezzani and Modanese. Alajari in 6th place. Breiken's going to have another go at Zilic. In fact, he's trying to stay with him and pull away from the rest of the field. He wants a second place finish, and the best way to do that is tuck in behind Conor Zilic. So as it stands, it looks as though the American is going to be on the front row of the grid from Alex Gubenko. And Ivan Dominguez is looking very strong here. Starting in third is where he's likely to get if he finishes third in this one. De Zono moves forward past Andrezzani. De Palo moves forward past Koenig. This is going to change a lot of things the way things are currently stacked up. So Gianni Andrezzani down to 6th position. That's not going to help his cause. The drivers continue on their way. Andrezzani losing a place. That's going to cost him a couple of places in the start of the grid. Chiano Alajari looking at P6 now. He comes through. So Conor Zilic in front of Tom Breiken. This heat really does change all sorts of things in terms of the grid positions for the final. They've got to get it right. This is a nice little battle shaping up here as Rafael Modenese tries to get his move on Ivan Dominguez for third position. Here he goes. Lovely, lovely move from Modenese. And that's P3. So the Peruvian gets up into third position as he now tries to hunt after the leading two duo, Conor Zilic and Tom Breiken. But Modenese holds the place in front of Dominguez and De Zono. De Zono now trying to get himself back up the order. The Japanese driver had a crazy day at the office yesterday, but he's shown time and again in 2020 that he has the speed to run at the front. Here comes Breiken, looking for his move on Zilic. Is he? No, not quite yet. So the battle continues, and still the race will go for it. Up the inside, Breiken makes his move on Zilic and retakes the lead. Well done to the Belgian. And now he gestures to Conor Zilic. Let's work together to get away from these three. Zilic isn't going to be terribly cooperative. It's because of that move that they're catching us. Don't you realise? Of course he does. Barbet Saliev gets a warning flag, so he's got to be careful. But Zilic does not want to be backed up into Rafael Modenese, as the Peruvian is now making big progress in this one. Can he work his way forward onto the back of Zilic? Well, now it's a five-way scrap. It was two men on their own up front, but Breiken taking the lead has backed them into the chasing trio, and Modenese's broken away from Dominguez and De Zono. So now the Peruvian has a chance to snatch a win here. Breiken, Zilic, Modenese. He needs to go for it. Zilic goes for the lead. Modenese gets second. So the Peruvian, who's just set the fastest lap of the race, by the way, a 49.7 from Modenese, is now closing up on Conor Zilic, the man who's won the title already, essentially. But Modenese is trying to get himself back into contention. So is this going to be the run for the title for Zilic up front? Or can Modenese get himself into a winning position? He needs to go for it if he wants to get in there. And a nice move from De Zono. He gets past Dominguez but runs wide. Has he got the power off the turn to hold third place? Yes, he does. Well done to De Zono. And now Ivan Dominguez tucks in behind Tom Breiken. So Breiken in fourth place. Dominguez is fifth. Tom Breiken trying not to lose too many more places. He's in fourth at the moment. Here comes Dominguez. Breiken tries to hold him at bay, but Dominguez is resilient. Brilliant bit of racecraft there from Dominguez. So he comes up into fourth position. So it's going to be an absolutely incredible run from Conor Zilic up front from Modenese. But if the Peruvian gets half a chance, he will try and take the lead away from the American. Up the inside comes Breiken. Gets back on Dominguez. That's a good retaliation from the Belgian. But Modenese is closing in on the American Conor Zilic. Don't forget that the American has no pressure here. He doesn't have to win these races. He's just having fun out there. But Modenese definitely wants to. If he can win, he can get himself a better position on the grid, so he's going to try for it. Zilic runs a little bit deep through turn 4. Modenese is going to challenge on the inside, and Rafael Modenese of Peru takes the lead. Nice bit of driving, but he's going to come wide on the exit, is he? Just about holds on to it. Zilic in second place then still, and in third, closing up on them, is the Japanese star, Shu De Zono, who is pushing rapidly. De Zono is catching both of them now, and they've got well clear of Dominguez and Breiken, who are still dueling over fourth place and backing themselves into Matteo De Palo, who's got past both of them. So now we've got Modenese, Zilic and De Zono. Fourth place now is the Italian, Matteo De Palo, who's fighting back on home soil. But they've drifted a long way in front, these three. Zachary David and Adam Kowalski are now in the top 10. Gianni Andrezzani down and out of it. But Matteo De Palo getting into fourth place. This is significant for him. That could give him third on the grid on home soil with 2 laps to go. Modenese still looking for a valuable victory over Conor Zilic. And is this going to happen or isn't it? Because Zilic is trying again on the inside of Modenese, and he retakes the lead. Conor Zilic shows his class, and now De Zono gets through on the inside of Modenese. He gets through to second place. A great run from the Japanese. Modenese is going to have to be creative here to get back on terms with him. De Zono hanging to the inside line. Modenese drifts out the turn. Lovely from Modenese. Into second again. Last lap begins, and Conor Zilic has pulled away. He's left them for dead at the final moment. That shows you just how good Conor Zilic is at reading these races. He looks at the situation for what it is. He doesn't let people get to him. Every time he loses a place, he doesn't get flustered. He just drops in behind them and goes, right, let's try and get that back. He's creative, he's dictatorial, he's disciplined, and he's controlled. And that's why he is about to clinch the Academy Trophy title 2020. But he wants to do it in style. He doesn't want to sit on his laurels on the sidelines and watch it happen. He wants to take it his way. Conor Zilic out of the final turn, and he takes the final heat and gets the front row of the grid for the final alongside the pole setter Gubenko. Modenese in a brilliant second place, even setting the fastest lap on the last lap. And third place for the Japanese Shudazono. Excellent result and a brilliant job from the three up front. Really, really strong. Conor Zilic will line up on the front row of the grid for the final race of the year alongside Alex Gubenko. A great result and a great performance. And a fantastic job from the American. And all 16 drivers made it home this time. Great racecraft from all of them. Conor Zilic takes the final Academy Trophy heat of the 2020 season ahead of Rafael Modenese and Shudazono, Matteo De Palo in front of Tom Breiken, Ivan Dominguez and Bart Piekatowski from Zachary David and Gianni Andrezzani, Keanu Alajari and Adam Kowalski, Kalian Vabatsaliev in 12th ahead of Mai Sadar and Thomas Valentas, then Matti Koenig and Frederick Lunt. They all finished within 10.6 of each other. So let's have a look at the highlights from the last heat of the 2020 Academy Trophy season. Right from the start, it was important to get a good getaway. Zilic alongside Breiken on the start quite neatly. It was a good start initially from Gianni Andrezzani. He was able to force the issue on the inside of Zilic, but the American was resilient and made sure that Dominguez didn't get through. And that's how he really salvaged the victory. He managed to clean up at the start and keep himself in the top three. That's how you win these races. You stay in contention right from the off. And he's lost that place early on to Andrezzani, but the German is thinking so much about Breiken. Zilic, look, he's lining him up already. He knows that Andrezzani is going to be slow on the inside and will drift to the outside, so Zilic launches to the inside. Bold as brass. Brilliant move from the American. He's just so good at seeking out these overtaking moves. And that's what puts him in the strong position he's in. And it doesn't take him long to fend off after Breiken. Look, he's done that at turn 5, made the move for second. And he's not going to wait around forever. He's not going to hang around either. So he closes up on Breiken in a straight line. He's got a lot of good purchase off the turn. And you just sense that he's not going to hesitate. He's going to take the first chance he gets. Here is the first chance he gets. And he makes it stick. Lovely overtaking move. And as that happens, that's the 5.33 of Modenese, having made the great start he made, trying to get through on Andrezzani. That didn't work. So Dominguez, he's able to get past both of them as they drive through. Dominguez ends up then having to concede to Andrezzani. But there was some good early running there from both Dominguez and Modenese. They did an absolutely terrific job on the opening tour of that. So it's going to be an absolutely incredible run from them. This is Modenese's move on Dominguez. That really put him up into contention for the win. Some really good performances, though, from all of the drivers up in the top 5, particularly the young Japanese driver Shudazono. He came from a long way back here to challenge for the win. You've got to give some plaudits, though, to Tom Breiken. Yes, he finished 5th in this one, but he stayed with Conor Zilic right the way through. Zilic even knows he's coming at this point, so he just stays to the outside. He lets Breiken have it, gets a wheel on the curb and lets it drift out, but he's not panicking here. He's just slotting in behind him again. Breiken thinks he's got the measure of Zilic at this point, but Conor has other plans. And so he's going to tuck right in behind Breiken. He's got a good exit speed. You've got Dozono challenging Dominguez, but by this point, the gap is already open for Zilic and Modenese to creep past Breiken. Dozono's got past Dominguez in the same breath. Some truly spectacular racecraft. And now this is how Breiken has got a big problem, because he's got to deal with Dominguez, Dozono having already got through. And the problem is, when you're that close, you know that the overtaking move is on. This is good work from Breiken to move to the middle of the circuit to try and keep Dominguez at bay, but the Portuguese driver's not going to be denied at that phase. So he makes the move stick. Nicely done, nicely handled. And this is Conor Zilic getting his run on Modenese. Modenese got a good move to get into the lead, But this is just totally authoritarian from Zilic. He knows he's got good straight line speed at this point. He's going to make the move up the inside line and knit it on the inside. Nicely handled and nicely taken control of there. And from there, it's plain sailing. You know, De Zono's got his move done on Modenese, but the Peruvian is not going to rest on his laurels. This is a lovely overtake. De Zono's protecting on the inside. Modenese flings it to the outside, swings it back to the inside, and caresses as the car passed. Lovely move there indeed from the Peruvian. And totally serene out in front. But it doesn't matter what these guys throw at it. Conor Zilic just has the measure of them in 2020. This year has been all about the American. And he has made this race season very much his own. It's been absolutely astonishing that he has been able to do so well, so often. 1 or 2 rounds, yes, maybe, but for all 3, you can't really deny him the title the way that things have currently worked out for the American. They looked at him at Adria going, he's mighty fast. How is he that quick? And then at Genk, they saw his consistency and then his level of incredible racecraft to take back the lead in Genk. And he's done it again here in the heats for the Academy at Lonato. He's just got one more race to go, and he would dearly love to win it. There's not been many drivers in the Academy Trophy over the years who have won all 3 events, and he would love to be the first American to do so. So it'll be an absolutely sensational run for Conor Zilic. The KZ heat is coming up, though, and that is going to be the race that decides the grid for the World Championship.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
So one of the competitors that's new to the KZ Challenge this weekend is the Frenchman Emilien Denner, who has come through from the International KZ2 Super Cup last year. And he is there at the Tony Kart factory team. So let's have a word with him after his incredible performances this weekend. He's sure to one to watch in the final.
For the moment, it was good. We make a lot of try on the dry, and it didn't turn out like we wanted, so we got a little bit of work on the dry, but on the wet so far it's been pretty good. So looking forward to the quali later today. I really want to win because yeah, it's 1 year now that I won here last year, so I really want to win with the new team as well. I feel determined, and we'll see how it goes. For sure, it's gonna shuffle the cars because some drivers maybe have a bit more difficulties on the wet, but we will see. For sure, it's gonna shuffle a little bit the cars. I feel confident because the feeling with the material is good. I feel good with the team, and so far everything has been going good. So we will see. I think we have good chance of winning it, even on dry or on wet.
So the battle is going to be very close in this last race. Obviously, it was all about Marin Kremers yesterday. The battle was obviously very close indeed, but he managed to take the win in the wet and in the dry. All he has to do from his point of view is continue that trend in this third and final heat. But that is easier said than done, and he knows that he's going to have a massive opposition in this final race with Marin Kremers and in pole position and Luca Corberi alongside him on the front row of the grid, taking full advantage of the wet conditions in qualifying over the course of the weekend. So a fabulous performance it was from the Dutchman this weekend. He's been absolutely incredible through the first 2 races, but this third one is the deciding one. And all he has to do is the same job again. But it could be the race that changes everything, of course. We've seen it time and time again in KZ over the years. A perfect performance leading up to that particular contest. But it doesn't quite finish off that way sometimes. So you've got to be so focused and absolutely resolute and determined that it's going to end up in your way. But there are times when it just doesn't quite end up going in that direction. So the drivers have to be very, very focused on their objectives. And the battle is obviously going to be very, very close indeed. The competitors know what's at stake here. The 32 competitors who are racing this weekend in the KZ battle. And they will be very strong from the get-go. Marin Kramers and Luca Corberi on the front row of the starting grid. The Italian back in action on his home circuit, literally, for the Tony Kart factory team. Good to see him back again in the world of KZ at this level. Second row of the starting grid sees Stan Pex, the man who took the victory in the final last time out in the European Championships at Genk, alongside Jeremy Iglesias, the Formula K racing driver from France, who's been very strong and very impressive over the course of the 2 days previous to this. Bas Lammers, the Dutchman, lining up 5th position on the starting grid for Sony Kart and their factory team. Alongside him is the former world champion, Jorrit Pex, who won the title back in 2015 and would dearly love to get back there once again. 7th on the grid, it is the Finn Simo Pohaka, who lines up for the Tony Kart factory team alongside his new teammate, who we've just heard from, France's Emilien Denner. And then 9th position on the starting grid is Fabian Federer, the very highly rated competitor for the SRP Maranello squad, who of course nowadays races in the Italian license that he runs and carries. 10th on the starting grid is Matteo Vagano for the Leclerc by Lennox factory team. It'll be fascinating to see how he gets on from 10th on the starting grid. The drivers head out onto the circuit, and there's a massive field of talent here in this competition. Marin Kramers and Luca Corberi on the front row from Stan Pex and Jeremy Iglesias. Then Bas Lammers and Jorrit Pex from Simo Pohaka and Emilien Denner. Then it's Fabian Federer and Matteo Vagano from Pedro Hiltbrand and Adrien Renaudin. Ricardo Longhi and Petr Potacek in front of Davide Fori and Mirko Tozzolini. Gust Specken and Johan Sogel from Noah Milel and Douglas Lundberg. Then Antonio Fuoku and Mauro Simoni. Matteo Massatani and Alessandro Orlando from Mirko Mazzoni and Christoph Holt. Paolo Ippolito and Mario Lubic from Alessandro Bizzolo, Lucio Mano, Valerio Giambattista and Luis Speck. So the drivers dialing themselves in around the circuit. They obviously want to be in the best possible position they can be, but it will not be easy for them to run at the front end of the field. It's going to be so ultra competitive. The times are very close these days in KZ. What I have to say though is that this 2020 season has put to sleep any worries that I personally might have had that the quality of the grid would suffer in 2020. There were a lot of people, a lot of naysayers coming into this season, essentially stating that, well, it's going to take a slump in 2020, isn't it? Because a lot of the big names have walked away. The likes of Paolo Di Conto, Marco Ardigo, Anthony Abbas, they all hanged up their helmets at the end of 2019. And so it was going to suffer a little bit, the quality of the grid. Nonsense. There are some amazing drivers still in KZ. And the likes of Marin Kramers, Emilien Denner, Matteo Vagano, Adrien Renaudin, Stan Pex, they have all risen to the challenge of 2020, and they are now strong competitors for the title in their own right these days, up amongst the established guard who are at the front of the field all the time. The likes of Bas Lammers, Simo Pohaka, Jorrit Pex, Fabian Federer and Pedro Hiltbrand. So this will be a fascinating race, the third one of the weekend for KZ and the last heat of the season. And of course, it is the one that decides the grid for the World Championship. It looks as though we have a kart missing in the top 6 though. Is that Jorrit Pex? I think Jorrit Pex is missing. So that is a disaster for the Dutchman. We'll have to pick up that story a little bit later, but certainly the Dutchman is not there on the 3rd row of the starting grid. So that is a bit of a disaster from his point of view, but we'll have to pick that one up later because the start is about to come underway. Kramers on the right, on the left Corberi, ready? Go! Cracking start from Kramers. Corberi is up alongside him. And it's going to be a brave nerve who comes through on the inside. It's Corberi! Corberi takes the lead. Cracking start from Kramers, but Corberi beats him to the first corner and through into the lead. Kramers now trying to come around the outside. Iglesias breaking late. Stan Pex trying to get on the inside of Kramers. Iglesias up the middle and in a second. Brilliant from Iglesias! The Frenchman in a P2 in front of Stan Pex and Marin Kramers down to 4th. Iglesias now going for the lead on Corberi. What an opening lap from Iglesias! Vive la France! Beautiful from Jeremy Iglesias. He has stormed through to the front. That's one of the best opening laps I have seen in KZ for a long time. And Jeremy Iglesias leads the way in the Formula K chassis. What an opening lap! So now Iglesias in front of Corberi, Pex and Kramers. Then it's Puhaka from Lammers, Federer, Vigano, Denner and Hildbrand. Longi in 11th from Renaudin. And in 13th it's Gushbecken from Petacek. Up the inside comes Stan Pex. He makes the move on Corberi. Now Kramers trying to come in from round the outside. Can he make the switch back on the inside? Yes, he can! Into third place comes Kramers. Storming effort from the two Dutchmen. They have come through without any problem at all. And so the battle continues. Up the inside now, Puhaka has a look at his teammate Corberi, and still they jockey for position. It's like the first lap all over again. Puhaka trying to run in front of Corberi, no problem. Baz Lammers now queuing up to find the way through, and Fabian Federer is right there as they come through over the line. Lammers side by side with Corberi. Puhaka having already got through. Federer now trying to make his bid on Baz Lammers, and he slides in on the inside. Vigano trying to come through as well. Lammers hanging onto it, side by side, and through on the inside. Of both of them comes Denner. Oh my word! Denner 2 into 1. Awesome, absolutely incredible racecraft from Emilion Denner as he gets past Vigano and Lammers in one fell swoop. Hildbrand's got past them both, and Longi has split Vigano and Lammers. And now it's a bit of a freight train as Denner tries to pull away from Luca Corberi, having got past the Italian now. Federer trying to get in there as well. Oh no, sorry, that's the other Tony Kart. That's Pedro Hildbrand going side by side with Emilion Denner. The Spaniard is back, and he wants to make a big impression in this one. But so far, even a third place finish would be good for Marin Kramers to get the pole position for the final. And he's tucked up behind Stan Pex. He doesn't have to panic here, Marin Kramers. Puhaka is fourth. Federer's now fifth, having got past Corberi. Hildbrand's got past Denner. And up the inside, that's Longi. He gets through on Vigano. So Riccardo Longi passes Matteo Vigano. What a race battle. Bring on the final, that's what I say. This is going to be a majestic race. Renaudin going well as he holds station in front of Douglas Lundberg, I think that was. Battling away in position there on the Lenzo kart. But this is going to be a fascinating grid for the final. So many drivers up at the front end. Essentially, from fourth place down, everybody's had a difficult race. And then up the inside, that was a lovely lunge there for Vigano to get back on terms with Mirko Tozzolini. Now, the eagle-eyed viewer will want to have a look at Mirko Tozzolini as he comes around the 45, because Kart Republic Motorsport are actually demoing a new piece of technology on their gear shifter. As up the inside goes Torzolini to make the move there on Vigano, gets through. But the number 45 in particular, I'm not sure if it's on all of the Kart Republic chassis, but it's definitely on Mirko Tozzolini's kart. And it's essentially an extended lever on the beside the gear shifter. There is an additional lever with a button on it, and that adjusts the brake bias. Because obviously in a normal kart you would have to drop your left hand to adjust the brake bias, but this new lever makes it easy for the driver to have one hand on the gear shift all the time like they usually do, as Torzolini makes the move on Denner to get through. But they also have this little button on the side of the gear shifter to move up another gear, but they also have a button to adjust the brake bias in real time. So it's a fascinating new concept. If it works out well and if the trial continues, then it's going to be put into production. But a fascinating little technical gizmo there from the Kart Republic squad, and it may change the face of the technical ease of driving a gearbox for the next few seasons. So Jeremy Iglesias, 0.4 of a second ahead of Stan Pex. Marin Kramers sets the new fastest lap of the race in third as Longi gets through on the inside of Luca Corberi. So Luca Corberi down to 8th place behind Riccardo Longi, as Mirko Tozzolini is up to 9th place. Denner is 10th, Vigano 11th from Lammers, Petacek, Renaudin, Ippolito, Irlando and Fuoku. But Jeremy Iglesias still leads the way for Formula K. This is a great run from Jeremy Iglesias, and this would book him a front row start if he hangs on to it. So it's been a tough weekend for the Formula K brand and for Praga. As I say that, it's been a tough weekend for Praga. There's Petr Petacek, and he has fallen off the road. That's going to drop him right to the back. What a shame. As Bas Lammers has gone wide now as well. Bas Lammers has lost places. Now I wonder if it was those two that came together essentially to cause that problem. But certainly a difficult one, as up front, Stan Pex closes up on the race leader, Jeremy Iglesias. We have a non-starter in Jorrit Pex, but we also have Valerio Giambattista, I think, looking slow, potentially coming into the pits to retire on that one. He's dropped in pace quite considerably, but the top four are absolutely nose to tail. Iglesias, Pex, Kramers, Puhaka. The final heat of the weekend for them. And still they are pushing. Can Pex get close enough to Iglesias to challenge for the win? Kramers in third place does not need to panic. He's still looking good for pole position, even with a third place finish, because the 2 wins from yesterday keep him in contention. He doesn't have to lose too much here. He can even afford to lose another place if he has to. Fourth place will still do for Kramers, but it's third at the moment. But this is all going to come down to what Stan Pex can do to get one over on Jeremy Iglesias. And after a difficult race yesterday, Stan Pex is looking likely to book third on the grid. Iglesias is looking likely to book the front row alongside Marin Kramers. Puhaka would start fourth. So these 4 drivers at the front end of the field are going to be, if they stay relatively in that position, the first 4 drivers on the grid for the final. That's how tough it is up front. And it looks like these 4 men are going to be the ones that contest the World Championship. Here's Fabian Federer. A much better day at the office for the German, who of course runs under an Italian license these days. 6th is Hiltbrand, running very closely in behind. What a comeback from Pedro Hiltbrand this season. He had rib problems at the start of the year that kept him out of the seat, but he has worked very hard, stayed away from the kart to get himself physically fit, and now he's coming back, and he's in 6th position at the moment, looking likely for a top 10 start for the final. Ironically, just in behind Federer, so if he can pass him, that's going to be a 4th row start. So Hiltbrand doing his best. If he can overtake Federer, he will gain 1 more place on the starting grid. So the Spanish charge and the former world champion is doing his best to move forward. The one title that has eluded Pedro Hiltbrand over the years has been the Gearbox World title. He won the direct drive back in 2016 in OK, but he really wants to get the job. Oh, that's Stan Pex slowing! Stan Pex is out! Stan Pex is out of the race! And he is absolutely spent. He is sobbing in the car by the look of it. He can't believe it. Stan Pex's dreams of winning the World Championship have taken a massive hammer blow. Disaster for Stan Pex. He can't believe it. He is emotionally spent. And that is heart-wrenching for the Kart Republic driver. Motorsport giveth and motorsport taketh away. And for Stan Pex, his dreams of becoming 2020 world champion have been given a massive stab in the back. Poor Stan Pex. He was doing so well in this one. He was up in the top 4, looking serene, looking calm, looking like it had been done, and he would be in the top 4 of the grid. And now he will tumble down the order. So a good run in the middle of the field from the youngster Lewis Speck, who has just made a great move on Mario Lubick. As we go into the final lap, Iglesias is now in the lead from Puhaka and Kramers. Clearly when Pex had the mechanical problem, Puhaka was able to get past Kramers. So he's now second. It's not a panic for Marin Kramers though, because the Ricardo kart is likely to still be on pole position. But Jeremy Iglesias is the hero of the hour. Here he is with one of the most incredible opening laps you're ever going to see in KZ. He storms through from 4th on the grid to the lead, and he has not lost it. Jeremy Iglesias comes through on a great race, and he will put the Formula K on the front row of the grid for the final of the World Championship. Jeremy Iglesias wins. 2nd for Puhaka. 3rd for Marin Kramers, ahead of Federer and Hiltbrand. Unbelievable scenes here at KZ in the World Championships at Lonato. The final heat has been a disaster for Stan Pex, who crawls to a standstill and weeps, absolutely weeps with frustration and rage. Well, poor Stan Pex. Any chance now of winning the world title has been massively taken from him. But here's the result. Jeremy Iglesias wins from Simo Pohaka in the final heat. Marin Kramers is third and will be pole for the final. Federer and Hiltbrand ahead of Riccardo Longhi and Mirko Tosolini. Matteo Vigano and Baz Lammers from Emilion Denner, Alessandro Orlando and Antonio Fuoku. Then Adrian Renaudin and Paolo Ippolito. Davide Fore and Douglas Lundberg from Noah Milel, Luca Corberi and Mauro Simoni. Gus Specken is 20th from Mirko Mizzoni. Christoph Holt, Johan Sogel and Alessandro Bizzolo in 24th. Behind them it is Luis Speck and Mario Lubic from Matteo Massatani and Lucio Mano from Petr Potacek. Jorit Pex did not start. Stan Pex out dramatically. Valerio Giambattista likewise. It's a horrible day at the office for Pex Motorsport. Let's have a look back at the replays from a controversial heat. So this is the start that changes the face of the World Championship grid. What a getaway from Luca Corberi. This is a grudge match down to the first apexes between Kramers and Corberi. Luca is not going to concede here. He holds the kart through the slide and gets his way through the corner. But he's on a backwards mission, unfortunately, for the rest of this race, Luca Corberi. He holds the lead initially, but then he slowly starts to lose places. He just hasn't quite been able to train at the same level, clearly, and hold the same speed as the established guard. Watch Stan Pex here on the inside line of Kramers. This is a tough one to hold on to. Iglesias coming around the outside. But watch Iglesias. He's in the middle of the two Dutchmen. Splits the infinitive. Beautiful move there. Splits up the inside of both of them. And then as soon as he gets his chance on Corberi, he knows he's going to have a chance on the inside of the Italian. And he's going to get his move at the end of this next straight. It's a wonderful opening lap from Jeremy Iglesias, and it moves him onto the front row of the starting grid for the World Championship. So Jeremy Iglesias with a great chance. Again, very much like some of his compatriots out there. This is the title that has always eluded Jeremy Iglesias. He's won so many crowns over the years in national and regional disciplines, but Jeremy Iglesias has yet to take a Gearbox World title. And if he were to do so, he would actually be the first Frenchman ever to do so. That is what is at stake for Jeremy Iglesias. If he does get the job done, he'll be the first man from France ever to win the Gearbox World title. So this is Stan Pex getting himself nice and early on the inside of Luca Corberi. He's not going to wait around. It feels almost horrible watching this replay for Stan Pex because we know what the final result is going to be. And we know that any chance of winning the World Championship is going to be stripped from him, essentially, by a mechanical failure. And Corberi's going very deep into the corner. That's enough for Marin Kramers to say, well, thanks very much. That's my place. I'm going to take that. No problem at all. But the battle rages all the way through. And this is Simo Pohaka battling away with Baz Lammers. Now, that looked pretty close, actually. I wonder if that's going to cause an issue on the front fairing for Baz Lammers. You rather hope it doesn't. And it certainly got very close there. And this is the move that Federer is able to then pull. Vigano thinks, right, I can get on the inside there as well and get a move on Baz Lammers, which he does. Baz doing his best to keep him back. And then watch out for Emilion Denner. This is a lovely move. He squeezes on the inside and manages to get both of them in one swoop. And Pedro Hiltbrand gets in there as well. So both the Tony Karts, Denner and Hiltbrand, managed to get past both Lammers and Vigano in one move. You don't see that every day. So this is Denner still battling with Hiltbrand, and I think it's just inexperience in this kart for Denner that's holding him at bay. Essentially, Hiltbrand still giving him plenty of push, and Federer managing to get past Luca Corberi. But this is where it all starts to unravel for Stan Pex at this point, because he's got a great chance up front. At this stage, he's in second place. He's got a third position on the grid lined up for the final. That's the nice move from Longhi on Corberi, who's just going backwards down the field at this stage. But then Petr Potacek goes off, manages to rejoin and finishes the race, albeit down at the back of the field. But the big one is still to come, and it's the Dutchman Stan Pex, and you do feel so sorry for him as he runs in the top three. This is the moment. It's a seize for Stan Pex. He's gone through and he's lost the kart. Kramers has actually struck him, so I wonder if that's going to cause a front fairing penalty for Kramers. But for Stan Pex, it's an engine seize as he goes through the left-hander. That's what spun the kart around, and he can't believe it. That is the very sorry sight of a brilliant, brilliant racing driver weeping because he just can't believe it's happened on the run to the final. This could have been his year. This could have been his turn to win the World Championship, and he can't believe it. Poor Stan Pex, weeping in frustration and rage. He can't believe that the racing gods have been so cruel to him. But sometimes that's the way it goes, unfortunately. That's motorsport. It's a cruel world. For every joy, there is heartache. And it looks like he's going to have to wait again for another world title chance. Unless he can storm his way back, he's going to have a very long day at the office now. But this man, Jeremy Iglesias, has just been ruthless. And it's wonderful to watch. He's been absolutely superb. A very exciting performer. And he's been wonderful to watch. So, a tough race battle, that is for sure. But now it's all going to be a fascinating charge forward between these two competitors as they run for the victory. And it will be an exceptional run. So now the competitors will obviously battle their way in the final. We're going to take a quick pause in proceedings and then the finals will begin. We will start, of course, with the run to the final for the KZ2 International Super Cup. And the drivers will head out onto the circuit a little later on. So join us again at about 1 o'clock local time when we will race for the KZ2 Super Cup, the FIA Karting Academy Trophy final round, and the Championship of the World in KZ.
Don't tell me that I need saving. Finally awake and living. Yeah, yeah. The pressure inside was building. I felt under attack, and now my mind's attacked, and I've chosen my path. I've chosen my path. Oh, what's this? I finally read this helplessness. Tired of feeling
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
So
Well, first of all, I'm happy to be here in Lonato for the World Championship of KZ, but also for this important race for KZ2 and the last race of the Academy as well. So I'm really happy that a part of all of the problems that we are facing, you know, through the COVID situation, for the sport, but also for our life, you know. So it's definitely nice to see the number of drivers that is participating. It's true that many drivers couldn't even travel, you know, to participate of the races. And when you see that, I mean, by the events, you know, the numbers is increasing, and a part of all of the situation that we need to follow for the COVID, they are here, they are racing, and then the numbers is definitely increasing, and we have a good number for this event, for this World Championship as well. And today we had a very nice battle, you know, in the track, on the wet, on the even drier track, more at the end of the day. And I'm sure tomorrow will be a really amazing day for all of the fans and for all of the drivers that is here to race, to participating of these events. So I'm sure it will be big battle tomorrow. I'm looking forward, And also, I'm looking forward that the COVID is really leave us in the good way for nice events, sport, and everything around our life. You know, we had a lot of really hot races, and that it was really difficult for the drivers. And we have also here this race that is raining. Today was quite difficult for most of the drivers. Tomorrow will be maybe even more, I would say. We still have possibilities of showers for tomorrow. And I would say, I mean, it was amazing to see that, I mean, all of the drivers, they were really working and showing what they can do in the complete different way of weathers, you know, and learning also about how to drive in the right way in the complete different weathers. And tomorrow is another one. This difficult situation that we all passing, you know, for the COVID. We are learning so many different levels. I mean, we're learning about respecting more the people. We're learning about working even harder to make things cheaper, to make things better for the event, for the karting, for the drivers, for the teams. And I think that's really a big learning and a big school what we are passing this year. So definitely we are trying to change things, we are trying to improve things by what we are learning also in this difficult situation. And I'm sure we have a lot of new ideas, a lot of new things that it will make even the events better in so many different levels.
It is time for the main event in the International KZ2 Super Cup, as the drivers are now preparing for the race that will crown a new winner in one of the toughest motorsport competitions on the planet. 36 drivers have made it this far out of the 99 who have started, and it's going to be an incredible challenge for them all. They know what's at stake, and they certainly know how difficult the challenge is ahead. It's obviously going to be double the length of the previous races, and they were fairly long themselves. 13 laps in length for the qualifying heats. The final itself is a completely different task. Simone Cunati, the vice champion of the European KZ2 title race in 2020, is the man who will line up in pole position from the front end of the grid. And his consistency and supreme speed this year and this weekend have characterized this Italian star over the course of 2020 in this shortened season, but he has been absolutely sensational everywhere he has gone. And now it is time for him to put on a sensational battle. So now it is time to figure out what will happen over the course of the remaining 26 laps of this incredible weekend for the KZ2 drivers. So the 25 laps, I do apologize, 30 kilometers in length. And that is a very, very long time for these drivers. They obviously need to make sure they're in the best possible frame of mind. The mechanics have obviously left the circuit now and departed from the grid. They will return to join their drivers when their trolleys have been returned to the pre-grid area. But this is the biggest contest. If you're a KZ2 driver, this is the race that you want to win. And it matters so much to a young driver. Just to give you an idea of what's at stake for a competitor at this level, the winners of this have gone on to have amazing careers in motorsport. Joey Hansen was the first winner of this event in 2011 when it was known as the World Cup in those days. The year after that, it was Jordan Lennox Lamb, who nowadays, of course, is one of the most successful new team managers in FIA Karting under the Leclerc by Lennox Racing banner. 2013, it became the International Super Cup as we know it today, and it was won by the Frenchman Dorian Boccolacci, who has since gone on to race in the Grand Prix paddock. Ryan van der Berg, the talented Dutchman, then went on to win the title in 2014 at Sarno in Italy. A year after that, it befell to the Frenchman Thomas Laurent, who has been very successful in his own motorsport journey. Over the last 4 seasons in KZ2, the winners have all gone on to become great drivers in KZ2. In 2016, it was Spain's Pedro Hiltbrand. In 2017, it was Italy's Alessandro Orlando. In 2018, it was, of course, Matteo Vigano. Last year, at this very circuit, it was Emilion Denner, who is now a factory driver at Tony Kart in KZ. That's what it means to win in KZ2. You win here, you can handle anything. And that's why those 36 grid spaces are so closely fought after by the drivers in KZ2. They are the warriors and the heroes of gearbox karting. And to get this far, you really are one of the world's best racing drivers. We started the day off in glorious sunshine. Ironic, though, that we get to midday and the rain clouds are starting to return to Lonato. That could make this final 3 races that will crown us a world champion incredibly exciting. We've had it all this weekend. Torrential rain showers yesterday into a circuit that was starting to dry with damp patches around it. Controversial tyre decisions. We've had battles, we've had race dramas, mechanical failures, spins, collisions, even a bit of fisticuffs. We've had everything this weekend, and this is why it is the biggest weekend in the entire calendar year if you're a gearbox karter. It doesn't matter where you're watching from around the world. Everybody knows that if you want to race gearbox karts, this is the race you want to do. The KZ2 International Super Cup, it is the biggest challenge for each of these competitors. So let's talk you through the starting grid one by one as they will form up in their positions on the grid. Simone Cunati will line up in pole position, the vice champion of Europe from pole position. Matteo Zanchi will line up on the front row of the grid alongside for his own squad. Third on the starting grid, Lorenzo Giannoni for the CPB Sports Squad. The Sodi Kart driver has been incredible this weekend. Beside him, it is Leonardo Marcellia for the factory Birolart team. His best chance yet of winning the ultimate KZ2 prize. In 5th place, it is Artur Carbonell. A fantastic performance from him to be 5th on the starting grid. In 6th position, it is Ben Tornqvist, the Swedish driver for the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team. He lines up on the outside of the 3rd row. P7, it is Giuseppe Palomba, one of the stars of the Birolart factory team, lining up on the inside of row 4. Beside him, it is Jean Louillet, the talented Swiss, now part of the Tony Kart factory team. In 9th place, from the Netherlands, it is Joey van Splunteren. A brilliant performance all weekend, and he and his Swedish teammate Alexander Dahlberg for the Energy Course squad will now line up together on row 5. On 11th position on the grid, it is the Italian star Giacomo Polini for the Formula K racing team. 12th position in his first gearbox weekend in the FIA, Harry Thompson of Great Britain for the Forza racing team. 13th on the grid, it is Alexander Schmitz of the Austrian-backed Birolart KSW squad. 14th on the grid, it is Sam Louillet, the brother of Jean, also in the top 20. Quite an exceptional achievement. 15th on the grid, it's welcome back to the world of karting for Italy's Alessio Lorandi, and he has lost none of his speed and flair. The Paralin superstar is right towards the front end on the 8th row. Alongside him, it is Alessio Pacini, the Italian superstar for the Tony Kart factory squad, who lines up on the 8th row beside Alessio Lorandi. Danilo Albanese will take his place on the grid in 17th. He has the speed and the mentality to charge through the field from the 9th row. Beside him, for Russia, it is Nikita Artemonov, who will line up in 18th position on the starting grid aboard his Sodi kart. His teammate from France, Hubert Petit, will line up 19th on the starting grid, alongside the reigning European champion. Victor Gustafsson will go off the outside of row 10 from P20. For Finland, it is Paavo Tonteri of the SC Performance Squad. And then beside him on the Praga, it is Italy's Marco Torman. 23rd on the starting grid for the Ukraine, it is Slavik Putyatin, who will line up 23rd on the grid beside the Romanian star on the DR chassis, Daniel Vasil. 25th on the grid for the Netherlands, it is Senna van Walsteen, named after the late great Ayrton Senna da Silva, and charging forward for CPB Sport aboard the Sodi kart. 26th on the grid, the Italian star Davide Da Marco on board the Kart Republic chassis. 27th on the grid, the very fast and furious female Natalia Balbo, lining up 27th on the grid, as she will be there on the inside of the 14th row beside Filippo Berto aboard the Birolart chassis in 28th on the grid. Aboard the OK1 chassis, it is Filippo Caligaris, who lines up 29th on the grid beside the Maranello driver, Massimo Dante, who lines up on the 15th row. 31st on the grid, it is Leonardo Bezzotto of the Formula K racing team. And beside him on the 16th row, it is the Drago course of Francesco Comanducci. 33rd on the grid, on the board, the Maranello, it is Fabrizio Razzati. And alongside him for the Czech Republic, it is Mati Kukowski aboard the Schumacher colours on the Praga. And on the final row of the starting grid for Germany, it is Valentino Fritsch for the Birolart KSW squad. And beside him, for Italy, aboard his Tony kart, it is Giuseppe Fusco. 36 drivers from all four corners of the globe pushing to become the International KZ2 Super Cup winner. And it's a very tough mission ahead of them. But whoever gets the job done will become the 10th different winner of this incredible prize, under the watchful gaze of our FIA Karting president, Felipe Massa. Welcome to the circuit once again. And what a show we are in for. It's a rather sad situation that we have here, of course, under the current COVID-19 situation. Last year at the Lonato circuit, you could not move for spectators. Unfortunately, the situation is, of course, very different in 2020. But we know those of you who would have attended are watching along at home, whether it's via the YouTube stream, the FIA Karting Facebook page, or, of course, via motorsport.com. Wherever it is you are tuning in from around the world, we are sorry you could not be with us. The current worldwide pandemic situation has enforced our hand, and it means that we have to conduct our racing behind closed doors. But rest assured, everybody here at South Garda Karting, from the administration staff to the circuit attendants to the team and to the officials and the marshals around the circuit, have kept us safe and sound under very difficult circumstances indeed. And it's been a wonderful weekend, despite the weather that we had to deal with on Friday and Saturday. Thus far, it has brought us to an incredible point when we can go racing in exceptional fashion. I do have a short message, I have to say, for the marshals and the officials here in Italy. Voi ragazzi siete I veri eroi questo fine settimana. That translates, you guys are the real heroes this weekend. Without them, we couldn't race at all, and we are very much indebted to the officials and marshals around the circuit. They've kept us safe, they've kept us secure, and everyone can take a bow on the officials and the safety crew staff. Without you, we are nothing. Thank you very much indeed for all of your hard work. Grazie mille. The 1 minute board goes up at the front of the grid, and the International KZ2 Super Cup will get underway for the 10th time. Who will join the Hall of Fame? Joey Hansen, Jordan Lennox-Lamb, Dorian Boccolacci, Ryan Vanderberg, Thomas Laurent, Pedro Hilbrand, Alessandro Orlando, Matteo Vigano, and Emilion Denner have been there before. They know what it takes. For one of these drivers, the 36 men and women who have come to play on the circuit here at Lonato, the waiting is almost at an end. 30 seconds until they can blast around the temple of our sport. South Garda Karting. There are not many venues who could do a better job, and this is going to be a sensational playdown of the biggest race of the year for KZ2 drivers. On the inside line, Simone Cunati from the front of the grid. On the outside line, Matteo Zanchi. It might not be an all-Italian affair, but it's definitely got the flavour of the Italian drivers. Away they go. The formation lap begins. The 36 drivers that will contest the biggest race of the year for KZ2. Simone Cunati and Matteo Zanchi from Lorenzo Giannoni and Leonardo Marsiglia. Arthur Carbonell and Ben Tornfist from Giuseppe Palomba and Jean Luyet. Joey Van Spunteren and Alexander Dahlberg from Giacomo Polini and Harry Thompson. Alexander Schmitz and Sam Luyet from Alessio Lorandi and Alessio Piccini. Danilo Albanese and Nikita Artamanov, Hubert Petit and Victor Gustafsson, Pavel Tonteri and Marco Tormen, Slavik Putyatin and Daniel Vizil, Senna Van Waalstein and Davide De Marco, Natalia Balbo and Filippo Berto, Filippo Calegalis and Massimo Dante, Leonardo Bisotto, Francesco Comanducci, Fabrizio Rosati, Matti Kakowski, Valentino Fritsch and Giuseppe Fusco. 25 laps, 2 formation laps around the circuit to explore what this circuit will give them. At the moment, it is sunny and dry, but those rain clouds overhead are starting to look fairly ominous. Whether it will cause an issue in this final is unlikely, but not out of the question. Simone Cunati has come so close in the past to winning this ultimate challenge. Even last year, he had a great chance of it, and now he will never get a better chance. From pole position, aboard his Birilla, the chassis that has definitely been the form maker in gearbox racing over the last 18 months. But now it is time to see what all of that hard work has been for. Everybody is pushing hard to make sure this is the race that they can claim as their own. For Matteo Zanchi, there is a bit of personal pride here as well. To put his own personal squad on the front row of the grid, he can be very proud of his achievements. Now he has the ultimate opportunity to take the title away from the big players. That's what we love about karting. It does not necessarily matter if you are in a big powerhouse of a team. You don't have to have factory backing. You just have to have the ultimate ability, the true racecraft, and the excellence of caliber. If you can win, you can dominate. There's a big problem, though, for one of the Formula Ks already out of the race. That is Leonardo Bisotto. Having brought the kart back to the pit lane, they're going to try and get him out onto the circuit. He does get back on circuit, but now Leonardo Bisotto is going to have to form up at the back of the grid, I'm afraid to say. So it's going to be a big problem for Leonardo Bisotto. He will return to the grid, but he will do so from last place because, of course, if they fall out of position, that is what befalls the drivers. He's doing his best to return to position, though, I noticed. Cunati, Zanchi, Giannoni, Marsiglia, Carbonell, Tornfist, Palomba, Luyet, Van Spunteren, Dahlberg. The drivers are getting into their positions at the back end of the field, and the flag will drop, the lights will go out, and we will race for 25 laps at Lonato. Cunati on the inside, Zanchi on the outside. Who's going to win the 2020 International KZ2 Super Cup? We will find out later because we have gone for a false start. As if the tension wasn't enough already, they are going around again for a second time, and I think it's to do with the hold-up with Leonardo Bisotto. So the drivers will go around again, as if the tension were not high enough. They now have to complete one more additional formation lap, and then they will return to their places on the grid once more. Simone Cunati, Matteo Zanchi, Lorenzo Giannoni, Leonardo Marsiglia, Arthur Carbonell, Benjamin Tornfist, Giuseppe Palomba, Jean Luyet, Joey Van Spunteren and Alexander Dahlberg, and that's just the top 10. Behind them, the likes of Polini, Thompson, Schmitz, Sam Luyet, Lorandi, Piccini, Albanese, Artamanov, Petit, Gustafsson, Tonteri, Tormen, Putyatin, Vasile, Van Waalstein, De Marco, Balbo, Berto, Caligaris, Dante, Bisotto, Camanducci, Rosati, Kakowski, Fritsch and Fusco. 25 laps of this circuit. It really is going to be an exceptional battle for the drivers here at Lonato. But only one of them can stand on the top step of the podium. Only one of them will hear their nation's anthem. Through they come for the main event. The challenge awaits each of these drivers, but they know how exciting and how tough this race is going to be. No matter what has come before, this will be the toughest race of the year, the toughest race of their lives. It's all or nothing now. 25 laps of the Temple of Karting. The final few drivers into their positions. Bisotto will take up his position at the back of the grid, having missed the original start. So now we will race for victory in the 2020 International KZ2 Super Cup. Now! It's a great start from Cunati, the perfect getaway. He launches forward. Good start too by Giannoni. As they come through to the first corner, Giannoni's got a terrific start. Up into third position from the grid. No, it's Artur Carbonell. Carbonell's got the start into second. Giannoni is there in third. Fourth place for Zanchi. He comes up the inside trying to get to third place. Can't get through. So a very tricky start on the grid. But it's the two CBB Sport Sony kart machines in second and third place, chasing after Simone Cunati. So Carbonell trying to find a way through on the inside of Cunati on this opening lap. Everybody's got through safely in the first two sectors of the race thus far. So Cunati hanging on to things in the lead here from Artur Carbonell, the Frenchman, trying to come through. And it would be quite an exceptional performance, but out of the race is Ben Tornqvist. Tornqvist has come into the pit lane. So Ben Tornqvist appears to be out of it. That is devastating for the Swede. And his dreams of winning the title are over. So Ben Tornqvist, bitterly disappointed, the Swede. His day is over. What a shame. So back to the front. Cunati from Carbonell. Giannoni still third. Zanchi in fourth place. It looks as though there's been an issue for another of the drivers in the field. That is Alexander Dahlberg. The Swedes are having a horror show at the moment, as Dahlberg is going to come out of the race as well. I wonder if those two had an incident together, because Tornqvist has come in and now Dahlberg has as well. But up at the top five, it is relatively unchanged from the start. Cunati, Carbonell, Giannoni, Zanchi and Palomba. Then it's Pellini in sixth place in front of Leonardo Marsiglia as Dahlberg pulls in. So through they come again. And up at the front end of the field, Carbonell looking solid there in second place as he has a good of a run on Cunati. Up to third has come Zanchi, and up to fourth has come Palomba, and that's the lead of the race. Brilliant move from Artur Carbonell. Carbonell gets into the lead there past Simone Cunati, and it's really well taken from the Sony car. So now Cunati needs to try and come back at him. But the problem is you've got to try and gauge the speed. You can't push the tyres or the engine too hard. It's a long race. It's a long, long way to go. And you can't just go ugly early. You have to measure your speed and your pace throughout. So Cunati's going to have another try and another run back at Artur Carbonell. Down the main straight, Zanchi in third, Palomba in fourth. Fifth place is Giannoni, sixth place is the 107 of Marsiglia. And still they push forward. Then it's Bellini, Luyet, Schmitz. Schmitz is there in ninth place ahead of Albanese and Petit. Sam Luyet 12. Thompson, Vasile, Piccini, Gustafsson and Tonteri. The battle continues, raging all the way as the drivers continue their squabble in the midfield. Lots of overtakes, lots of good dukes for position. But out in front, it's about the Frenchman, Artur Carbonell, who wants to become the winner of the International KZ2 Super Cup. Sony car drivers have a history with this competition. 13 months ago, it was Emilion Denner in this very team, in this very car, who won the Super Cup. But can Simone Cunati get it away from him on his home turf? The battle is going to be absolutely exceptional. Cunati's got a good run off the final turn. He may get the chance here up into turn 4. He is going for it, and Cunati in the lead. Beautiful. Simone Cunati back into the lead of the race, and now Zanchi trying his best. Carbonell defending. Up the inside comes Palomba. Palomba side by side now with Zanchi. But he shuts the door nicely. Zanchi holds the inside line for third. Great dueling in the mid-pack as well. But now it's a 4-man battle royale. Brilliant stuff as Zanchi tries again to get back on terms with Carbonell. A big dive on the inside. He goes for it. There's a yellow flag incident up the road, but I think he got there before the yellows. So we'll have to double check. But there's been an incident at the back of the field. Several karts in trouble. It looks to me like we've lost a fair few of them now, because we've lost Van Spunteren, Rosati, Dante. Oh, and that's Zanchi. Zanchi in trouble. Matteo Zanchi falling down the order. Well, we've lost a whole collection of karts in a massive squabble at the back. Sam Luyet, Artemanov, Putyatin, Rosati, Van Spunteren, Dante and Fritsch. They've all gone as up the inside. Down to the Albanese, loses ground and then gets it back again after a squabble from Schmitz. Now Zanchi back on the inside. Further up the road, it is a proper little squabble as there's the 112. That's Pellini. He's come up on the inside of Leonardo Marsiglia. So he's through into fourth place now. An absolute tussle as several drivers are now stood on the sidelines watching. And there are only 27 left. We've lost Sam Luyet, We've lost Artemanov, Potyatin, Rosati, Van Spunterman, Dante, Fritsch, Dahlberg and Tornqvist. But Simone Cunati is back in the lead and pulling away from the man in second place now. Carbonell doing his best to stay with. Palomba now third, fourth is Pellini, and fifth is Marcellia. Sixth position is another of the Sodi cards. That looks like the Renzo Giannoni from Albanese, Zanchi, Petit, and Alexander Schmitz in front of Jean Lier and Daniel Vazil of Romania. And then it is Harry Thompson ahead of Victor Gustafsson, who makes his bid on the inside of Thompson in the middle section. He's now up to 12th. So there's Carbonell in second, Palomba in third. Still they duel away for position. Exceptional stuff in the front end of the field, but it looks as though Cunati has bolted away. Pellini with the new fastest lap, trying to get close. 7 laps done, 18 to go. A long old race here in KZ2 in the International KZ2 Super Cup. So down to the braking zone again. Carbonell has the 104 of Giuseppe Palomba underneath him. Good move further back from Vazil. He gets the move on Jean Lier in the hairpin. Yellow flags. There's been an incident up at the chicane. It's Harry Thompson. Thompson's gone. Thompson's gone, and he's not the only one. In there is Alessio Pacini. Alessio Pacini's gone as well. So Thompson and Pacini have come together, and it looks as though we've lost a few more. So 2 more have gone. Pacini desperately trying to get going again. But Harry Thompson is out, and it's a disaster for the Brit. His maiden weekend in FIA Karting as a gearbox driver comes to an end. At least he made it into the high end of the grid for the final, but it's now all over. So Cunati out in front, but this is the battle for second place, and it's turning into a very fast train at the moment. The locomotive up at the front of it is Carbonell. The carriages are getting closer. They want to take the lead of it. Palomba makes the launch on the inside and gets in a second. Lovely move from Palomba. So Palomba into P2. Third is Carbonell. Pellini fourth. Fifth is Marcellia. Then it's Albanese and Zanchi. An incredible raft of talent in this fight for second place. They're all trying to catch up to Cunati, but they keep on squabbling with each other. They're going to lose ground. So Palomba with all sorts of pressure from the 3 drivers on his tail. Carbonell, Pellini. A bit of defense here from Palomba. I think he realizes that second is all he's going to get. A launch on the inside from Carbonell and from Pellini, but they can't get close enough to the inside of Palomba to commit to the overtaking move. So it's going to be a tough battle as they continue on their way round. But the battle is still very intense indeed. As up the inside, Carbonell looks to protect and then defend against Pellini. Tough battles all around as Victor Gustafsson makes another place. That puts him into 10th position past Daniel Vazil. What a comeback from Gustafsson. He is charging forward. 10 places made up. Was 20th, now 10th. So Gustafsson charging forward. An incredibly intense battle as the drivers continue on their way round. Cunati has a big lead. It looks as though he's got this in the bag, but in second, Palomba. Third, Carbonell. Fourth is Pellini in front of Marcellia and Danilo Albanese in 6th place for the Kart Republic chassis. 7th place for Matteo Zanchi. And in 8th place, that is another of the CPB Sports. It's Hubert Petit, the Frenchman. Albanese tries again, and that's the move for Pellini. Pellini gets through on Carbonell. So Pellini makes the move there on Artur Carbonell, and from further back, a big lunge from Marcellia. Good defensive driving from Carbonell. Not going to let that move get away. So they continue to charge forward. Cunati is your leader. Second for Palomba. Third for Pellini. It looks like it's going to be an all-Italian podium, the way things are currently playing out. On the far side of the circuit, Cunati comes into turn 5. Down the back straight goes Palomba. The gap is incredibly about 3 seconds between Cunati and Palomba. As up the inside, Danilo Albanese now takes on Carbonell and gets the place. Carbonell having to go defensive from Zanchi. Zanchi on the inside line. They're going to go side by side, and Zanchi has to bail out. Now he's going to try and attack on the inside of Carbonell. Drifts wide. Petit trying to come back in on Carbonell. Now he's going to force the issue on the inside, and round the outside comes the Sodi card of Giannoni. So Giannoni comes around the outside and takes a place or two. It is proper scraping stuff here in KZ2. And now side by side, Giannoni makes the move on the inside of Hubert Petit to close him off. We're on the half-distance lap of the biggest race of the year in KZ2, the International KZ2 Super Cup of 2020. Simone Cunati, 3 seconds clear of Giuseppe Palomba in the lead. Third place is Pellini. Looks like it's going to be an Italian 1, 2, 3. Fourth place is Marcellia. Fifth place is Danilo Albanese. Sixth place is Matteo Zanchi. But closing up on the Suddy carts is the European champion. Victor Gustafsson is getting himself in the battle in the 101. And that is Luyet. So Luyet comes off the circuit. That is going to be Sam Luyet, joined by Jean Luyet now. So a disaster for the Swiss brothers. They had a good chance in this one, but it's all come to nothing, I'm afraid. Cunati out in front. Second, it is Palomba, then Pellini, Marcellia, Albanese, Zanchi, and then we've got Hubert Petit. Victor Gustafsson trying to line up. First Carbonell, then it will be Giannone. A fascinating battle from these guys as they continue to charge their way forward. A really strong tussle as Gustafsson makes them over the inside. Oh, Tonteri squeezed a little bit wide there by Alexander Schmitz, who comes through in position. So a very tall order as the drivers come through once again. Simone Cunati running a good race up front. Palomba, Pellini, Marcellia, Albanese and Zanchi. A top six eclipsed by the home favourites. Italian 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 as we now have 11 laps to go. And Palomba and Pellini are doing the best they can to try and close up on Cunati. But the Modena ASD driver has a comfortable advantage and he's absolutely lauding it. Here's Vazil on the inside line of Tonteri, gets through. Nice manoeuvre. Tonteri trying to come back at the Romanian, but Vazil is defending well in the DR. The battle for fourth place now. Leonardo Marcellia and Danilo Albanese. Still they quest for position. A really solid run now for the drivers as they continue their charge forward. Cunati, Palomba, Pellini, Marcellia, Albanese. That's the top five. It's looking pretty tight and twisty through the course of the field now. But Albanese charging in behind Marcellia. A good run from Carbonell and Petit, the two Frenchmen. Then it is Victor Gustafsson. He's got past Lorenzo Giannone up into 9th place. He's made his way through half the field. 10 laps to go. Albanese trying to close in on Leonardo Marcellia. And it's been a really close battle up front. There's Zanchi, Carbonell and Petit, and then Gustafsson is behind. Unfortunate incident that's wiped out several drivers from the field. Further back, we lost about 6 of them in one incident, I think. Sam Lier, Nikita Artemanov, Slavik Petyatin, Fabrizio Rosati, Joey Van Spunteren and Massimo Dante. Oh, and Valentino Fritsch as well. So 7 of them in one incident. Unfortunately, I'm not sure we quite picked that one up. We'll certainly have a look back at it if we can. But it's a feisty incident up front for Palomba versus Pellini. And this is Marcellia versus Albanese. Senna van Waalstein now picks up the fastest lap. He's up into 11th place past Daniel Vazil. So he's trying to charge his way forward. And that's a good line from the Dutchman. He comes through into P11. So with 9 laps to go. Oh, that's 157 in. I'm afraid that is Alexander Schmitz, the German. So now there are only 24 drivers in this KZ2 final. Unbelievable, the attrition rate here today. As we've already lost 12 of the field. That is 1/3 of the field in KZ2. I can't remember a final quite like it. Now that incident earlier on, of course, cost us 7 drivers. So with the other 5 having incidents of their own as well, it's obviously the race everybody wants to win, but it's also, for those who don't think they can win it, the race they want to get their best battles out of. Here's Van Waalstein closing in on Giannone. Van Waalstein launches on the inside line. Thank you very much. That'll do nicely. I'll take the place away. Thanks, mate. And they are in the same stable, of course, the CPB Sodikart squad. And behind them, that looks like the 159 having made the move. That is Marco Torman having got past Paavo Tonteri. And now Daniel Vazil is doing as best as he can to get away from Lorenzo Giannone, because Van Waalstein got through and now Vazil has got through. But Cunati still running strong. The top 5 still running pretty clear. But it's settling into a nice rhythm up front. 7 laps to go. And this man is doing his best. Simone Cunati. He's saved the best till last. And he's running out in front. What a performance. Simone Cunati is one of those drivers who you could describe as always the bridesmaid, never the bride, and has always pushed very hard to come through. He was the vice champion of Europe this year. He genuinely felt he had a good chance of it. in 2020, but he just missed out. But what a way to bounce back. It looks like Cunati, with 6 laps to go, is going to win the biggest prize in KZ2. And it couldn't happen to a nicer man in the paddock. Cunati is one of the ultimate heroes of KZ2. They plug on with their satellite squad, Modena ASD. He's good enough to drive for any of the factory teams, but he is a man of heart and a man of soul and character. And if he does this, if he gets the job done, it will be a very popular victory, not just in the world of karting, but in the world of motorsport. He's a lovely, lovely man, and he richly deserves this. Here's Palomba, still trying to fend off from Pellini. This is all about tyre management now, and also brake management. There are some very fast straights into some very big braking points. So you've got to look after brakes, you've got to look after tyres, and of course you've got to look after engine temperature. So many variables in this field. Cunati still running strong. Palomba and Pellini running a good race in the middle of the pack. So still a good run from Palomba. Pellini in 3rd place. Marcellia, Albanese, Zanchi, Carbonell, Petit and Gustafsson. Senna van Waalstein now 10th. And up to 12th has come Marco Torman, in behind Vasile and ahead of Giannoni from the 116. That is Filippo Berto, then Tonteri, Lorandi, DeMarco, Balbo, Katagadis, Kokowski, Bizzotto, Comanducci, Fusco and Pacini. They're the only runners left. And so with 4 laps to go, Simone Cunati just needs to control the pace and control the lead he's got. It's 2.3 seconds though. Palomba is catching Cunati ever so gradually. But Cunati doesn't need to panic. He just needs to keep the kart straight and narrow, fast and true. Palomba and Pellini can do everything they can to catch up, but I think they're going to run out of time. Van Waalstein gets the fastest lap of the race, and it's a sub 46, 45.993. A very quick lap indeed from Senna van Waalstein. And he has caught up to the European champion, Victor Gustafsson, in fact. So they're going to battle away for position behind these guys. So it's going to be a fascinating end to the season. But Simone Cunati, who lost out on the European Championship, is going to take what is affectionately known amongst KZ2 drivers as the World Championship, although of course its official title is the International Super Cup. Here's Van Waalstein in behind Gustafsson, the battle for 9th place, the European champion versus the young pretender. Can Van Waalstein launch it on the inside? Well, Gustafsson's playing defensive. So Van Waalstein in up to 10th place, having made an incredible comeback, as has Gustafsson. They both fought well. But now they're having to race each other for the pride and the passion that they can go for it. Van Waalstein tries on Gustafsson, but he's so good in defense. He holds the car just a couple of inches across the racing line. Now he's going to dive for it. Lovely! Van Waalstein through into 9th. Brilliant overtake. It's not every day you pull a fast one on the European champion, but that's well done from Van Waalstein. He may not be able to get the podium, but at least he bows out on his own terms, fighting with his sleeves rolled up. Look at the car park at the second hairpin in the 3rd sector. You've got all sorts of karts there, flotsam and jetsam after the earlier incident. But Simone Cunati has a lap and a half to go, about 1.8 kilometers, and then he will win the International KZ2 Super Cup. But he's got to keep it together. He can't afford a mistake. He can't afford to get this wrong. For everything to come together to win a title like this in KZ2, everything's got to be perfect. It needs to be just so. The engineering, the setup, the brakes, the tires, the chassis, the steering, the brake bias, everything's got to be just right. And they've been working tirelessly over at Modena ASD to make sure that Simone Cunati has the tools to do the job. I bet their blood pressure must be sky high at the moment, because they must know how close they are to crushing the giants of this sport. When you go against the big factory teams, you've got a big task ahead of you. But Modena ASD and Simone Cunati are about to realize an incredible dream. You don't beat the factory teams every day, but Simone Cunati is going to remember this one for a hell of a long time. Out of the final turn, Simone Cunati is the winner of the KZ2 Super Cup. Beautiful! Simone Cunati is victorious at last. This has been such a long time coming. And now Simone Cunati finally is the winner. The biggest prize in the sport of KZ2 falls to the lovable Italian, Simone Cunati. And everyone is congratulating him. They know what this means to Simone Cunati. It's a big moment. Simone Cunati wins at last. Giuseppe Palomba second from Giacomo Polini, Leonardo Marsiglia and Danilo Albanese. Matteo Zanchi in sixth place from Arthur Carbonell, Hubert Petit and Senna van Waalstein. Victor Gustafsson is 10th from Daniel Vazil and Marco Torman. Filippo Berto and Paolo Tonteri ahead of Alessio Rarandi and Lorenzo Giannoni. Natalia Balbo and Davide De Marco. Filippo Caligaris and Matti Kikowski. Leo Bisotto and Francesco Comenducci. Giuseppe Fusco and Alessio Piccini. 25th is Alexander Schmitz, and out of the race, along with Jean Luyet, Harry Thompson, Sam Luyet, Nikita Artemanov, Fabrizio Rosati, Slavik Petyatin, Joey Van Spunteren, Massimo Danti, Valentino Fritsch, Alexander Dahlberg, and Ben Tornqvist. What a race. A race of attrition, a race of drama, but a race of glory, as finally Simone Cunati gets the International KZ2 Super Cup win he's been dreaming of for years. The moment is finally his. Coming up next, of course, folks, it will be the podium ceremony, and it's going to be an all-Italian affair. For third, Giacomo Polini. For second, Giuseppe Palomba. And for first, at last, Simone Cunati. Let's look back at the highlights of an incredible final. So now I'm finally getting to look back at the incident that saw both Tornqvist and Dahlberg out of luck. Tornqvist went straight into the pits, as you can see, gesticulating wildly at Dahlberg. They tangled on the exit of turn 4, and that's what put the two Swedes out of the race. But a fascinating duel all the way through, and it was a tough race for Cunati to win. He had big pressure early on from Arturo Carbonell, but he didn't get flustered when he got through. There's the work that's trying to be done to keep Tornqvist in the race. But I think by that point they knew that the writing was on the wall, and they knew they weren't going to be able to go any further. And this was a nice little tussle as well. Polini making the big launch on the inside of Leonardo Marsiglia, and that put him into third place, which is where he remained, of course. Absolutely fascinating stuff. And unfortunate for Alexander Dahlberg, his involvement in that incident, of course, putting him out of the race as well. But up front, it seemed like nobody could challenge this man once he got the launch on Carbonell. He retook the lead. He charged away. There's the big incident that we saw for the 7 drivers. I was looking at another battle when that all took place, but it took out 7 men. Zanchi making the big launch on the inside of Carbonell. That caught him out there, took him completely by surprise. But the big question now is whether that was done under yellow flags, because I think Zanchi actually moved aside and let Carbonell... Oh, there was a little bit of a nudge there as Zanchi ran wide. Spun out. I think it was a big lunge on the inside from Palomba. So whether there was actually contact or not, I'm not sure. But Albanese getting his move. Zanchi elbows out as he battles away. Thompson and Piccini out together as well, of course. And that was rather unfortunate for 2 men who genuinely had a chance to get on the podium this weekend. And Alessio Piccini, the determination of these drivers to try and get going again. And Piccini did, of course, get going, but finished up in 24th place, which was the last man home. And this move from Palomba, absolutely determined and resolute to move his way forward. So a fascinating battle and a great duel as the competitors race for position. I'll leave the highlights with you, but the podium is up next.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
So we are going to welcome the three heroes to the podium in the International KZ2 Super Cup 2020. What a race it was. In third position for Italy, Giacomo Polini. And in second position, also for Italy, Giuseppe Palomba. But your winner of the 2020 International KZ2 Super Cup for Italy, Simone Gunati! And your winning team for Modena ASD, please welcome to the podium, Gabriele Finocchi! And in deference to our driver on the top step of the podium, the national anthem for Italy. Vincitore, a fantastic performance from our Italians. We welcome them to lift their trophies on the podium one by one. In third position for Italy, Giacomo Polini. And in second position, also for Italy, Giuseppe Palomba. But your International KZ2 Super Cup winner 2020 for Italy, Simone Gunati! And of course for the winning team for Modena ASD, Gabriele Finocchi! So we ask our winners on the podium to raise their trophies aloft for the photograph and for the press. A fabulous result and a big congratulations to our three drivers on the podium, and a massive thank you to our FIA Karting President Felipe Massa, who is here as well to observe the podium. A fabulous performance. Ladies and gentlemen, for your Italian trio on the podium, to Giacomo Polini, Giuseppe Palomba, and your race winner, Simone Gunati! And of course, the moment they have all been waiting for, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our drivers to get busy with the fizzy! Congratulations to our drivers on the podium. The KZ2 heroes have their moment of joy at last. Ladies and gentlemen, Giacomo Polini, Giuseppe Palomba, and for Modena ASD, your winner, Simone Gunati! A huge congratulations to Modena ASD and Simone Gunati, 2020 winners of the International KZ2 Super Cup. We will allow the drivers to enjoy their moment of celebration. I have a feeling the party will be a long and pleasant one. We move on next to the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, the third and final result of the 2020 season.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you are tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
Yeah, it's a wet start to the weekend, as you can probably see. The championship is already locked, so I'm basically just coming into the weekend and hoping to have fun. I got chosen from America to race for my country, so I'm going to continue to race for my country. This track's a lot different in the wet, as sometimes you hit the curb, sometimes you go around the outside. It's a pretty fun track in the wet, and I'm hoping to see what the rest of the weekend has for us. I'm hoping to go 3 for 3 and win all the races, but there's no rush, no need to.
It's been an exceptional race weekend here at the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. The third and final weekend of this incredible competition for 2020. We have an exceptional battle ahead of us. We really will have an amazing duel to finish off this incredible season. The 10th running of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy last year gave us an absolutely phenomenal show. And it's incredible that 13 months technically later, we are able to come back for the 11th running to see if we can crown another worthy title winner. And of course, to play out the final race of this 2020 season. There are plenty of things on the record for this weekend as the drivers will battle for supremacy in a multitude of different ways. Some for their best result, some for the final victory, and one man in particular to round out his 2020 season campaign the right way. He's done an absolutely incredible job up to this point, and now all he has to do is keep that bandwagon rolling in fine style. Nicholas Tihonen, Charles Leclerc, Jonas Lapalainen, Maxime Poti, Richard Verschoor, Marta Garcia, Callum Bradshaw, Xavier Hadsame, Mari Boyer and Caio Sixnelis have all won this crown before. The first 10 winners have gone on to amazing performances in various disciplines of the sport. Now the 11th man will walk out in fantastic pride as he gets himself the chance to bow out his season on a high. But he will not be the man in pole position. That one goes to the Russian star, Alexander Gubenko. After a brilliant performance this weekend, he will be the man who takes up the role at the front end of the field with a lot of pride, an awful lot of performance of grandeur and elan this weekend. 2 wins and a 2nd place, and that puts him right up at the sharp end with an incredible field of drivers to battle against. And of course, all of these drivers in identical machinery, the X-Bridge chassis, the Vortex engines, the Vega tires, all on identical machinery. It all comes down to driver skill. They each have just one mechanic, and none of them even get to drive these karts before the race weekend begins. The first laps these guys had in these machines were on Friday morning during the practice sessions. That was the first time a few of them had even seen the circuit, never mind drive it. So it was going to be an absolutely phenomenal weekend, whatever happens. And now the competitors are ready for the final hurrah. They come from all over the world to be here, and obviously they are selected by their national motorsport governing bodies who will take them on to the world of motorsport with pride. They can wear their national colours with incredible amounts of pride and dignity. Of course, at this juncture, it's worth mentioning that there are a few drivers who could not be here to compete in this competition due to the travel restrictions around the world. But we do want to send our very best wishes to those who would have represented their country here this weekend. To Akshay Bora of Singapore, to Jaden Tien of the Netherlands, to Kanaka Guzazi of Indonesia, to Joseph Planken of Estonia, to Felipe Bernasconi of Argentina, to Santiago Valve of Spain, also, of course, to Thiago Samaniego of Paraguay, to Aaron Vescepi of Switzerland, to Christian Pastrian of Chile, to Josh LaRue of South Africa, to Louis Sharp of New Zealand, to Carlos Franco of Brazil, to Kyuho Lee of Korea, to Geronimo Barrio of Colombia, Shuncheng Ki of China, Nandavud Birambakti of Thailand, Caleb Sumich of Australia, Leo Laksanawami of Mozambique, Shantosh Kumar of Bahrain, and Huang Nam Pham of Vietnam. We miss you all very much indeed. It's a shame you couldn't be with us for this final round, but we know that you would have worn the colours of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy and, of course, your nation's flag with great pride and excellence. And we can't wait to see you in the FIA Karting paddock again as soon as possible. So the drivers make their way out onto the starting grid, overseen by the FIA Karting President, Felipe Massa. And it's going to be a fabulous final flourish for the drivers in the Academy Trophy. They have done everything they possibly can up to this point to get themselves in the right position and the right frame of mind for this final battle on the circuit. But these young men and women have come from a long way around the world in many cases to battle against the elements of these incredible races, and it will be a very tough mission for them all. But now they have their chance to represent their country in the Academy Trophy one final time as they close out their season in fine style. In the title fight, it is pretty much all done and dusted, as we know. From the United States of America, Conor Zilic has already sealed mathematically the title. All he has to do is enjoy his final race with a little bit of fun and a little bit of excitement thrown in, and he can go back to North Carolina in the United States of America with pride and honor as the only American ever to win the FIA Karting Academy trophy. What an incredible opportunity for him. For the other drivers in the field, there's nothing more to lose. It's time to go to battle for the final race of the season, and any one of them can win it. It's been an amazing season up to this point, but the heroes of the 2020 FIA Karting Academy trophy are here, ready to duel one last time. Alexander Gubenko will take up his position on pole for Russia on the front end of the grid after 2 wins and a second place across the 3 heats, and he has earned his right to go off the front of the grid. Second place, the current championship leader and the man who all he has to do is finish to seal the deal. Conor Zilic from the United States of America. Third position for Italy, the home favourite, Matteo De Palo, racing here at Lonato on home soil from third on the starting grid for the pride of the home nation. Fourth on the starting grid, it is Ivan Dominguez of Portugal. His best performance of 2020 and very much deserving of his place in P4. Fifth on the grid for Great Britain, it is Theo Makuris. What an outstanding performance he has given us in the latter half of the season. Now he has the chance to get a podium once again. In sixth for Denmark, it is Jonathan Waywat, who lines up on the outside of row 3. For France, Massimo Capieto in P7. For Japan, Shudazono in 8th place. 9th on the grid for Germany is Gianni Andrizani. And in 10th place for Romania, it is Darius Babioana. 11th position on the grid for Israel, it is Ariel Elkin. In 12th for Jamaica, it is Alex Powell. In 13th for the United Arab Emirates, Keanu Alajari, beside Luxembourg's Maxime Furon-Castellan. For Peru, it is Rafael Modenese, beside from the Philippines, Zachary David. Next up, for Belgium, Tom Breiken. For Poland, Bart Piekatowski. For the Czech Republic, Adam Kowalski. And next for Austria, Oscar Wirtz. From Slovenia, it is Maj Sadar. For Bulgaria, it is Kalian Varbetsaliev. For Slovakia, it is Matti Koenig. For Sweden, it is Albin Storesen. For Norway, Emil Gudrum. For Costa Rica, Frederick Lunt. For Mexico, Donovan Bonilla. For Greece, Georgios Kavantaris. For Finland, Alexei Yaleva. For the Lithuania, Thomas Veilentas. And finally from Denmark, Freya Norman. So the boys and girls on the starting grid are ready for the final challenge of their FIA Karting Academy Trophy 2020 season. The battle is nearly ready. These young men and women who have been gathered together from all over the world, they will never have raced against each other before this season, and they have had an incredible indoctrination into the world of international motorsports since they started this rather shortened season back in August at Adria in Italy, across to Genk in Belgium, and then back here to the Temple of Karting itself. These young men and women have had an incredible education, and that's what this title is all about. The FIA Karting Academy Trophy, hand-selecting drivers from nations around the world of motorsport to represent their country and to learn about the discipline, the control, and the character of a professional athlete. And boy, have they done so in fine style. This incredible competition with association, of course, from Pantafuels, from OMP, from Vega, from Vortex Engines, and from Exprit, the chassis makers. What a season it has produced. Some amazing young drivers with incredible talent and skill, and ultimate, superb and supreme racecraft. Many of these drivers will go on to massive things in the world of motorsport. And for those who feel that winning this is the be-all and end-all of their career, do not despair, because there are many great racers who have come through the FIA Karting Academy Trophy who have not won the title, such as Mikael Azkuna, now racing in the world of World TCR. Dorian Boccolacci, who now races, of course, in the Grand Prix and sports car paddocks. Esteban Ocon, who is now, of course, a Formula One driver with the Renault, soon-to-be Alpine team. Great karters who have won things on the international stage many a time before. Martin van Leuven, Paolo Bezencenes, Tom Bale, Ross Hayes, Marin Kramers, the now world champion, and Juho Valtonen, as well as Ben Barnicoat of Great Britain, Artem Petrov of Russia, Ralph Aron of Estonia, Pedro Piquet of Brazil, and Amner Al-Kubaisi of the United Arab Emirates. All stars on the international scene in their own right, as well as, of course, the Dutch superstar Stan Pex. And as well as Esteban Ocon, another Formula One name, George Russell, came through here in 2012 to get a top 10 finish in the title race, as well as India's Jahan Darawala, who now, of course, is racing in FIA Formula 2. Of course, to go through the alumni in the FIA Karting Academy trophy, there is one name that we could not leave out. The vice winner of the title in 2010, the late, great Antoine Hubert. Much missed and much beloved, but what a hero he was in the world of the very first running of the FIA Karting Academy trophy back in 2010. Second in the title race, thanks to Nicolas Tihonen. But what an amazing school this is for the youngsters from all over the world who come to race, and they really do put on an exceptional show. This is all about breeding talent, great characters, and immense professionalism. And it really does churn out some amazing heroes of the sport, young and old. So this competition, of course, is the ultimate one for the drivers here this weekend. It's the toughest race that they will have all weekend long as well. And obviously being slightly different in the process of the gearbox races, this one will be a rolling start compared to the standing starts of the gearbox competitors. And they will have 21 laps of this incredible circuit. That is the equivalent of 25 kilometers of intense battle and competition around the temple of karting. If you race and win here, you can call yourself one of the best. It really does provide the most incredible challenges for racers. The long, fast straights, the tight, sweeping apexes, and those big, heavy braking points with the elevation and undulation changes. It all combines for an amazing test. Drivers have to do several things around this place to get it right. They must look after an awful lot of things. They must be aware of their tires, their brakes, their brake biases. They have to look after everything within the kart. They have to make sure they're not pushing too hard. Delicacy on the throttle, ease on the brakes. Everything must be just so if you want to win at this level. And this is the third and final time the drivers will get to showcase what they have learnt over this rather shortened, but still nonetheless entertaining and enjoyable 2020 season. It's worth pointing out at this stage just how impressive and proud everyone here this weekend has been with our youngsters, particularly considering that the 11th running of the Academy Trophy has possibly been the hardest logistically, but also in terms of the professionalism. It's not easy for these youngsters to get used to their racing programs whilst also having to deal with a worldwide pandemic. But every single one of these athletes, even the ones that raced at Adria and Genk that could not be with us this time, you have been amazing, absolutely exceptional, professional to a T, and an absolute pro. Wonderful to see such incredible authority and confidence from these youngsters that have grown over the season, and they have handled the difficult situations absolutely wonderfully. You can all be very proud of yourselves, win or lose, and I think this is one of those moments that you can look back on with great pride and honor. Just getting here is a victory in and of itself. When you battle for the pride of your nation, it really is an esteemed honor when so many competitors from your country have equal amounts of talent. To be selected is an honor. It is a victory. But to represent your country on this level, it's something you'll never forget for the rest of your life. So as the grid is cleared for the final time for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, it is a wonderful, wonderful honor that these drivers will have to complete the circuit 21 times. The minute board goes up, and this is their final hour. Pole position for Alexander Gubenko, the Russian. This has been the real weekend of his ascendancy. He really has moved forward an extra step to come up to this point. Conor Zilic is going to have to bring out all the stops in order to beat him. Whether he does or not, he will still walk away from this weekend as a winner. Third on the grid, A fabulous battle for Matteo De Palo, flying the flag for Italy, no doubt inspired by the KZ2 Super Cup win of Simone Cunati. Can we see another Italian on the top step of the podium today? Beside him on the grid, on the second row, it's going to be a very tough challenge, but none the least enjoyable for the 537 on the front row of the starting grid. Give it up for Ivan Dominguez, the Portuguese star, with a great chance to get his first podium and his final chance. Off they go. The drivers are pushed away by their mechanics, and they're now on their own. Alexander Gubenko of Russia in pole position. Conor Zilic of the United States in second. Matteo De Palo of Italy is third. Ivan Dominguez of Portugal. Theo Makuris of Great Britain. Jonathan Waywat of Denmark. Massimo Capieto of France. Shudazono of Japan. Gianni Andrezzani of Germany. Darius Babiawana of Romania. Ariel Elkin of Israel. Alex Powell of Jamaica. Keanu Alajari of the United Arab Emirates. Maxim Ferrand-Castellin of Luxembourg. Rafael Modenese of Peru. Zachary David of the Philippines. Tom Bryken of Belgium. Bart Pikatowski of Poland. Adam Kowalski of the Czech Republic. Oskar Wirtz of Austria. Mai Sadar of Slovenia. Kalian Vovotsaliev of Bulgaria. Mati Koenig of Slovakia. Albin Staresen of Sweden. Emil Gjerdrum of Norway. Frederick Lunt of Costa Rica. Donovan Bonilla of Mexico. Georgios Kavantaris of Greece. Alexia Yeleva of Finland. Thomas Valentas of Lithuania. Freya Norman of Denmark. So this is the last chance the drivers will have on the world stage to put on such a spectacular show. But this is going to be the moment they've all been waiting for. So now the drivers circulate around the circuit, 2 formation laps, and obviously they will be in their positions on the rolling start. And this is where they have had their final opportunities to push for the victory. Gubenko in the pole position, Zilic in second place. Third position, a fabulous opportunity for Matteo De Palo in front of his Italian country. An amazing chance here. Fourth on the grid for Ivan Dominguez, and then Makuris and Waywat on the third row. Every driver with a chance to finish strong in this incredible season of amazing sport. 21 laps, 25 kilometers, and the final positions in the title race to be won. Gubenko, Zilic, De Palo, Dominguez, Makuris, Waywat, Capieto. And we are going for a false start on this occasion. So that's a false start. So they will go around for an additional formation lap. Decided quite early from the director of the Academy Trophy, Pasquale Lupoli, who has decided there that they will go around another time. So the drivers will get again the tyre temperature and the brake temperature to its optimum. They don't want to overheat them because obviously that is going to be counterproductive in terms of their challenge for the victory. But it's now or never. The drivers have given it everything they've got, and so they will battle for glory one final time in 2020. Gubenko and Zilic, De Palo and Dominguez, Makuris and Waywat, Capieto and Dozono, Andrezzani and Babiawana, Elkin, Powell, Alajari, Ferrand-Castellin, Modenese, David, Bryken, Pikatowski, Kowalski, Wirtz, and the rest. Out of the final turn, who's going to get the best start? It's up to them now. Away we go. We're racing, and Gubenko gets a good start to the first corner. Zilic is going to get squeezed down to about 5th position, I think. 4th place, maybe even 5th around the outside, but it's Gubenko, De Palo, Makuris and Waywat going well. Oh, and this cart's going wide, and one of them is Zilic. One of them is Zilic. He's gone down to the back. So Zilic is dead last. He's not going to get all 3 wins the way this is currently playing. So it's going to be a completely different podium. But Gubenko is out in front as he battles with Matteo De Palo, the Italian, in second place ahead of Theo Makuris. So the battle rages in the Academy Trophy. Conor Zilic has no pressure on him now at all. He can just go and have fun from the back, seeing how many karts he can overtake. But for Gubenko, De Palo and Makuris, the race for victory is on. They come out of the final turn and down the straight, and it's going to be a great one for Gubenko. The way things are going, he's on the charge. Dominguez is 4th from Waywat, Powell, Andrezzani, Elkin, Dozono, Babiawana, David and Modenese. There's a real end-of-term atmosphere as up the inside. That's a nice move from the 506 of Waywat, and Powell's going to get through on Dominguez as well. He's not the only one. Andrezzani will get there. Elkin will get there. Dozono will get there. Goodness me. And into the pits comes Conor Zilic. Zilic is out. Conor Zilic retires, but he will not lose the title. So Conor Zilic pulls the kart into the pits to retire from the race. And that is his season over. But he still wins the Academy Trophy 2020. It's unfortunate the way it's ended, but he will still become the winner of the Academy Trophy 2020. He's unhappy about it. Oh, and that's a big problem. That is the 525 off the road. That is Adam Kowalski. So Kowalski is out of the race now as well. A big problem in the final then, as Gubenko continues with DePalo and Makuris. They battle for the victory. Waywat, Powell, Elkin, Andrezzani, DeZono, David and Modenese. Now this really is going to be a bit of an open season. We will not have the United States on the top of the podium. So who is it going to be? Will Matteo DePalo get his run on Gubenko? They're trying to stretch out the gap at the moment, these three. So it's going to be an interesting one for 21 laps, but they know they've got a long race ahead of them. More than double the length of the heats from the previous races. They were 9 laps long. This is 21 laps long, the longest race of the weekend. So the drivers continue to battle. Fourth is now Waywat ahead of Elkin, Powell, Andrezzani, DeZono, Modenese, Ferran Castellan and David. So who's going to make the first big lunge? Makuris has gone with DePalo in second. Gubenko still first. And can they hang on to it? It's going to be a fascinating duel, that's for sure. But Conor Zilic and Adam Kowalski out of the race. Just 29 drivers still running. So the battle continues. Makuris still there. Oh, we've got problems further back. We've got problems further back. 2-3 carts, I think, maybe involved in an incident further down the order. It's Capieto and Yeleva. Now that has opened the championship battle for second wide open. Matteo Capieto is out of the race. Now that means that surely Capieto is going to lose his second place in the title race. And that's the 522 out now as well. That is Albin Sturesen. So the Swede is out as well. And Darius Babiawana has gone down to the back of the field. A real shame for the Romanian. This has been a great weekend for him up to this point. In fact, he is there off at the final corner. So Babiawana out of the race as well. I think he's gone with Albin Sturesen, so they went together, in fact. But a real shame, because this was a great weekend up to that point for Darius Babiawana. But Capieto and Yeleva out, and so too are Babiawana and Sturesen. And now there's just 3 drivers in it, and the man in third place, Theo Makuris, is now on course, would you believe it, to be second place in the 2020 Academy Trophy. If he finishes third, he will manage it. Ariel Elkin into fourth. Up into fifth place comes Jonathan Waywat. 6th for Powell, 7th for Shudazono. But DePalo would dearly love to get a victory if he can. That will put him second in the driver's standings, I believe. In fact, no, it will put him third if he can get the win away from Gubenko. He's going for it on the inside. DePalo takes the lead. Matteo DePalo on home soil takes the lead here at Lonato, and Makuris gets past Gubenko as well. So now DePalo takes the lead, Makuris takes second, Gubenko down to third. And if DePalo wins the race, he will be in the top 3 in the standings for 2020. Makuris is looking good for second in the rankings. An amazing comeback for the man who had no European experience at all before this season. And he's now looking likely to be second in the entire title fight. What an amazing opportunity this is. We're on lap 7 of 21. Capieto is trying desperately from the sidelines to hope that Waywat doesn't make more progress, because Waywat's on behind Ariel Elkin, and they're having a terrific battle. I think Powell has just got past Waywat, in fact. So Alex Powell has made another place, and that's great news from the Jamaicans' point of view. So he now has a chance to move forward. But Gubenko still looking good for Russia in the top 3 as Zachary David takes a warning flag. Shortly after Albin Sturesen and the 525 had already taken warning flags as well. The 525, of course, is Adam Kowalski. They had warning flags for their incidents, which unfortunately put them out of the race. But for Matteo Capieto, retirement is absolute agony in the final race of the year. There's Alex Powell in front of the 506 of Jonathan Waywat from Denmark. And there's a new fastest lap of the race. It's Rafael Modenese, the Peruvian, who's looking good to move his way forward. So Matteo De Palo leads the race here at Lonato. Second is Theo Makouris. These two gave us the closest finish all weekend in one of yesterday's heats when Makouris managed to beat De Palo by 0.013 of a second. Interestingly though, we started the race in bone dry sunshine, but now the clouds are coming over. This could be a real problem in the race if they start to break during the race. But obviously the drivers have just got to cope with whatever's presented to them. De Palo leads, Makouris second, Gubenko third, Modenese bangs in another fastest lap. And we're on lap 9 of 21. The race pace is still going strong. De Palo leads the way, Makouris in second, Gubenko is third. The Russian doing a grand job all weekend long. And he's not out of the fight for victory yet by a long shot. Oh, that's Alex Powell dueling away with Jonathan Waywat, who gets back through, and that's a nice move from Modenese. He gets the move on the 515 of Shudazono. So Peru passes Japan. Makouris starting to drop Gubenko a little bit now as he and De Palo increase their advantage. What an amazing opportunity this is for the two men up front. Third for De Palo in the title race, second for Makouris in the title race, even if it stays like this. And that would be an amazing fight back for De Palo and a wonderful accolade for Makouris in his first ever campaign in Europe. Third position for Gubenko, and that will give him a top 10 placing in the standings. He's done very well indeed this year, the Russian, but he's not done yet. He still has a chance, and he's caught right back up to De Palo and Makouris. So now this is going to be about who makes the move first, and I think Gubenko made the move on Makouris, and he gets through. Does he? No, he has to hang back. So Makouris had the pressure from Gubenko, and that's dropped him off the back of De Palo. So Gubenko will try again here on Makouris, but Theo doesn't need to panic here. He doesn't have too much to lose at this point. Even if he gets overtaken by Gubenko, he can finish third and still be second in the title race. Gubenko's going for it, and he gets there. Makouris is going to try and shut down Ariel Elkin. Elkin is alongside him. Well done, Theo Makouris. He holds the nerve there, but Elkin's coming back at him. Ariel Elkin is going to try and make his bid for third position on the inside. Here he goes, and Elkin is through. Ariel Elkin gets into third position. Good move. Now he's going to try and defend the line from Makouris into the hairpin. He's not going to make the move on Gubenko just yet, but he's going to hold to cover in third position. So Elkin's going to have an opportunity here out of the final turn to close up on Gubenko. And that will mean that De Palo, the current race leader, would be second in the title race with Makouris in third. Still an amazing achievement. But with 10 laps to go, anything is still possible. Elkin in third is trying to close up now on Gubenko, but Matteo De Palo, the Italian, having a great race up front. Looking good for the victory here at Lonato. It's the home advantage that's going to count for him. Down the back straight. Gubenko second, Elkin third, Makouris fourth. Fifth place now is Jonathan Waywat ahead of Alex Powell in sixth. And then Ferran Castellan in Dezono ahead of Modenese and the 526 of Gianni Andrezzani. Looks as though we've lost 6 drivers from the fray. Babiuana, Storesen, Capieto, Yaleva, Kowalski and Zilic. And Ferran Castellan now has a warning flag. But look at Gubenko having to fend off from Ariel Elkin now. Elkin looks like he might have a chance to come through on the inside, and a lovely move from Ariel Elkin. He gets into P2. Gubenko now having to defend from Makouris, who goes long around the outside to try and get the switch back on Gubenko. But he can't quite make it through. Gubenko gestures to Makouris, come on, if we work together, we can catch them. But with 9 laps remaining, they are running short on time. Makouris is going to make his bid on the inside of Gubenko. He thinks better of it. So Gubenko holds the place for now. 5th place and catching is Jonathan Waywat. He has a chance here to get into the top 3 of the title race. And the Dane is fighting back. So Waywat closing in on these two, Gubenko and Makouris, as they fight for the final place on the podium. There's Alex Powell, the Jamaican. He's not out of the woods yet either. Still a long way to go. Makouris pressuring Gubenko. And as they come through, the track temperature has dipped a little bit. The clouds coming overhead. This could make for a fascinating final 8 laps. Makouris closes up on Gubenko again. Waywat and Powell are not far away. Ferran Castellan and Dezono battling for 7th from Modenese, Andrezzani, David, Alajari, Bryken, Pikatovsky, Dominguez, Wirtz and Vabatsaliev. Makouris now makes the lunge on the inside of Gubenko. Lovely move! Excellently done from Makuris. He drifts out wide. He moves to cover the inside line from Gubenko. He'll hold the inside for the next hairpin. Beautiful. Great racecraft. So Makuris into third place. Gubenko fourth. Looks to me as though it's going to be Matteo De Palo who will take his third place in the driver's standings now, because Makuris back into third means he will get the runner-up spot. But it's all going to depend on what Gubenko can do. And watch out, guys, because you've got Jonathan Waywat bearing down on you both. Makuris moves to protect. Third place is not a bad result. Gubenko's going to try and get the switchback, but Makuris is well placed for the next left-hander. Waywat's going to try and come into the inside and takes it from Gubenko. Gubenko back on the inside. But Waywat now feels he's got a chance, and Alex Powell's going to try and break in as well. So Makuris manages to back Gubenko into Waywat. Can Gubenko make the launch? Well, Makuris is going to defend the position again. Third place will do for the runner-up spot in the title. Gubenko nudges Makuris, who defends to the inside, leaves the door open for Waywat. The Dane gets through. Gubenko on the switchback. Powell now side by side with Waywat. Watch out for the Jamaican. He's got a great line off the turn. And he's through on Jonathan Waywat. Good move from the Jamaican. Now Waywat comes back on the inside. He retakes the place. Amazing driving from the Academy drivers. Gubenko back on the inside of Makuris. Powell trying to stick his nose in there as well. So Makuris lets it happen, but keeps the inside line for the next turn. Waywat back through on Powell. And this race is getting fever pitch with 6 laps to go. Makuris is being supported by Waywat in their bid to recatch Gubenko. Makuris now defends from Waywat. Waywat gets up alongside. And Powell trying to get through on the inside. Powell gets a little nudge on the back of Makuris and gets through. Gubenko gets the warning flag. And Powell and Waywat are scrapping away now for 4th position. Makuris down to 6th in front of Modenese and Ferron Castellan. Now there's going to be a challenge from Modenese and Ferron Castellan to get through on Makuris. And it's going to be a big problem for Makuris now. DeSono's there to the inside. He bails out and comes from the other side. Makuris holding on. But this is going to drop him outside the top 4 in the standings, Makuris. Unfortunate it is for the Brit. But he's got to keep pushing with 5 laps to go. You never know what can happen, especially with the battles we've got up front. In fact, speaking of which, Matteo De Palo has been caught by Ariel Elkin. Elkin is now battling for the victory with Matteo De Palo. Here they are. 4 laps to go, and De Palo has got Ariel Elkin hot on his heels. The Italian and the Israeli dueling for the victory. Can Ariel Elkin give Israel their first ever win in the FIA? This is going to be an interesting one if Ariel Elkin can get through on the 504 of Matteo De Palo. He's doing everything he possibly can. This is going to be a massive moment in Israel if he can get through and take the victory. He's going for it on the inside. Ariel Elkin leads in the final with 3.5 laps to go. Ariel Elkin hits the front for the first time in his young career. Can Ariel Elkin storm the upset of the weekend with 3 laps to go? An amazing opportunity for the young man from Israel. 3rd place is Alex Gubenko. 4th is Powell from Modenese. Waywat, Modenese, DeSono, Ferron Castellan, Makuris. What's happened to Waywat? I think Waywat's out. Waywat's out of the race. Oh, the Danish driver is absolutely livid. And Jonathan Waywat absolutely disgusted. And there is Jonathan Waywat. He's absolutely furious. Out of the race goes the Dane, and a chance of the top 3 in the standings goes with it. What a shame. The Dane has been so impressive this year, but it's not to be. But he will be back, I'm sure, in the world of FIA karting, and he will have much better days to come as Makuris battles with Ferron Castellan for 7th place. 2 laps to go, and Ariel Elkin has a decent advantage on Matteo De Palo. I think we're about to have an incredible result. This has been a season of firsts in the FIA karting paddock. We've had a Jamaican get a pole position in OK Junior for the first time. In the Academy Trophy, we have had a Peruvian take the first ever race win for Peru, last time out at Genk. And in the final, we may be about to see the first man ever from Israel to get an FIA Karting victory. That is a big, big moment for the country and for Ariel Elkin in particular. And it will be impossible for the nation's motorsport program to not support him as he moves forward after this. Last lap. Come on, Ariel, bring it home. He's done an amazing job here. Matteo De Palo in second, Gubenko in third. There's still great races lower back. But this is going to be an amazing upset. And it means, all of it, that Maceo Capieto is going to be second in the title fight again. If Makuris can make up another place or two, he might just get it on the line. But for Ariel Elkin, it's going to be a historic victory. He comes into the final few hairpins as the battles continue. Makuris is still battling with Dezono. He might pick up the final point he needs to get second in the title race. But for Ariel Elkin, it's a moment to cherish and savor for Israel. Ariel Elkin wins at Lonato! Brilliant! History is made for Israel. Ariel Elkin wins at Lonato. Absolutely magnificent drive. Ariel Elkin has done it in style. De Palo in second, Gubenko in third, and Alex Powell of Jamaica in fourth position. What a sensational result and a history-making drive for Ariel Elkin of Israel. What a moment. Ariel Elkin is the winner from Matteo De Palo and Alex Gubenko. Alex Powell is fourth from Rafael Modenese and Maxime Ferron-Castellan. Seventh is Theo Makuris. Eighth is Zachary David. Ninth is Shudazono from Keanu Alajari. Tom Bryken 11th from Bart Piekatowski. Gianni Andrezani and Ivan Dominguez from Oscar Wirtz and Kalian Varbet-Saliev. Georgios Kafantaris and Donovan Bonilla. Emil Gudrum and Thomas Valentas from Maisadar, Freya Norman, Matti Koenig and Frederick Lunt. The retirements are many and plentiful. Jonathan Waywatt, along with Darius Babiawana, Albin Stodason, Maceo Capieto and Alexei Yeleva, along with Adam Kowalski, and the new Academy Trophy winner of 2020, Conor Zilic. Let's go back over the highlights of an incredible final. One of the most exceptional Academy Trophy races I have ever seen. Really good racing all the way throughout. And it's Conor Zilic trying desperately to keep himself in the fray. It looks like he got a little bit of a nerf once or twice on the way down to the first corner. And we'll have to see how it was that he ended up getting spat out to the scenery through turn 4. Oh, there was contact there. Now, who was it with? Trying to see who it was on the replay. I think that was... I want to say that was Maceo Capieto, in fact. So the two title rivals, first and second in the point standings, and neither of them finished the race in the end. But Maceo Capieto and Conor Zilic ended up colliding with each other by the look of it. So that's big drama. First and second in the point standings. Not the way that they wanted to end their season by a long shot. But it gave us this incredible duel up front. There's Conor Zilic, disappointed that he couldn't make it 3 from 3. But whatever happens, he is still the Academy Trophy winner 2020. So it was a fabulous result, and the American can still walk away from here with pride. Then we lost Adam Kowalski. He retired from the race deep into it. And a big problem for him. And then we had some amazing battles. That's Varbet-Saliev getting past Oscar Wirtz as they dueled for position. Then we had De Palo versus Gubenko. For the pride of Italy, De Palo made the move on Gubenko and got through into the lead eventually. Managed to get the move done, and it looked for a long time as though we'd hear the Italian anthem again on the top step of the podium. And then, of course, Theo Makuris making his bid to get past Alex Gubenko. Managed to make it stick and got through into position. Incredibly, we've got so close a battle in the standings. If the results stand as they are, then Conor Zilic ends the season on 69 as the new Academy Trophy title winner. Almost a perfect score, 70 available. He got 69. Maceo Capieto on 41. Maxime Ferron-Castellan and Theo Makuris both on 39, but it goes the way of Luxembourg's Maxime Ferron-Castellan on countback. Fifth is Matteo De Palo with the same amount of points, so all three of them on 39. John Waywat on 34, Alex Powell on 33, Zachary David on 28, and with that win, Ariel Elkin storms up to 9th, alongside Alex Gubenko with 26 apiece. What a performance, though, from Ariel Elkin at this stage. He's in 4th place. It doesn't look like he's going for the win. He might get a podium at this stage. He's side by side with Makuris, and he just measures his moment. He makes the move on Makuris, up into the podium, 3rd place. Good drive from Ariel Elkin in this one. Clean as a whistle throughout as well, and this is so sensible. His defense, just keeping hold of that position and backing Theo Makuris up a little bit. Then made a bold lunge on Gubenko, made the move stick, and that's nicely handled. So leaving Gubenko and Makuris to battle away for position. This was Makuris' best chance to take the title into his own hands. He made the move on Gubenko and got 3rd position back again. But then obviously the battle got very intense between Gubenko and Waywat. So the battle is going to continue all the way through these corners. You can see there Makuris just trying to hold Gubenko to ransom a little bit. A little nudge there from Gubenko on the back of Makuris, but he defends nicely, and Waywat gets through on the inside line briefly before Gubenko can slice his way back in. Powell side by side with Waywat, and he carries the momentum past the Dane, only for the Dane to get back through. Then Gubenko managed to get the move on Makuris eventually, and Powell is just sitting there waiting for his move on Waywat, who edges Makuris a little bit closer into Gubenko, actually helps him a little bit there, assists him towards the Russian. Just great racecraft from these youngsters. They really do have great skill. And then up the inside, Powell gets his move a little bit too late on the brakes there as he gets side by side with Waywat, and Makuris has to recover. And then Modenese and Ferran Castellin both get their move on Makuris, and there's enough space for Shudazono of Japan to challenge. You got to feel a lot for Makuris in this race. He was minding his own business for a lot of it, and then Flotsam and Jetsam took control. That's Elkin on DePalo. A historic move and a big moment in the history of Israeli sport, because never have they been really a country to call motorsport successful. There's Jonathan Waywat out of the race, livid and furious, but he's been a real star this year, and he's one of the talents of the category. But this is a big, big moment for Ariel Elkin, and I'm fairly sure it's the first time that the Israeli national anthem will ever be played in the FIA Karting paddock. So Elkin wins the final, Conor Zilic wins the title, and it's a very historic moment here at Lonato. The podium is coming up shortly. So let's welcome the 3 drivers from the final race of the 2020 FIA Karting Academy Trophy to the podium. In 3rd position for Russia, Alexander Gubenko. And in 2nd position for Italy, Matteo De Palo. And on the top step of the podium, your race winner for Israel, Ariel Elkin. And in deference to the racer on the top step of the podium, the national anthem for Israel. A mighty congratulations to our three drivers on the podium. They will lift their trophies one by one, starting with a man in third position for Russia, Alexander Gubenko. And in second place for Italy, Matteo De Palo. And your race winner for Israel, Ariel Elkin. Congratulations to our three drivers. We invite them to hold their trophies and their bouquets of flowers aloft on the podium for the photographers. A fantastic podium to finish our FIA Karting Academy Trophy season 2020. Alexander Gubenko, Matteo De Palo, and your race winner, Ariel Elkin. And our FIA Karting President Felipe Massa makes a very quick exit from the podium. I'm not at all surprised because the drivers now get to celebrate in style on the podium with their bottles of fizzy. And they will have a fantastic celebration tonight, I'm sure. So the drivers on the podium can now spray with delight and joy after an amazing 2020 season here at Lonato. It's time for the Academy Trophy celebration to begin. A very deserving podium, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Alexander Gubenko, Matteo De Palo, and your race winner, Ariel Elkin. That concludes proceedings for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy for the 11th time. We hope you've enjoyed the racing in 2020. It's been incredible to see Ariel Elkin claim his first victory in the FIA Karting paddock. Congratulations to Connor Zilic. He is the 2020 FIA Karting Academy Trophy winner. But now we come to the main event. The next race on track is the FIA Karting KZ Championship of the World. And the big question is, will rain intervene?
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
The first one was really important for me to win, just to get my mind right, I think, especially on the wet. I haven't been the quickest. I was quick in quali, but I was drying track this morning in the heat. It was still quite wet, so it's important for me to get off to a good start. Didn't get the best of starts, but then got around the outside in turn 4, got them both actually. I got back from P3 to P1, and from then on I just tried to focus on my own race, tried to get away, and that's what I did. And then the second race was in the dry. I knew I was going to be quick in the dry. Got off to a really good start, and opening laps I got away quite well. Had quite a nice gap, but then I had a small brake issue, so they caught up to me, and then I was defending for the last 2 laps, which was tough, hard racing, but fair, and we kept it all clean. Well, it depends on the weather. If it's going to be wet, I think we've got the pace now. We seem to be quite quick. As long as we can get off to a good start and get out in front, we'll be fine. And I think the same goes for the dry. We had a small brake issue, like I said. We fixed that already this evening, and we should be fine for tomorrow. We seem to have quite good pace in both in the wet and the dry, and in driving conditions I seem to be quite fast as well. So yeah, I think we can be very confident going into tomorrow. As long as nothing strange happens, we should be right up there.
So let's battle for proceedings then. The 2020 FIA Karting World Championship. This is the biggest racing spectacle around the world today. And this is the Indy 500 of gearbox karting. The race that everybody wants to win. 31 drivers will contest the biggest prize in karting. The World Championship is not like anything else in the sport. The heroes and the villains have come and gone many a time, and we talk about them time and time again. But these guys really have been pure warriors and heroes. The great champions of the world of gearbox racing have given us plenty to talk about over the years. Since the very first Gearbox World Championship under CIK FIA regulation in 1983, going way back to Maggioni, when Gianni Mazzola got the job done on a Birrell in 1983, in the days of Formula C. Since then, it's been almost an all-Italian affair. Gabriele Tarquini, Pier Mario Cantoni, Fabrizio Giovanardi, Alessandro Piccini, 4 times over. Gianluca Beggio, also a massive champion, 5 times for him, along with Francesco Laudato, Jarno Trulli, and Danilo Rossi, along with Gianluca Giorgi and the Swede Peter Rydell. Then there was a big hiatus in the world of gearbox racing. There was no official World Championship from 2001 all the way up to 2012. In 2013, that's when the title returned. And lo and behold, it was a Dutchman, Max Verstappen, who took the title in 2013 at Varennes in front of a certain Charles Leclerc. This is how important this race is to world motorsport. The big names, the big stars, they are the ones that contest the Karting World Championship. You have to be the best in the world to win this title. And this year, we really have got an incredible group of drivers to quest after it. But after Verstappen came a few more. In 2014, Marco Ardigo added to his incredible list of talents and skills to win the 2014 KZ title at Sarno 6 years ago. Then the Dutchman Jorrit Pex, who sadly cannot start the final, got the job done in 2015. Paolo Di Conto was then a 2-time title winner in 2016 and 17. Patrick Hayek won the title beautifully in my first appearance at the FIA Karting World Championship back at Genk in 2018. Last year, it was the Dutchman, Marin Kramers, who became the first Dutchman since his countryman Jorrit Pex to win the World Championship. Now, it's time to do it all over again. And this is the race that people like me, who are massive enthusiasts for the world of karting, we wait for with lust and vigor. This, for me, is like waiting for Christmas Day. And finally, it's here. The Championship of the World is like no other event, be it direct drive or gearbox. This is the race you wait for all year long. Marin Kramers practically skipping his way to the grid as he battles from pole position. He's won this title once before, but this time it's different. This time, he never knew at this point 6 months ago he was even going to be racing in karting in 2020, never mind competing for the World Championship. Now he has the chance from pole position to do it all over again. Only this time, it'll be tougher. Alongside him, for France, Jeremy Iglesias of the Formula K racing team has come from absolutely nowhere to put himself into second on the grid for the best possible chance to become the first Frenchman ever to win the Gearbox World Championship. It's never been done before, and now he has the chance to become the first. Third on the starting grid for the Tony Kart Factory team, it is Finland's Simo Puhakka, who yet again has a chance to line up for the Championship of the World. In fourth place, for the Netherlands, it is Bas Lammers, everyone's favorite star in the world of KZ Gearbox. He never seems to age, and yet again, he goes for glory from the front. Fifth on the grid, the new man in at Sony Kart over the last 18 months, Adrien Renaudin, with a great chance for glory. Sixth on the grid, Fabian Federer for SRP Racing and the Maranello squad. Seventh on the grid, Pedro Hilbrand is back in action again. Seventh on the grid for Tony Kart. Eighth place, Riccardo Longhi on home soil for Birrell. Ninth is Mirko Tozzolini in his best starting grid yet in the KZ World Championship. Emilion Denner, after 13 months since his KZ2 Super Cup title, is back in action again for Tony Kart in the KZ Championship of the World. Alessandro Orlando goes off 11th on the grid with a chance to take the world title that has thus far eluded him. For 12th on the grid, the home favourite, Luca Corberri, with a chance to bounce back to win his first title in 8 years. Davide Fore, 7th row of the grid, and he is a champion of old. He knows how to get this done. From 13th on the grid, he's got to be one to watch. Matteo Vigano, 14th on the grid for the new Leclerc by Lennox chassis. He has a great chance in his second KZ World Championship final. Stan Pex lining up 15th on the grid. He still has the speed to make this one count. Robbed of a front end of the grid start after mechanical problems in the last heat, but you can be sure he'll be fighting back. Antonio Fuoco returns to the world of FIA karting, and the former Italian GT champion and Formula 2 race winner is back in FIA karting here at Lonato. Petr Potacek is now lining up 17th on the starting grid aboard the Praga in the Schumacher Racing colours. Beside him on the Lenzo kart, Douglas Lundberg, no doubt the team racing in honour of our dearly departed friend and colleague Konstantin Kapitanidis. Noah Millell of Sweden, starting 19th on the grid for the Tony Kart Factory team. And beside him for Italy and CRG, just a stone's throw away from here, Paolo Ippolito in number 22. Mauro Simoni lining up 21st on the starting grid for the OK1 squad. And alongside him, Mirko Mizzoni leading the charge for Italcourse. Mario Lubick lining up 23rd on the starting grid alongside the Oberon chassis of France, Johann Sogel. 25th on the starting grid, on the Maranello chassis for Austria is Christoph Holt, and beside him, the Italian for EKS, Alessandro Bizzolo. The youngest man on the grid, just 15 years of age, 27th on the grid, Louis Speck of Germany for the TB Kart squad. Beside him is the Dutchman Gust Specken for CRG Holland. 29th on the grid, it is Lucio Mano for the Gizzolo factory team. Matteo Massatani lines up 30th for CRG. And at the back of the grid, for the pride of the Intrepid chassis, it is Valerio Giambattista. 31 competitors on the starting grid, hoping to emulate the likes of Verstappen, Ardigo, Jorit Pex, Paolo Di Conto, Patrick Hayek, and of course the man who could do it all again, Marin Kramers. It seems to be that titles come in threes, the way that things have been going over the last 18 months. It wasn't so long ago that after winning his first world title, Lorenzo Travasanuto in 2018, then went on to win the European and world double last season. Marin Kramers has the chance to do the exact same thing after winning the world gearbox last year. He's now won the European. Can he make it a hat-trick over the course of the last 18 months? It really would be a sensational achievement, and certainly this could be the biggest result ever for the Ricardo Kart brand. They've already won a European title this year. Marin Kramers obviously electing to return to karting after the COVID-19 pandemic assaulted his chances of going into the world of single-seaters. But he's come back, proving he's lost none of his speed or skill, and he is still a champion. But so too are the dozen or so drivers behind him on the starting grid. They have won their national and regional titles many times over. Some of them are even World Cup winners and world champions. This is what it's all come to. The 2020 grid full of caliber, skill and quality. And I'm very delighted to see that the skill and the incredible racecraft of the KZ grid is as strong as it is. I was very disappointed to hear some of the naysayers in the paddock over the last 12 months saying, well, now that Ardigo's hung up his helmet, now that Di Conto's gone, Abbas has gone, it's going to be a weak field in 2020. Hogwash. It's been an absolutely incredible year. Some of the greatest racers ever to grace KZ have been there this year, including the newest kid on the block to win a title, Marin Kramers, who has been so strong in his comeback. But Jeremy Iglesias alongside him on the front row of the grid. What a weekend he and Formula K are having. It's been probably the strongest performance ever from the brand. They finally unlocked that pace they've been threatening all year long. And now Jeremy Iglesias stands just 25 laps away from becoming the first Frenchman ever to become Gearbox Champion of the World. Sounds quite unusual that a Frenchman hasn't won it yet. They've come close many times, but Jeremy is in the best possible position to get the job done. But third and fourth on the grid have just as good a chance. And it's quite incredible, really. Simo Pohaka lining up third on the grid for the Tony Kart Factory team, and Baz Lammers for the Sodi Kart Factory squad, means that there are 4 different chassis in the top 4 places. And just to add spice to this incredible contest, would you believe it? It is starting to rain. Genuinely can't believe that there's another ingredient into this incredible championship showdown. But the first few spots of rain are coming. Now, if it gets no heavier than this, it will not even matter. The slick tires will still hold perfectly well. But if it starts to get heavier than this, it's going to change everything. All of the hard work that's been put into this incredible campaign. 5 minutes to go before the start. And it really is going to be the best show in motorsport worldwide here today. As far as I'm concerned, the greatest drivers in the world come to race in KZ. You've got to be so physically tough, so mentally cognitive, and so unbelievably focused to win in this. You could talk about any form of racing in the world and say that's where the best drivers in the world are. But consider this. These guys are racing at speeds of 60 to 70 kilometers an hour on the straights, pulling a few G in some of the faster bends, a couple of millimeters off the ground, with pounding and bumps rattling and bruising the rib cage and the muscles on the body, a couple of millimeters off the ground, with 0 to 60 times comparable to the world's fastest supercars. It doesn't bear thinking about for the average Joe, but for these guys, the true professionals and athletes of the sport, this is where the kings and queens of racing dominate, in gearbox. There is no greater skill, there is no tougher test in motorsport, in my opinion. Win here and be the best, and you are truly legendary. Marin Kramers from pole position on the inside line. Jeremy Iglesias from the outside line. Could be a fascinating race now that the clouds have come over onto the circuit and they look thick and threatening. If it happens during the race, depending on how severe the rain gets, it could change everything. But the way of the gearbox driver, you press on and you carry on. You don't stop for a little bit of rain. You just push on. Press on for the finish. You keep calm and carry on. But these guys are obviously going to have to face everything that comes up. There's going to be some supreme battles out there on the circuit. I'm going to take an opportunity to thank everybody at South Garda Karting, everybody within the KZ fold, all the teams and the drivers, all the officials at the side of the circuit here, the admin team, the secretaries, the incredible timekeepers, the marshals and officials. Everybody has pulled out the stops to continue the racing up this pedigree. Despite having to do so behind closed doors for a worldwide pandemic nobody could have foreseen 12 months ago, it's been an exceptional show and an incredible year. That goes down to everyone behind the scenes who has worked valiantly to keep the show going. I'm fairly sure it was Freddie Mercury who once sang, "The show must go on." And at RGMMC and the FIA Karting Brigade, that's what we do every day. So the drivers are getting themselves into their final positions, hoping against hope that the rain does not get too heavy. It's still spitting a little bit over the circuit. The cloud's getting thick and heavy, but obviously it doesn't need to break in the next 25 laps of the Lonato circuit. It's going to be very tough out there, but all of the drivers know just how difficult it's going to be. At the moment, it's not wet enough. It's not raining enough for any consideration of grip. But I do notice that there are more raindrops than there were a few minutes ago. This is definitely going to be an if or but type of race. If it rains, but if the rain comes, everything will change. So the drivers are in their final positions as we get ready for the race of the season. It all builds up to this. Who is going to join? Max Verstappen, Marco Ardigo, Jorrit Pex, Paulo Di Conto, Patrick Hayek, and Marin Kramers in the modern KZ World Championship era Hall of Fame. The competitors are in their positions. This is where you can't even begin to imagine what's going through the mind of the drivers. They're thinking all sorts of things. They're thinking tire pressures. They're thinking brake temperatures, brake bias. They're thinking about control of engine temperatures. They're also thinking about composure and discipline. Everything's got to be just so. You can't win a world championship unless every box is checked and everything is perfect. It all has to come together. You need a little bit of luck, of course, but in this world, you always create your own luck. The Championship of the World will play out with Marin Kramers in pole position, Jeremy Iglesias in second, Simo Pohaka, Baz Lammers, Adrien Renaudin and Fabien Federer giving chase, with a whole host of superstars trying to get themselves onto the podium, and more importantly than that, onto the top step. Months of work, weeks of frustration, days of waiting, hours of patience, and now just seconds from glory. The drivers will battle on the temple of karting itself. Leonardo will reverberate to the Championship of the World. Here we go! Marin Kramers and Jeremy Iglesias on the front row of the grid from Simo Pohaka and Baz Lammers, Adrien Renaudin and Fabien Federer, from Pedro Hilbrand and Riccardo Longhi, Mirko Tosolini, Emilion Denner, Alessandro Orlando and Luca Corberi, then Davide Fore and Matteo Vigano, Stan Pex and Antonio Fuoku, Petr Patacek and Douglas Lundberg, from Noah Milel and Paolo Abilito, Mauro Simoni and Mirko Mazzoni, Mario Lubic and Johan Segel, Christoph Holt and Alessandro Rizzolo, Luis Speck, Gust Specken, Lucio Mano, Massatani and Valerio Giambattista. Time for the race of the season. If you're a Gearbox karting fan, this is your biggest moment, and the rain has started in earnest. On the formation lap, it is now properly teaming down. This is going to be an incredibly tough race, especially as the rain starts to fall and descend on the circuit. The clouds are coming in thick and heavy. Anything could happen at this stage. And Marin Kramers and Jeremy Iglesias are trying to get as much heat into the tires as they physically can. This is going to be a very tough race, whatever happens. There will be the tiniest bit of rain to fall on the start, but if it gets heavier and heavier, things will get very interesting indeed. So for the competitors, this is going to be the most dramatic and thrilling of FIA Karting KZ races for the Championship of the World. Is it really going to be as nail-biting as we all think it could? The challenge is upon us. The rain is starting to fall. This has all the shades of Nürburgring 2007 for Grand Prix fans, but many a time there's been rain in the karting world. Now Marin Kramers is gesturing, the drivers are gesturing to the officials. Are they saying it's starting to get slippery out there? Now, obviously, they have to take into consideration what the drivers are saying, because they are the ones that's got to do the exploratory formation laps. And if they say that the rain is coming down enough to be too slippery for the slick tyres, then they obviously have the chance to make it work. Now, look at the gestures on the straight. Marin Kramers gridding up on the start line. Jeremy Iglesias too. And look, they're pointing at the sky. They're saying, the rain's getting heavy. The rain's getting heavy. Come on. So this could be an interesting development in the Championship of the World, but is it heavy enough? Well, the marshal on the front of the field has walked away early. Are they going to delay it? The rain has got heavier, it has to be said, on the front of the grid. And there we go, the start is going to be delayed. The start will be delayed. And I think that's the right decision, because the rain is starting to come down heavy. As dramatic a start as it would be, but the rain is coming down heavy. And so the wait for a world champion goes on. There's an applause here from the mechanics on the start line watching. And I have to say, that's the right decision. Now, a lot of you at home will be saying, well, it's not torrentially wet. There's no rooster tails coming off the underside of the tyres. Why don't you just let them race? Well, too many a time has there been caution thrown to the wind in the world of motorsport. And you've got to remember that these are not just any ordinary machines. These are gearbox karts, ridiculously quick on slick tyres. Grip is so important in these machines. I've said this before on social media. Safety is paramount above everything else. There is no point waiting for the big accident to happen to be proven wrong. you know, you've lost too many races over the years to be complacent. It doesn't justify the loss for those who are left behind if you take a big risk. So in order to honour them, we've got to learn from our mistakes, and that was a right decision, a sensible one taken by the drivers to say, yes, okay, it is raining a little bit. It's not heavy, but in these karts off the grid, if we try and do a standing start on slicks with the rain starting to come down like this, there could be a big accident. And to be honest, I think that's the right decision. As much as we want to start the World Championship final, we obviously want to make sure everybody is safe to do so. And with even a slight percentage of risk that something big could happen, I think that was the correct decision from Nigel Edwards to make the call. We need to delay the start. Well done. And that was the right call. So the drivers will now obviously be in conference with the officials to try and make sure everything is okay. They obviously now need to make sure that they basically need to wait out what happens with the rain, because if it doesn't rain any heavier, and I do notice that it's still spitting a little bit, but it's not exactly heavy, the rain. They need to essentially figure out what happens next, because as much as we want to see racing, as much as we want to do it, it's got to be done the right way. If you do it half-hearted and if you do it with a massive quantity of risk, then there is no point trying to get the risk sorted. So the drivers are now in conference with the likes of Kai Oberheider, Pascal Lepoli, Nigel Edwards, race director. They're all down there discussing with the drivers about the procedure and what will happen next. It's a bit of a pause in proceedings, of course, and there was a big build-up to this, the race that decides the championship of the world, but you have to take the sensible side of this argument, and I have to say I am thoroughly in agreement. So the competitors will obviously have their chance to get themselves back into the action once again, but it's important, obviously, that things are done correctly and in the right manner, so the drivers are obviously just getting their understanding of things. So Marin Kramers will obviously line up in pole position once again as the race continues. Jeremy Iglesias will run at the front end of the field, and you can actually see them on the formation laps. They were trying to communicate with each other and gesturing to each other on the formation lap. They were having a discussion with arm gestures, essentially, basically to say, what do you think? Is this a difficult situation? Or is it not? So it was an interesting situation, that's for sure. So the battle will continue, obviously, when the race is ready to grid up. But it will be Marin Kramers and Jeremy Iglesias on the front row of the starting grid, Simo Pohaka and Baz Lammers on the second, Adrien Renaudet and Fabian Federer on the third, Pedro Hiltbrand and Riccardo Longhi on the fourth, from Mirko Tozzolini and Emilion Denner on the fifth, Alessandro Irlando and Luca Corberi, Davide Fore and Matteo Vigano from Stan Pex and Antonio Fuoku, Petr Patacek and Douglas Lundberg from Noah Milel and Paolo Ippolito, Mauro Simoni and Mirko Mazzoni, Mario Lubick and Johan Sogel, Christoph Holt and Alessandro Bizzolo, Luis Speck and Gust Specken, Lucio Mano, Matteo Massatani and Valerio Giambattista. And I've been told by the live timing that the start is being delayed by 10 minutes is what is being said on the live timing screen. So that means that, according to what is being said there, essentially the race could start. Now, this is could start. Obviously, it's not a confirmation. But that message was given at 23 minutes past the hour, so 15:23 local time here. So that means that on paper, that would give us a chance to start at 15:33, but it will only happen when everybody is in position. Now, ironically, the start being delayed because of a spattering of rain, the rain has actually ceased. And so it's no longer raining, certainly heavy enough to cause a major issue. So I would suspect that if it stays like that over the course of the next 10 to 15 minutes, we will be able to restart without due problem. But obviously, it has to go to the correct protocols and procedures. FIA Karting President Felipe Massa watching on all of the proceedings here in the finals today. And it's been a really exciting battle in each of the three races. Simone Cunati being crowned the 10th winner of the FIA Karting International KZ2 Super Cup for Modena ASD, and they are already deep into their celebrations. Ariel Elkin making history for Israel as the first ever winner of an FIA karting event as an Israeli in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy season conclusion, which saw Conor Zilic secure and confirm his title victory to become the 11th man to win the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. But now it is time for racing to continue in the FIA Karting World Championship. Now the board has gone up 30 seconds. They will go off again. So we're actually going to start a little ahead of schedule, which is great news. But with the rain having stopped, they can continue. And there will be plenty enough grip on the circuit. It will be slightly greasy, but they'll still have plenty of grip. It's nowhere near wet enough for wet tyres, and they wouldn't grip anyway. So, time for the World Championship to resume with the 31 drivers from all over the world, the greatest of their discipline. Here we go once again. Second time lucky. Marin Kramers and Jeremy Iglesias from Simo Pohaka and Baz Lammers, Adrian Renada and Fabian Federer from Pedro Hiltbrand and Riccardo Longhi, Mirko Tosolini and Emilio Denna from Alessandro Orlando and Luca Coberi, Davide Fore and Matteo Vigano, Stan Pex and Andrea Fuoku, and then it's Pietro Patercek and Douglas Lundberg from Noah Milel and Paolo Ippolito, Mauro Simoni and Mirko Mazzoni, Mario Lubic, Johan Sogel, Christoph Holt, Alessandro Bizzolo, Luis Speck, Gust Specken, Lucio Mano, Matteo Massatani and Valerio Giambattista. So the drivers once more circulate around the course. And the mechanics return to their positions in the pit lane. A rather obscure layout, this particular Lonato circuit. The main straight is on the opposite side of the circuit to the pit lane. So it's a very different setup here compared to other circuits. But this place is legendary. There are some amazing races to call back on here at Lonato, including last year's World Championship, of course. So now it's time for the biggest event in motorsport that you'll see today. Certainly the biggest event in karting, the FIA Karting World Championship for KZ. There are still a couple of spots hitting the camera lens every now and then, but I think this time we'll be okay to go racing. And from the start, we'll find out. Obviously, if it rains during the race, that's another thing that will need to be taken into consideration. It will all depend on how many laps have been completed. So Marin Kramers and Jeremy Iglesias will launch off the line from the front of the grid with Simo Pohaka and Baz Lammers in the second row, trying to become world champion for the first time. And to be fair to Baz Lammers, that's another title that's always eluded him, the Karting World Championship for Gearbox. Simo Pohaka has yet to win it. Jeremy Iglesias has yet to win it. Adrien Renaudin has won the Super Cup, but not the main event. Federer has been a European champion in KZ2, but not a world champion. Hiltbrand has been a world champion in OK, but not in KZ. There are so many drivers with a reason to push for the title. Only one man can win it for the second time. That is Marin Kramers. For everyone else, this is their first chance to become a KZ world champion. Can anybody beat Marin Kramers today? Jeremy Iglesias beside him. Pohaka, Lammers, Renaudin, Federer, Hiltbrand, Longhi, Tosolini, Denna, Orlando, Coberi, Fore, Vigano, Stan Pex, Fuoku, Petacek, Lundberg, Milel and Ippolito. The final driver's in position. Let's race for the World Championship. Iglesias gets the best start and launches to the first corner in the lead. Brilliant start from Iglesias. Kramers in second. Lammers is up to third. And the field gestures for the first couple of corners. But it's Iglesias who hits the front. And Kramers in second. Lammers is third. Pohaka trying to fend off from Renaudin, who goes deep around the outside and can't get the switchback. Federer in front of Tosolini. So they sweep through the first few corners. Down the back straight, and Iglesias in front of Kramers and Lammers. This is the race they want to win. No second chances. Pohaka in fourth, Renaudin, Federer, Tosolini, and that looks like Pedro Hiltbrand having moved his way forward as the field continues to squabble for position all the way through the pack. Is everybody going to make it through this first lap? These last couple of hairpins, we've had some moments in the first lap in other classes. So far, so good for the leader. Iglesias, Kramers, Lammers, Pohaka, Renaudin, Federer and Hiltbrand. So now they come through on the end of the first lap. That's a move from Tosolini on the inside of Hiltbrand, and Stan Pex jumps on the bandwagon, tries to get up alongside. And this could be an interesting challenge to the braking zone for the hairpin. And they're 3-4 wide as they battle. Longhi undercuts Corberi and Stan Pex and loses the back end of the kart. Just about hangs onto it. But it's starting to get pretty tricky out there now as the drivers continue on their way through. So the drivers continue their battle in the mid-pack. This is getting pretty hectic in the middle of the field. Drivers dicing for position. They've got to go for it. It's that age-old adage, isn't it? If you don't go for a gap that exists, you're not a racing driver. So they're going to go for it. Iglesias, Kremers and Lammers, 1, 2 and 3. Puhaka in 4th. 5th is Federer, 6th is Renaudin from Tozzolini, Hiltbrand and Corberi. Longhi in 10th, Denner is 11th from Patacek, Pex and Fuoku. So the drivers continue their charge. It's a big, bold lunge back in the field from Vigano as he dives up the inside of Davide Forde in the hairpin. Can't quite make it stick, but Forde is keeping it nice and lit as the battle continues through the complex. In the chicane, Longhi and Corberi having a great dice. And that's Puhaka swarming all over the back of Baz Lammers. He wants that final place on the podium, but so does Fabian Federer. Can Fabian Federer get his way onto the pit? Down the main straight. 3 laps completed, 22 to go. There's over 1,000 of you watching along at home. If only you could have been here at the circuit. Federer makes the dive on Puhaka. 4th position. Good race so far from Federer. He's kept it nice and careful all the way through, but he's been aggressive when needed. He's been very dictatorial out there as Fuoku gets a move on Petacek further back. Fuoku has got through, so that's a nice move for 13th. Kremers is stepping up the attack on Iglesias. We've got a crash. 2 karts come together. And that looks like the OK1 in trouble. So that is Mauro Simoni and Johan Segel. They've come together at the back end of the circuit. So Simoni gets going again, and I think Johan Segel is out on the spot. So Iglesias leads the way. Kremers, Lammers, Federer, Puhaka, Renaudin, Tozzolini. Hiltbrand, Longhi and Corberi in the top 10 from Emilian Denner. So this is an amazing title fight. Here comes Tozzolini on the inside line to sweep inside Renaudin. Good move. And that puts him through up into position. So Riccardo Longhi sets the fastest lap of the race, currently in 9th, ahead of Luca Corberi on home soil. Iglesias still leads the race from Kremers, but Kremers is giving it everything he's got to close in on his French rival. But this is the best chance Jeremy Iglesias and Formula K will ever get of becoming world champion. They're not going to concede it. 5 laps complete, 1/5 of the way home, 20 laps to go. Kremers still pushing hard. As the battle continues, they are racing for the battle. And still, it is very close and hard, fast racing indeed. Kremers tucks in, trying to close up on Iglesias. The battle in the mid-pack, still very feisty. Massatani missing out on a move there. Ippolito, I should say, missing out on the move from Fore. Ilando gets past Vigano, Denner passes Corberi, and Longhi has got past Hiltbrand, all in one sector. Tozzolini closing up on Puhaka in 6th position. This is really a good run from Mirko Tozzolini. He's been threatening to be a challenge at the front end of the KZ field for a while now, and it's never really materialized. Now he's got a chance. He is taking it with both hands. Iglesias in front of Kremers. Lammers is 3rd. Federer is 4th. Puhaka, Tozzolini, Renaudin, Longhi, Hiltbrand and Denner. Corberi, Pex, Fuoku, Ilando, Vigano, Petacek, Ippolito, from Fore, Milel and Lundberg. Now, is this going to be the charge from Tozzolini, tucking in behind Simo Puhaka? Through the chicane, and Kremers going for the move. Can he get the charge in on the inside of Iglesias? The Frenchman still holding station. Not enough rain to have an issue. They're still getting plenty of grip from the karts at the moment. End of lap 7. Kremers and Iglesias are pulling away. Baz Lammers has got pressure now from Federer, who sets the fastest lap until Riccardo Longhi crosses the line. Now he's got the fastest lap of the race, although Federer is still the fastest in the speed trap. Paolo Ippolito now sets the fastest lap. Here goes Tozzolini on the inside of Puhaka. Sensible maneuver. He gets a bit of an issue though on the way out of the corner, and Puhaka gets him back again. A bit sluggish on the throttle, whether there was a gear shift issue. But it's another chance for Tozzolini to get through on the inside of Puhaka, and now he's not giving him the space. So Tozzolini having to work very hard indeed to get past Puhaka now. And Longhi, Renaudin and Hiltbrand are lining up behind them. Oh, and that's Kramer's in the lead. Kramer's in the lead past Iglesias. Kramer's has gone into the lead of the World Championship. So Marin Kramer's hits the front. And that is the big moment. Jeremy Iglesias now finds himself second. So Kramer's waiting for his moment. Baz Lammers is going to try. Iglesias back through. So Iglesias takes on Kramer's again and retakes the lead. Lammers has closed right up on them now. So as they jockey for position, what can Baz Lammers from third do? Iglesias being ultra defensive. But Lammers is the man with a chance now in third position. Kramer's goes again. Oh, they've touched. And somehow Kramer's has stayed in second. But that could be an issue for the front fairing. So Kramer's staying in second, but that was a big issue. Lammers and Federer now trying to make mincemeat of him into the first corner. But has Kramer's damaged the front fairing? Lammers is going for it into second place. Lammers gets through. Kramer's chops across on Federer. And Federer's going to try again. Oh, and that's Luca Corberi. Oh, wow, the dream is over. On home soil, he wanted a nice return to glory, and it hasn't worked out. So Luca Corberi off at the first turn by the look of it. I would not be surprised if that was an engine seizure, and the Carter snapped away from him. So Lammers in second place from Kremers and Federer, allowing Jeremy Iglesias a tiny bit of breathing space up front. 10 laps completed, 15 to go. And there's Luca Corberi watching at the side of the road. What's he doing? What is Luca Corberi playing at? Oh, Luca Corberi, what on earth is he doing? I'm sorry, that is absolutely unacceptable. As Kramers makes the move on Baz Lammers, Luca Corberi makes himself public enemy number one. I'm sorry, that is absolutely unacceptable. And he's going to completely negate the officials. They're going to walk across the circuit with him, but Luca Corberi is walking in, and he should be waiting at the marshal post. So up front, it's Iglesias leading, Kremers second from Lammers. Fourth is Federer, Longhi, Hiltbrand, Torzolini, Pohaka, Pex and Denner. So I would guess then that maybe it wasn't an engine seizure. He clearly feels that somebody's done him wrong in some way. Iglesias leads, Kremers, Lammers and Federer. So here they come again. Kramers in second, Lammers in third, Federer in fourth place. Pex, Denner ahead of Pohaka. Orlando passes Fuoku, Vigano passes Renaudin. But Federer still has a good chance of a podium here. Kramers doing his best to get back on the horse and get after Jeremy Iglesias. The championship of the world is being played out here at Lonato in dramatic fashion. What an absolutely astonishing final this is turning into. Iglesias has a decent lead now over Kramers. It's 1.2 seconds. Can he catch him? Lammers is third. Federer's fourth. With that kind of gap, you'd say it was pretty tricky, but Kramers was fractionally faster than Iglesias on the last lap. It's going to have to be whether Lammers and Federer believe they can win the final two and work with Kramers, or whether they think second is the best they can achieve. So now it's all going to come down to Jeremy Iglesias out front on lap 13 of 25. The halfway point of the Championship of the World. So Iglesias is in the lead. Kremers, Lammers, Federer, Longhi, Hiltbrand, Torzolini, Pex, Denner, Orlando and Pohaka. Vigano in 12th place. Antonio Fuoku in front of Ippolito, Renaudin, Potacek, Milel, Foray, Lundberg and Mizzoli. So the battle continues to rage here. Down the straight comes Iglesias on the back end of the circuit. And still Kramers holds second from his countryman Baz Lammers and the Italian Fabian Federer. So they continue to run in formation, Lammers and Federer. You do get the sense that both men are getting very frustrated sat behind Kramers. As Johan Segel watches, Valerio Giambattista has pulled out as well, I notice. So we've lost Segel, Giambattista and Luca Corberi as the race continues in the Championship of the World finale. Jeremy Iglesias completes lap 14. 11 to go. Kramers is still pushing hard. He's gained 2/10 on Jeremy Iglesias in the last lap. So Kramers is still pushing. He still believes. He still thinks it's doable. with 11 laps remaining. Federer gets up the inside of Lammers. Lammers bounces back. There's not a lot of room. Federer gets a wheel on the grass and Lammers gets back into third place. So that's the final step of the podium, and it could be for the second year running Baz Lammers that reaches the podium here at Lonato. But Kramers is doing the best he can. He's quicker than Iglesias in the first sector, fractionally slower in the second, but Kramers is still pushing. Iglesias took the lead earlier on. Kramers got the lead initially. Oh, and that is the 95. That's the Ital course. That is Mirko Mizzoni. So Mirko Mizzoni out of the race now with 10 laps to go. And this race is going to be absolutely astonishing. So Iglesias out in the lead from Kramers, Lammers, Federer, Longhi, Hiltbrand, Pex, Tozzolini, Denner, Orlando and Vigano. An absolutely astonishing race battle as the competitors continue. And it looks as though with Mirko Mizzoni off the race circuit, the battle continues. But the race for the World Championship goes on. Jeremy Iglesias leads the race from Kramers and Lammers. Federer in fourth position, still trying to bounce back into it. The gap is down to 0.8 of a second. Marin Kramers now closing in again on Iglesias. In the midfield, we've got a great tussle. That is Vigano closing in on Orlando. Fuoco, Ippolito and Pohaka. But up in the front end of the field, it is still an incredibly close battle. So Jeremy Iglesias runs out of the front end of the field. Kramers in second, Lammers in third from Federer, Longhi, Hiltbrand, Pex and Torzolini. An absolutely astonishing run for Jeremy Iglesias. And the Frenchman could well have this on a plate, but Kramers is doing everything he can to catch him. Fractionally quicker in the first split. Fractionally quicker in the second split. The gap down to 0.869. 1,000th of a second between the two drivers in lap time. With 8 laps to go and 0.8 of a second to make up. This is going to be an absolutely astonishing end to the World Championship final. Can Iglesias hang on to the lead in front of the man who won it last year? Marin Kramers pushing hard, trying to get the world title back. It will be a tough battle, that is for sure, but for Formula K, it could well be their first ever World Championship title as they approach the end of lap 18. Looks to me as though Mauro Simoni has continued after his earlier transgression, but he's not far away from being lapped by the leaders. Into lap 19 we go. Iglesias, Kramers, Lammers, Federer, Longhi, Hiltbrand, Pex and Tozzolini from Denner and Orlando. So this could be an absolutely monumental race battle to the finish line, as Jeremy Iglesias is going to lead this one out. If he continues with the pace he's got, it should be enough. Kramers again, fractionally quicker in Sector 1. They complete Sector 2. And Iglesias, again, fractionally quicker than Kramers now. So they are trading sector times. The sun is poking through the clouds. Looks like that rain is not going to materialize after all. So Iglesias pushes with Kramers, Lammers and Federer still dueling over that final place on the podium. And there is Mauro Simoni. And you look at Luca Corberi, he's absolutely dejected there in the Parc Ferme area. His race is over already, as we know, but Mauro Simoni now joins him. But Iglesias doing a grand job in front of Kramers, Lammers and Federer. So these four drivers still locked together. In the first sector, Marin Kramers is doing a fine job as they continue to battle away for the victory between them. But is Jeremy Iglesias going to be able to hang on after an absolutely sensational race battle thus far? Kramers is starting to fall into the clutches of Baz Lammers. Lammers is catching back again. Can he grab second from this World Championship final? The thing is, if he got a chance, you may as well. You never know what can happen to the man up front. Lammers has got to push, so he's going for it. And the Sony Kart factory superstar, Baz Lammers, is creeping up behind Marin Kramers again. Could he make the battle for second place? He's getting closer. Kramers seems to be struggling for grip. Maybe he's not going to catch Iglesias after all, because Baz Lammers is now making it a very tough race battle. Baz Lammers will get the chance any moment now to launch through on the inside. And that, I'm afraid, is game over for Christoph Holt. So Christoph Holt out of the race. Iglesias over the line. Pops in a 46.2. Everybody is quicker than him in second, third and fourth. They gain another 2/10. Is Iglesias on the edge of the cliff here? Is the grip starting to fall away for the Formula K driver? Because Kramers, Lammers and Federer are now in unison, trying to close in on the Frenchman up front. It's going to be an incredible 4-lap dash to the flag. Iglesias pushing hard, but Kramers, Lammers and Federer are giving it everything. This is going to be an incredible showdown the way it's going. Another sector for Kramers to gain on Iglesias. Another in return for Kramers. But this is going to be so close to the end. 3 laps to go. And Iglesias is not as quick as the 3 men giving chase now. Iglesias gets in a 46.1. The other 3 get a 46.0. Iglesias is pushing hard, but the other 3 are catching. The gap is now half a second. Can Iglesias hang on for the last 3 laps? It's ever so close, and behind them, if anything kicks off, you've got Longi in 5th, Hilbrand in 6th, and Stan Pex in 7th. They're giving it everything too. Anything could happen from here on in. Kramer's still pushing in behind Iglesias. Lammers 3rd, Federer 4th. In the first sector, they've all gained a little on Iglesias. Federer is actually the fastest of them all at the moment. And so here we go again, 2 laps to go. It's now or never for Jeremy Iglesias. You need a qualifying lap now, my friend. Because Iglesias needs to hold on to this in front of Kramers, Lammers and Federer. They are pushing. And if the tyres start to go in these last 2 laps, it really is now or never. Further back, Stan Pex makes the move on Hilbrand and gets into P6. So Pex is up to 6th position. But Iglesias is giving it everything. He knows he needs to in these final laps. He's got to push. Kramers is there in 2nd. But he's also got to be careful. He's got to look after the brakes. He's got to look after the tyres in these last lap and a half. Through they come. And Jeremy Iglesias is 1 lap away from history. Can he become the first Frenchman to win the Gearbox World Championship? Can Formula K get their first world title? Kramer's doing his best to close up, but the gap is still 0.4 of a second. That's not going to be achievable on pure 1-lap pace. Iglesias needs to keep the faith. He's pushing to the extreme. He's never driven harder in his life. And Lammers is struggling. Lammers is struggling. Federer nearly has him for 3rd. So now it's all about Iglesias. Kramers is going to give it one final push. He's giving it everything. Into the right. He gains a little more. Into the left. He gains more still. But it looks like it's going to be a historic moment for Jeremy Iglesias. Out of the final turn, Jeremy Iglesias is world champion of 2020. Jeremy Iglesias is the first man from France ever to become world champion in Gearbox. Jeremy Iglesias. The party begins at Formula K and in France. Finally, a Frenchman is world KZ champion. Fantastic race. And that's what it means to Jeremy Iglesias. He is the world champion. Jeremy Iglesias takes the title. Maren Kramer 2nd from Baz Lammers. Fabian Federer is 4th ahead of Riccardo Longhi, Stan Pex, Pedro Hilbrand and Mirko Tozzolini. Matteo Vigardo and Paolo Ippolito in the top 10. Alessandro Irlando ahead of Antonio Fuoku, Emilion Denner and Simo Pohaka from Noah Milel. And then it's Peter Potacek and Adrian Redodin from Davide Fore and Douglas Lundberg. Gust Specken, Luis Speck, Matteo Massatani ahead of Alessandro Bisolo and Mario Lubic. Lucio Mano is the last man home. for the race. But unfortunately, what happened after that is rather unsavoury. And I'm afraid to say this is not really the kind of thing we come to expect or hope to see in the world of FIA karting. But Luca Corberi making it very clear what he felt about the CRG driver in particular in that particular battle. I didn't see which one it was, but Luca Corberi making his issues very much felt. But that's not the way to do it, in my opinion. You do it with a conversation after the race. You don't do it in front of the world's cameras. But Federer makes his move on Lammers. This was a lovely overtake, actually, from the Italian, and Lammers really had to dig deep to get him on the undercut. Nice move from Lammers. Federer, look, there's nothing between these two. And Mitsoni off the circuit there on the grass. That was an unfortunate end to the race for the Ital course and for Christoph Holt as well. But you have to say that's the best result Jeremy Iglesias ever could have hoped for. A race that he can be proud of when he looks back forever and ever. It's been an amazing weekend and an amazing season, and I'm not too sure how many people would have put a sneaky bet on Jeremy Iglesias to become world champion coming into this weekend. But he certainly put himself into an amazing position to do so today, and he thoroughly deserves the accolade. He's worked so hard for this for so long, Jeremy Iglesias. And in the same way that he's come so close and not managed it like Simone Cunati had in the past, well, Cunati put that to bed today. So did Jeremy Iglesias, and in fantastic fashion too. A wonderful result. The podium is coming up next, and we'll see three very happy men on the podium and a very worthy new world champion.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
Well, what a fantastic end to the FIA Karting World Championship for 2020 and an absolutely amazing end to the season. So let's bring the final drivers to the podium for the season. In third position for the Netherlands, Bas Lammers. And in second position, also for the Netherlands, Marin Kremers. But your race winner and the new world champion for France, Jeremy Iglesias! And to the podium, we welcome the winning team for Formula K Racing, Cash van Bell! And in deference to our race winner on the top of the podium, the national anthem for France. Congratulations to our drivers on the podium. It was the only title a Frenchman hadn't won in FIA Karting until today. So we invite our drivers to hold their trophies aloft. First of all, to third position for the Netherlands, Bas Lammers. And in second position for the Netherlands, Marin Kremers. And to our race winner and new world champion for France, Jeremy Iglesias! And of course to the winning team for Formula K Racing, Cash van Bell! We invite our drivers and winning manufacturer to hold their trophies and bouquets aloft for the photographers as they have their photograph with the FIA Karting president Felipe Massa. And what a fantastic end to the KZ Gearbox World Championship season. To our drivers, Bas Lammers, Marin Kremers, and your new world champion, Jeremy Iglesias! And now the moment they've been waiting for is upon us as our drivers get to celebrate in style on the podium. It's time once more to get busy with the fizzy! A wonderful end to the Gearbox season. Grazie mille, Leonardo, for a brilliant end to the year and a wonderful podium in the World Championship. Ladies and gentlemen, Bas Lammers, Marin Kremers, and your new world champion, Jeremy Iglesias! A massive thank you to everybody watching and to everybody here at the circuit, from the South Garda karting circuit and the officials and marshals and admin to everyone here, from the teams, the drivers, from the RGMMC promotional crew, and of course to the FIA. A huge thank you. Our Gearbox season for 2020 is at an end. We will return in 2021. Next up, we head to Portimao in Portugal on the second weekend of November for the Direct Drive World Championship in OK and OK Junior. I'm Jake Sanson on behalf of everybody watching. Grazie mille e arrivederci.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.